Alright, let's see if this works. Test 1, 2. Let me clear these comments off. No? Maybe? Alright. Test. No? Maybe. Okay. Now here's what I'm going to ask everybody. Can you hear me? And I need a yes, Chad. We can hear you. Yes, Chad, we can hear you. I need a yes, Chad, and thank the Lord. I need a yes, Chad, and thank you, little baby Jesus. I can't hear y'all, but I can see you. Man, what a journey this has been. I'm exhausted. I'm going to be quite honest. This has been a headache. So, Stacy said, good. I thought if you didn't come on, I wouldn't be able to fall asleep. Wow. We have been fighting. I have been fighting for y'all for the last 2.5 hours. Okay? I want to let y'all know that right now. I've been fighting for you for 2.5 hours. I could have very easily shut off the lights and said, I'm going home and watching Seinfeld and eating pie. And just made a post and said, you know what, folks? I'm going home and eating pie. But thanks to Tanner, Jake, and now me, here at the last second, reinstalling old microphones, going back in the software, trying to figure out how to uninstall the old mics, reinstall stream keys. I have done it, and I'm here. Now, y'all going to have to give me like 5 minutes to basically figure out what I've done and how to even start this show. And I may need to drink some purple juice and take a Tylenol. What did Clark Griswold said? Where's the Tylenol after he went on that rant in Christmas Vacation? I'm not even going to mute my mic tonight because I'm afraid it's going to cut off. But man, we've been through a mess. Like I said, we've been fighting. I'll kind of tell you what happened, and so y'all understand what we've had to go through. And Jake works here. Jake is a pro at this stuff, and it would have been fixed a long time ago. I just wasn't able to get a hold of him. He's not really supposed to be even working today. So, hallelujah, where's the Tano? Yeah, yeah, that's, except I don't get as mad. I'll never get as mad as Clark Griswold was. Y'all know that about me. But I got a hold of Jake, and then Tanner was actually already in his way home. He came back and worked on it for an hour. And then this last hour, I basically been waiting for a phone call from Jake. I was like, Jake, where are you? Jake, where are you? Because Jake can fix it. And then I got Jake on the phone. Jake fixed it. And then my mic wouldn't work. And Jake was like, I have no idea, but Jake, if you can hear me, I'm on the old mic. I'm on our old mic system. The other one has went kaput as far as connecting. Now, the problem is, how do I charge? How much battery do I have on this thing? I better get going. We got 2/3 of a battery on this thing, and I hope the backup has some charge. I don't remember how we used to charge those. Maybe with this right here. Let me see if I can get a charging thing going on with this. Does this work? Okay, good. So I got the other one charging just in case. Okay. So, let me do my normal business and get everything shared. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to hit the like button. I'm going to hit copy link. And then I'm going to delete that post saying we weren't live so that doesn't pop up in people's feed. So that post is being deleted with all 158 comments. It's gone. That post is deleted. And now I'm going to share the link to the main hype picture tonight. I've got that done. Now, for the first time all night, I'm going to try to open YouTube and see what it looks like over there. But all this started when I hit the button on the app we use, which is now called Streamlabs. But you'd have to get somebody pretty knowledgeable on this stuff like Jake to explain it to you. We actually use a thing called Streamlabs, OBS, and Restream. We use all three of them, and I still don't quite understand how it all ties in. Even though I'm a millennial, technology has already left me behind as well. I've stayed disconnected with the technological advances probably since college, and I'm pretty disconnected myself. But when I went to go live, it basically said, you got to reapply on TikTok. And I was like, well, screw that. We don't need TikTok. Let's just disconnect it. Well, it's not that easy. You can't just disconnect TikTok. So I've been working for the last hour, 2 hours, to disconnect TikTok. Well, to disconnect TikTok, we didn't really know how. You can't just disconnect it. It was like the backbone to connect to everything else. Finally, I get a hold of Jake. We disconnect TikTok, but still wasn't working. Finally, I figure out how to go live. And then what happens? My mic's not working. And then that last half hour, I was essentially trying to figure out how to connect my microphone. So we basically was held up because of a TikTok connection, and the Chinese are pretty crafty, and what I just learned is once you get in, you can't get out. They're like the mafia or something. So I was like, listen, just disconnect all that. We don't need it. But it wasn't that easy, and we've basically spent 2 hours trying to figure out how to disconnect TikTok. So I don't know if we'll even use that again. Well, I'll rephrase that. Now I know if it's not working, how to disconnect it faster. That was the problem. Jake was like, you do this, this, and this. And boom, it was done. But just me and Tanner not really knowing how Jake had it set up, we spent almost 2 hours trying to figure out how to disconnect TikTok. I mean, we were on videos, YouTube. We was on TikTok videos. We was on TikTok trying to figure out how to disconnect TikTok. And then a lot of it has to do with integrating one software. Jake's got all this like set up code. He went in and changed code and all kinds of stuff. So it's well over my head. And of course, you just kind of have to be here. Then my mic wouldn't work. I think we're good to go now. So it basically said your account, your TikTok live access is under review, and we'll let you know in a day. And I there thought for a minute, I was like, well, heck, we might not be able to go live until they reapprove us so we can disconnect it. But luckily, we figured out how to do it. All right, so let me just start the show like I normally would. Thanks to Jake and Tanner. And then I had Ed and Paul here for the longest when Tanner was working on it. I was just chit-chatting, and I never hardly get to talk to anybody here. I never get to talk to anybody, really. And then I was like, well, this might be a good time for me to figure out how all this works. So I was watching Tanner a little bit. Then Jake walked me through it. Yeah, Jake's good. Jake's good. Jake's good. All right. So here's what's going on. All right. So what would I normally be doing right now? First thing is I would say welcome to Coletco. I think I've got everything shared. I need to take the YouTube video. I deleted that one where I was live for like 20 minutes. This is the live video here, isn't it? Is this where we're live right now? Let me see if I can find the video where we're live right now. Monday, this is it right here. Okay. And sorry, everybody, for the problems. I'm going to have major catch-up. This also doesn't mean that I'm going to go till 2 or 4 a.m. either. This means I just lost about 2 hours. I lost about 3 hours of primetime selling, which has unfortunately cost y'all a lot of entertainment and purchases and cost Coletco thousands of dollars. So trust me, I don't like this when it happens. This literally, stuff like this literally cost us, that just cost us thousands of dollars. So I'm just glad I'm back on here and rolling. And let me get this last link shared. And I've got to figure out how I do these sales. By now I forgot. There's 75 people on YouTube. Can I get at least half of those people to hit the like button for me? Liking and sharing will be very helpful tonight. If y'all can help me like and share, that will be very helpful. And I'm going to have Jake come to the store tomorrow and basically reset all this up. I want everything disconnected except X, YouTube, and Facebook. Okay? Here we go. And I apologize to the YouTube people. YouTube people, it's hard to reach y'all. Like, I made one Facebook post, and Facebook viewers, within an hour, it had 1,000 people had seen it, and it had 180 comments. I can't reach y'all over on YouTube that fast. So if there's a problem on YouTube, basically the show comes to a creeping halt, a creeping halt, a creeping stalt, a creeping death. Right, Paul? Is Paul even still here? All right, so let's go Chad Williams. I'm out of sorts. I'm trying to figure out what I need to do first. I need to do what I would normally do, and that's this new vinyl flip video that was posted 13 hours ago with 15 comments that has claims. And we got to go back and forth and pull some of that stuff live right now, okay? And there's going to be a lot of mic problems, okay? It is not the best mic system. It's the old mic system. There's going to be some major, there's no telling what's going to happen over the next 10 seconds and 10 hours. So, now, the show is beginning right now. If you just got on, you hadn't seen any of the posts, pretty much what I'm going to do for the next couple hours is new vinyl and all these pre-orders. We're going to be auctioning stuff, which I need another empty crate back there just for a second. We're going to be auctioning stuff and basically taking care of all these major pre-orders. There is 17 boxes of new vinyl that showed up today. 17 boxes. And hopefully we can get through all that tonight here pretty early, okay? New vinyl for Sunday. Patrick, are you missing it was just right here. I bet it didn't get keyed in. Are you missing a Shotgun Willie? Because it's been laying right here on my table. If you're missing that, I'll put it on Ed's desk. It all got pulled, but that must have not got keyed in. that was laying over here. I bet that's that. So Jerry fell off his sectional. Thank you, Jerry. And Jerry, I'll tell you live right now, since I hadn't had a chance, the records, I'm either going to send you a message or try to give you a call tomorrow about that order, okay? I've talked to Ed. I've got it figured out. I'm either going to send you a detailed message or try my best to call you tomorrow on the way to the store. Now, my mom has been trying to get a hold of me for 2 days, and she can't even get a hold of me. So that tells you how far back I am on returning phone calls. Hope you understand. My mom was like, are you ever going to call me back about this? She's trying to plan a trip. And I'm like, Mom, I promise. I'll call you at 3:30 a.m. Just be awake, okay? She's probably watching right now. She wants to go to Disney World. And I'm like, really? Disney World, is that really what y'all want to do? And I was like, I can't even think about something like that right now. I can't even think about something like that right now. So, I don't do a lot of phone calls. I'm sorry. I fly by night, and I don't like talking on the phone. I think people have realized that by now. Star Trek, I'm part of that generation. Phone calls, I'm just like, I have to talk on the phone? Star Trek is original, 1979, original soundtrack. Look, it even has the insert for the USS Enterprise. It has this original inner sleeve, and it has this jacket, and it's in VG Plus condition, and it's a $15 start. $15 start. Star Trek, the motion picture. That is now up for bid. Star Trek, the motion picture, $15 start. I think where I talk for like 8, sometimes almost 9 hours a night, by the time the next day either I go to bed and I'm just like, man, I've done so much talking. I could go another 12 hours if I didn't have to speak. So here is some stuff that's going on here. We got The Queen is Dead, Soundgarden, Bauhaus. We got Dio, Quiet Riot, Modest Mouse, Molly, Flotsam and Jetsam, The Cult, Red Clay, No Doubt, and Breaking Benjamin. And so let's go ahead and say that this stuff here is what was left from the on-sale new vinyl. So if you missed out on some on-sale new vinyl the other night, here is the opportunity for that. Here's everything that's left. Here's everything that's left. And I'm going to read you those, and the show has begun. Black Sabbath Tear is a 2024 remaster. Black Sabbath is $24.99. Black Sabbath is $24.99. That is the on-sale price, $24.99. That is Tear, the 2024 remaster. I have Steeler, Come Hell or Hollywood. That's my last copy. We sold 3 when we were doing this on-sale stuff. And maybe my mic is pegging. Let me try to, maybe if I turn it down a little, it won't be as maybe black. It's into the red, which I know that's not a good thing. What happened to my cursor here? I think if I turn my mic down slightly, I know when it don't need to be pegging. Test 1, 2. That might be a lot better. It's not getting into the decibels where it's pegging. Okay. Star Trek's at $28. John Bensmoyer gets Steeler. That's $24.99. $24.99 on that. And we have Gladiator. And that was, I told you I went up front and pulled stuff from the racks. We sold out of stuff, and then I had extra copies. $24.99. They are shipping last Monday's orders. They are shipping last Monday's orders. So today, they started shipping stuff that paid last Monday. That's where they're at. So effectively, exactly 7 days back. They are exactly 7 days back on shipping. So everything should be shipped unless you paid last Monday. So the stuff that was paid last Monday, they're going to be here working on that tomorrow. So 7, technically going on to 8 days. We have Lightning Slim, high and low down. But most people pay on Monday. So the people who paid a week ago, that's going to take out a huge chunk. And then they'll start working on next Tuesdays and Wednesdays. And I promise we've already got a plan Tanner's already told at least one extra person to come in, and hopefully another extra person by Wednesday. Lightning Slim is $24.99. We have Motorhead Overkill. That is a half-speed master. That's on blue and green marble vinyl. That's $24.99. I've still got two of those. And by the way, this is $24.99. This is Motorhead, Lightning Slim, Gladiator, and Black Sabbath. We have Elizabeth Cotton, folk songs and instrumentals with guitar, $24.99. All invoices have been sent out. Yes. We have Jorge Ben. That's $24.99 for Jorge Ben. I've still got two of those. And then Mac DeMarco, too, $24.99. I'm going through the last of the on-sale new vinyl. Star Trek is at $38 with Tim Graham. Let's go ahead and put up another auction, and this is Van Halen 5150. Van Halen 5150. This is an original 1986 U.S. club copy with the original on a sleeve. This is OG Van Halen, EX Plus condition, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. I also have Pussifer, the last copy of that, C is 4. That is on gold vinyl for $24.99. And the Harlem Globetrotters. How about just the Globetrotters? It actually is how it's billed. Charlie Rishi on orange vinyl for $24.99. And then Herb Albert's Whipped Cream Into the Lights. It's also $24.99. We've got one copy of Beetlejuice, $24.99 on that. And all this is on sale new vinyl. Just by the way, FYI, Amy Winehouse is $24.99 and Machine Head. And I promise, some of the stuff like I had 3 and 2s ofs and 1s, and there was a lot of people last week, and guess what happened? I had a couple stray copies after repurging all the vinyl in the store. I've added some stuff back in here like Machine Head, Amy Winehouse. This is stuff we sold out of, and then I found another stray copy. Beetlejuice, we sold out of Herb Albert. I've re-added those. Globetrotters, and then I re-added more Motorheads, and I re-added another Gladiator and Black Sabbath Tier. That's Black Sabbath Tier, $24.99. So there was some stuff in there we sold out of. That's down to the last copies. And the reason I'm going through these again is because I'm going to put them away after this, and this is pretty much it. Just FYI. And it's also a good way to start the show. Cole Chaney's $29.99. Mercy, 2LP, his debut album. And then Nico Janitor, first time on vinyl. It's been out for a while, but first time on vinyl. The Last Nico, which is numbered to 100, that's $29.99. And then I still got both copies of Accept Balls to the Walls, which is $29.99. And then Van Halen here, the last bit on this was 35 of Caleb Howe and 35 of William Howe. Wow, the Howells are bidding against each other. So Caleb, you was in first. William, you're out. Tim Graham has Star Trek for 42. Woody Bishop says he's done. And then Brian Cooley wants a Herb Albert. And Brian, you have bought from us before, yes? If so, thank you. That's so to you for $24.99. I think you've bought from us before. That would be amazing. The first live sale of the new week going to a first-time buyer. And then we have U2 for $34.99. And then we have the official live Gentle Giant. Now, Mike Bartlett, if you're watching, I'm going to go ahead and tag yours tonight so you're invoiced last Monday, right? So thank you, Mike Bartlett. He wanted one, and he asked, could he get it tonight? And I said, yes, you could. So there's that, Mike Bartlett. Thank you. Hope you're watching. And then, Patrick, did you answer that? Patrick, did you answer about Willie Nelson? Is that supposed to go on the invoice? Is that supposed to go on the invoice on that? The one that we've already sent out? Tanner had it laid off to the side. I'm not for sure what happened there. I'm assuming it's supposed to go on that invoice. Chad needs some purple juice for sure. Purple juice. It's already mostly melted. I'm going to go get an ice refill in a second. By now, it's all gone, but I haven't had time to drink it. All right. So, next thing is Accept is $29.99. These are all on sale, and then the only audiophile record left was Doors for $49.99 and that one Charlie Rich for $14.99. That one Charlie Rich for $14.99. So Van Halen's at $38, and then the last bit on Star Trek that came in was a final call to Tim Graham for $42. And then I haven't heard back from Brian. Yes, last name is pronounced the same as John Ford. John Ford Coley? John Ford Coley. So, am I right on that? How much is tier? $24.99. Black Sabbath tier. If you are, I need you to fill out the first-time buyer form over on Facebook. Willie can go on New Week. Okay, well, we'll tag it tonight now. We'll tag it tonight. Paul's still here. You doing okay, Paul? We're finally live with a working mic. Whew. I feel like I've been beat to death.
Still some work to be done on the auctions. I got them all photographs sent to you, and
For,
process maybe a third. But
okay.
I think Laura's gonna be here tomorrow.
Okay, for tomorrow? Okay, yeah, she hadn't replied back to me, I don't think. Okay, so welcome, and Van Halen's at 38, Coley. All right, and then Kevin Voitosh wants Accept, and Edwin Riviera wants Tear. So that's sold to Edwin for $24.99, and then we have next is Accept, and that's sold for $29.99 to Kevin Voitosh, and Kevin Voitosh also wants a Motorhead for $24.99. Patty, I'm going to say this is a final call for $42 to Tim Graham. It's an original 1979 OG with the original inner sleeve and the USS Enterprise insert. It's a final call to Tim Graham. I'm going to go grab the next crate, and when I bring it over, if there's no new bids, I'm selling it. And same thing for Van Halen. Van Halen's at $38, and that's with Caleb Howe. William Howe, you've been outbid, just FYI. Welcome, everybody. And now we got Charlie Rich, The Doors, Gentle Giant, U2, Accept, Nico Colchaney, Machine Head, everything from here back's $24.99. Machine Head, Amy Winehouse, Beetlejuice, Globetrotters, Pussifer, Mac DeMarco, Jorge Ben, Elizabeth Cotton, Motorhead, Lightning Slim, and The Gladiator. And that's it. That's everything in that crate. And that's everything from all week that was on sale left from the month of April, which is pretty amazing. Let me take 2 steps up here to get the next one. Might not even go through all of these. I'm going to try my best to go through as many as I can because it's what I would normally do, plus the flip video. And the show's basically just now getting started. If anybody's now just hopping on, we are just now going live. So we've been disconnected, technical difficulties for the last 3 hours. So you've essentially not missed anything. Nothing new's been shown, no new auctions. These are the first 2 auctions up here right now. This is it. And then Ed Riviera wants that last Motorhead, okay? Now, the Octone Baby is a new sealed 2LP, a brand new copy. Star Trek is sold to Tim Graham. Patty tried, but it's sold to Tim for $48. And now Van Halen just got a new bid for $40 with Todd Doris. Okay, so let me make sure I didn't miss anything else here. Vicky Yosakawa wants a Miley Cyrus. Thank you, Vicky Yosakawa. That's sold to Vicky. I've got one left. It's a gatefold, new release. No Doubt, Tragic Kingdom. No Doubt is $33.99. We got a request for the live album that's coming up in just a second. But Tragic Kingdom with Just a Girl still available. Guns N' Roses, a 2LP, Appetite for Destruction, is $46.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and it's David Bowie's Scary Monsters. And it is an original 1980 German copy. It's an original 1980 German copy. The note from Paul says, super nice. It is near mint minus with the original inner sleeve, and it is a $35 start. The U2's already been marked down. It was, the original MSRP on that was $46.99. It's on sale for $34.99, so that's the price on that one. We have several Black Label Societies, as y'all know. We got Scourge, we have 1919 Eternal, and Stronger Than Death, and those are all on colored vinyl, $38.99. So 3 different Black Label Society. The Cult is on green vinyl, and this is sold to Nico Capolanis. If anybody wants on a, let me know. That's my last copy on green vinyl. And I'm going to let y'all know, here in a minute, we're going to be going through the new vinyl for tonight, and there's some of the biggest pre-orders we've had in months. 85 copies of Black Sabbath, 50-something copies of Ozzy. There's a lot of pre-orders over here, so just let me know. I Am is going to pass on the U2. Jason Fornerat said he'll take it, so this is sold to Jason Fornerat for $34.99. Thank you, Jason. That was the on-sale price. Make sure that it goes in for $34.99. We have the Cult Love. I still have this. There is some seam splits on the top of both copies. I decided not to return these because I was afraid I couldn't get any more, but they do have seam splits. And then I've got Gorillas. And this is Demon Days, $44.99. No Japanese tonight. We have U2 straight out of Compton, except for the ones that I might auction. But we're 3 hours behind on auctions. We really don't even have any warm-up stuff. We're about to go straight into all the featured stuff. Hope everybody's watching. Paul says there's some like really niche, high-end stuff tonight, like a lot of modern top stuff that's really pricey. He's like, if you have 4 or 5 leftover auctions, don't be surprised. But if the people on that want it are bidding, he said they probably might see some stuff that's pretty rare. NWA straight out of Compton, $36.99. And Steve Miller Band, this is Greatest Hits, 74 to 78. Kevin Voitosh said he'll take one each of the Black Label Societies. So there's one Stronger Than Death, there's one 1919 Eternal, and there's one Scourge. And thank you, Kevin Voitosh. Now, I can also get Mafia and maybe one other if you want on a waiting list. The Bowie's now at $42, and now Van Halen's at $45. So Todd Doris has Van Halen at $45, and the David Bowie's at $42. Next thing is George Harrison, 33 1/3 remaster, new gatefold. That's $38.99. And we have G.G. Allen. This is on indie exclusive Sunflare colored vinyl. That's $33.99. And Lucero self-titled, $33.99. No more David Lee Roth as of right now. They were out of stock, and they amended that listing. I clicked on it, and they amended the description. It said original 88 pressings. That's the only thing they had there. So they must have found some of those, but as of right now, no. I highly doubt I get any more of those. It's not like they're going to make any more 88 originals or whatever. How much is Steve Miller? It is $36.99. Red Clay Strays Moment of Truth. This is $33.99, and this is sold to Tony Murphy. Thank you, Tony Murphy. That's sold to you. And then over here, we got Kiss Psycho Circus, which actually, in fact, let me set this aside. I have more on the way, but I wonder if Chad Davis is watching. Chad, are you watching? Because you can actually, if you hadn't paid for your invoice, that was supposed to be added. I forgot to tell Tanner about that. Or if you want it on this week's, we'll go ahead and tag it tonight. So it's up to you if you're watching, Chad. I think you was on a waiting list for that. So I ended up finding it, and that's the reason I went through this crate on Sunday or this morning when I posted this. Iron Maiden, Fear of the Dark. I can't believe I posted this video this morning. It feels like it was 2 days ago. Dr. Dre is $39.99. A Perfect Circle's $39.99, and Tears for Fears is $36.99. Yngwie Malmsteen, Live in Tokyo, $39, red vinyl. And somebody did want one of the Smiths, and the Smiths was sold to Alvo C. Dabney Jr., and that's The Queen is Dead. That's $33.99. Now, it looks like we're done on Van Halen. That is sold to Todd Doris for $45. And now the OG Bowie German press is with Jeremiah Lewis at $42. Rebecca's out. That's OG German, and that's a final call to Rebecca. Let's go ahead and get another auction going. I think here's one of the ones Paul was talking about. This is Diggerable Planets and Reaching, a new futation of time and space. And it's a pricey record, but we didn't know a lot about it. It's a 2021 on Violet Purple split, and they only made 275 copies. And we're going to start this at $125. The last one, the cheapest one for sale right now is $180, and they're pretty scarce. They're pretty scarce. Next comment is what Black Label Societies. The one I have left is Stronger Than Death. I've got 1919 Eternal, and I've got Scourge. I also know I can get Unblackened, and I can also get Mafia. That's 2 more for sure. Without a doubt, I know I can get. But they're Stronger Than Death, 1919 Eternal, and Scourge. Next comment is how much was Iron Maiden? $39.99. And then next is can I get a package of 45 outer sleeves? Patty, that's already on a sticky note. The reason you weren't tagged for one is because we don't have any. We've ordered them, and they're on the way. We have a note. Patty Anderson outer plastic clear sleeves. The reason you wasn't tagged is because we didn't have any. So they're being ordered and they're on the way. Stronger Than Death is sold to Tom Harris. I always try to order Black Label Society stuff because we always end up selling it. Always. Now, anybody else? I think I've pulled everything in here that was supposed to be pulled. I have, and now I'm going to go grab that other crate. We've got the Smiths, Yngwie, Tears for Fears, Perfect Circle, Dre, Iron Maiden, Lucero, G.G. Allen, George Harrison, Steve Miller Band. Several people asked the price. It's still available, $36.99. NWA Gorillas, The Cult, Black Label, Guns N' Roses, No Doubt, and Miley Cyrus. Now, the David Bowie is officially sold, and David Bowie is sold to Jeremiah Lewis for $42, and this Diggerable Planets is a $125 start, which, if you'll see right now, is that. So what is a great price on that? Let me swap out crates. I've got like one more like this to go through, and then we're going to keep auctions rolling, and we're going to knock out some of these gigantic pre-orders. It's kind of like I thought, man, tonight might be a record-setting night because we have all these pre-orders. We've already pre-sold like 10 crates. It was just something not meant to be, because now I was like, well, if I just go live and on Facebook and just read off pre-orders, we could still have a successful night because there's already about 10 crates pre-sold. Let me go get this next one over here. I was like, maybe it's just not meant to be for us to have a 20 crate night, because I was like, if we can sell our normal 7 and 8 crates plus all these pre-orders, might be the most we've ever sold ever in one night. So now we have, which Lucero was that? It's self-titled Lucero. And then Amanda Davis wants a GNR and JK wants a Malmsteen. So that is Yngwie Malmsteen, and we have Guns N' Roses. All right, there's that and there's that. So it's Lucero self-titled, a 2 LP Rebecca. I can also get the album Tennessee, Amanda Davis on GNR, and JK on Malmsteen. Thank y'all for those purchases. All right, let's go ahead and add another auction. And the next auction I have now, let's go ahead and put up Joe Satriani. And Joe Satriani is an OG, a 1987 EMW press. It has the original on her sleeve. It is in VG Plus condition, and that needs to be a $25 start. And one more look at this Diggerable Planets reaching. It's a 2021 on Violet Purple Split, limited to 275 copies, and the cheapest listed for night right now is $180 over on Discogs. We have it up for a $125 start. And somebody did buy the Steve Miller Band. Great. Usually NWA sells out of 2 because those are impossible to have. And then Kristen Driscoll. There's Kristen Driscoll. I knew somebody commented, said they wanted to buy it. That's why I went ahead and put it up early. Kristen, I hope you heard that information. If you didn't, let me know. Rebecca wants on the Lucero, Tennessee waiting list. Yep, we can do that. And the one over here behind me is self-titled. This is Metallica's Black Album, 2 LP, $34.99. Also, we have one copy left of that newest Pet Shop Boys discography. It's called the Complete Singles Collection, West End Girls. That's $39.99. Diggerable. Oh, there's no R in it, isn't it? Diggable. Thank you. Why was I putting an R in there? Thank you, Craig. Diggable. Everclear. We have Sparkle and Fade. This is mastered by Kevin Gray. $56.99. Amanda Davis on Metallica. Joe Satriani already has a bid for $25 and $25. Now, Craig Weatherford was first. Tony Kepler was out. And final call, Diggable, $125 start before I make it a buy it now. Next is the Celtic Frost. This is Vanity Nemesis, a 2 LP with a 32-page book, 2 posters, and bonus material, bonus tracks, $44.99. No doubt. This was the last copy of the Webby Spin. This is sold to Mason Wheeler. Thank you, Mason Wheeler. And if anybody else wants a copy, let me know. That was sold to him, $29.99. Here is the Offspring self-titled album. This is Conspiracy of One. Offspring Conspiracy of One. That is $33.99. And then Fate's Warning. And Fate's Warning is live at Dynamo. That's on red vinyl, and that is $38.99. $38.99 on that. Star Wars Lo-Fi. It's a new release. It is on multicolor splatter. It is called Star Wars Lo-Fi, $33.99. And then Dolly's Vinyl Me Please exclusive. First ever vinyl release, that is $34.99. Also over here, we got Peter Criss for $36.99, the solo album remastered. We got 2 of those available. And Paradise Lost Gothic. Paradise Lost is $33.99. So Diggable is a buy it now for $125 if anybody wants that. $125, that is available if anybody wants it. Let's go ahead and put up the next auction, which is the Grateful Dead. The Grateful Dead is an original 1970 Pitman with inverted cover. Now, I guess that has something to do on the back. I saw that note and I was like, what's that mean? And the cover on the back is upside down. So there's not supposed to be like that. It is OG, it's in VG condition, and that is going to go up for a $25 start. Diggable Planet is sold to Chris Bachek for $125. He did the buy it now on that. Daniel Buzide was second. And then Dan Triaga on Paradise Lost, and Paul Brothers wants one of these new Star Wars. Yeah, I didn't know a lot about this. I still don't know if I truly understand it. I'm very curious maybe to open it and find out, but that looks interesting. I figured some of the regular Star Wars buyers would buy them up. That's what I ordered 5. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm on my old Rode mic system. One of the reasons that held us up for about almost a half hour tonight after I figured out how to go live was my mic. They've went kaplunk too. It was like one thing after another, and it wasn't in a good way. It was like couldn't stream, then my mics wouldn't connect. And so I'm on my old system, and it's probably really low quality based on what y'all been hearing for probably about the last 6 months. So I'm sorry. We have Ace Frehley for $33.99. Also, Third Eye Blind, the collection, which is essentially their greatest hits. That's $39.99. And then Sepultura, Chaos AD. Sepultura is a 2 LP. That's $46.99. And then Anthrax Worship Music. I still got Anthrax for $29.99. And then Gene Simmons, and then which is $36. And then this last Modest Mouse, which was We Were Dead Before the Ship Even Sank. That's sold to Kelly Vladerchek. So quick update. Joe Satriani's at $34. The Grateful Dead is an OG VG with the inverted cover. It's a $25 start. No bid yet. No bid yet. Yeah, I pulled a Bill O'Reilly. I was just like, man, I hate a couple things. When you run a business, it's just like I don't want us ever to make mistakes. I don't want anything ever to go wrong. But just things happen. But when it does happen, it's like, you don't want anything bad to happen. It's just because I know we got customers out there waiting. I'm trying to keep everybody happy. I know everybody's waiting. By 5:30, I'm in a green zone. After that, I'm like, uh-oh, people starting to get worried. And then by like at 6, I was like, okay, we're in bad shape. And then 6:30, then it was 7. I was like, oh my gosh, we're never going to be able to go live. Romelu gets Pet Shop Boys. That is sold to Romelu C. And then here's what's left in here. Everclear, which is audiophile grade, $56.99. Celtic Frost is $44. The Offspring is $33. Fate's Warning was $38. I got Star Wars Lo-Fi for $33. Dolly was $34. And then the solo albums, Peter Criss, $36. Ace is $33. Third Eye Blind Collection was $39. Sepultura, $46. Anthrax, $29. And then Gene Simmons, $36. But like I said, I don't know, for the people that didn't hear me when I went back live earlier, or when I first went live, I was like, I want to let y'all know, I've been fighting for y'all for the last 3 hours almost. I've been fighting. I have been fighting for y'all. I could have very easily shut off the lights. I could have shut off the lights and said, all right, I'm going home. Well, it's not working, but I was like, that's not an option. Failure is not an option here at Coletco, okay? Failure is not an option. Let me go grab this next one. This is the last time I have to go up front, I think. And this is some of the best new stuff from last week, just FYI. And this is the last thing that I have to tag to kind of, quote, warm up the show. So here we go. Then we're going to get into some of our newest stuff. Well, I got flip videos too, so I'm sure y'all be ready to see some discount vintage. No Harry Potter's claim, so I go ahead and tell you for sure the Chamber of Secrets is available for $39.99. That's a 2 LP. They just started reissuing those right out of the cellar. Colored vinyl, bonus 7-inch lenticular cover, $49.99. And then 9 Inch Nails is $39.99. $39.99. Let me make sure I didn't miss any claims there. What is the Sepultura at now? The Sepultura, there's two. We got multiple Sepulturas. They're all 2 LP kind of expanded remasters. They're $46.99. Also just seen where somebody wanted an Anthrax. The Sepulturas are a 2 LP and they're $46.99. And then Joe Satriani, $35. And then we have Dan Triog on Anthrax. Thank you on that. And then Joe Satriani's at 40. Okay, so Grateful Dead. No one locked in a bid on that, so it's a buy now. An OG VG with an inverted cover. That's a $25 buy now, and it has the original company inner sleeve, so somebody can pick that up for $25. And we have another auction going up right now, which is a classic. Love this cover. The Yardbirds Little Games. The Yardbirds is an original 67 US Pitman stereo press, VG Plus condition, a $25 start on the Yardbirds. There's Mr. Jimmy Page. Cover's probably VG or less. Quite a bit of wear, a little bit of touch up here on the back, and that's a $25 start. And then Joe Satriani, Surfing with the Alien with the Silver Surfer cover. Very, very cool. That OG and VG Plus is at 40. Here's another Sepultura, Arise. It's $44.99. It's a 2LP expanded as well. Rat, Invasion of Privacy is 33, and then Quiet Riot, Metal Health. And this was my last copy of this. It's sold to Cameron Lingafell. If anybody else wants one, let me know. The first ever metal album to hit #1. Come On, Feel the Noise, Bang Your Head. That's $29.99. Also, Creed's Greatest Hits, $39.99 for Creed's Greatest Hits. And then Misfits, Evil Live. That's $33.99. And Breaking Benjamin, Ember. And I think this is one of my last Breaking Benjamins. This is sold to Greg Preston. Thank you, Greg Preston. That is sold to you. And then also, if anybody else wants on one of those, let me know. This is the Dazed and Confused soundtrack. It's a 2LP. That is $39.99 for Dazed and Confused. It is on purple vinyl. Crosby, Stills, and Nash is on clear vinyl. That's $33.99. And then Dio, Holy Diver. This is the single LP, like the original mix. You know, we sometimes get the Joe Barresi 2LP kind of expanded, remaster, remix. This is the original mix, original artwork, new and sealed, $38.99. It's technically a UK import, $38.99. That goes to Michael McCullen. Michael McCullen. Brian Campbell wants the Misfits, and he wants the Ace Frehley from the previous bin. Thank you and thank you. Going through some of our newest vinyl. This stuff here is like the newest stuff that came in on last Thursday and Friday that we had multiples of. And man, I put in some huge orders tonight, and that was just mostly waiting list from Friday and Saturday and Thursday, maybe even Thursday too, waiting list, because by then I know they're not going to get here till Monday anyway. So huge waiting list restock will start showing up tomorrow and Wednesday, and then I'm about to get deep into like new stuff I've never ordered before, new releases. So many cool new releases coming out that I didn't post pre-orders for that will be showing up Wednesday and Thursday. Ace Frehley, a lot of cool new stuff. Plus tonight is huge with that. Huge with that. The Yardbirds is OG 1967. And then Scott Markheim wants the Dazed and Confused soundtrack. Are we done on Joe Satriani? Travis Woods bid 42. It's up to Craig Weatherford. Craig, you got outbid. The Yardbirds does not have a bid. It's an OG 67 stereo, VG Plus 25. We have not sold Steve Earle. We have not sold Stone Roses. We're actually just kind of now getting started. We had major connection problems earlier tonight. The show just started about 20 minutes ago. AFI, The Art of Drowning, $33.99 for AFI. Slayer, Diabolus and Musica. Slayer is $34.99, and Opus, Still Life, $44. And just so everybody knows, when Paul did a show last night, that started a new invoicing cycle. So if you were holding off, it's like, man, I should have bought that Opus on Thursday night, but now there's a new invoicing cycle, and now you can handle the heat. You can buy it right now. New invoice starts tonight, $44.99. It actually started last night. And yes, Becoming Led Zeppelin's now on Netflix. It is. I've already seen it. Well, I guess I went 3 times and seen it, but I might have to watch it again. Steely Dan, $36.99. Can't Buy a Thrill. Opeth Blackwater Park. That's $38.99. White and black marble vinyl. Here is Oh Good Grief. Vince Guaraldi on yellow vinyl. That is $33.99. And Steely Dan's Royal Scam. $36.99 for Steely Dan. 3 copies of Oh Brother or Art Thou's $39.99. And I did find, I wonder if Richard Group is watching. Rich Group was trying to get me to track one of these down. I found one in one of our very last crates. $34.99 for Grateful Dead. Unless Rich Group still wants that. Cash is 33. He's kind of got dibs on that. I need to reach out to him. Maybe he's watching though. $33.99 for Cash. More Sepultura. Chaos AD 44. Rat Reach for the Skies 33. And Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban $39.99. Now the only thing I didn't pull there is Clay Mullins and Paul Peterson wanted Bauhaus and Soundgarden. And then Vicky wanted Flotsam and Jetsam. So there's evidently another crate I didn't go through. Maybe it's still up front. I guess it is. Maybe we need one more. Are we done on Joe Satriani? He went out. So this is sold to Travis Woods for $42. Thank you on that. Now the Yardbirds is at $34. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. I'm going to do this one up here that I'm not too familiar with. It's the radio department. Passive aggressive singles from 2002 to 2010. It's an original 2011. The cheapest in the country right now for sale is $300. The radio department, passive aggressive, the cheapest for sale right now, $300. They've sold for as much as $275. We're going to start ours for $155. $155, the radio department. That's now up for bid. And I do think I overlooked a crate, so let me go find that. And we're about to do the Paranoid after that. So here's what's left in here. Harry Potter, Rat, Sepultura, Johnny Cash, Grateful Dead, Oh Brother, or Art Thou. Really cool soundtrack here. I'm in the jailhouse now. I Am a Man of Constant Sorrow. Alison Krauss is on here. I'll Fly Away, Down to the River to Pray. Those couple great songs on there from her. We also have Steely Dan. We got Charlie Brown. We got Opeth. We got Steely Dan. We got more Opeth. We got Slayer. We got AFI, Dio, CSN Creed. More Rat, more Sepultura, more Nine Inch Nails, more Rat, and more Harry Potters. We got Potters. We got Rats. We got a lot of Sepulturas. And we got a lot of Oh Brother, Where Art Thou's. I Am a Man of Constant Sorrow. Chad's got one more crate to grab. I also start panicking when I can't go live. I'm like, well, what am I going to do tonight? I mean, that was running through my head. Well, I was like, well, heck, what do I do now? I was like, what the heck do I do now? I don't have anything else to do. Who was that dead for? The Dead in the crate's available if you want it, because Rich Group wanted a copy, but we gave him a Thin Lizzy instead because I couldn't find that, but I did find it. It's technically available for sale, but if you want it, and if you pass, I'm going to check with him tonight. And then Kevin Voitosh wants an Oh Brother, and Stacy wants an Oh Brother. But yeah, I'm like, well, heck, what am I going to do tonight? If for some reason we're like totally locked out for 24 hours, what do I do? I don't even know what to do. I don't know how to just not do anything. I'm like, what? I was like, what do I do? I was pacing the floors. What am I going to do? I can't get to the Coletco people. Kevin Voitosh gets an Oh Brother. Stacy gets an Oh Brother. There's one Oh Brother left. All right? There's that. Next thing we have here is Black Sabbath. And this is my last copy. We're about to show about 85 copies of Paranoid. Before we do that, this is my only copy I have of self-titled. I've been meaning to order more, and I keep forgetting. This is my last copy of the cut from the original analog by Kevin Gray. This is $44.99. Cracker Barrel, yeah, I'd probably start calling people and doing that. That'd probably be a good idea. Let's go ahead and sell this Yardbirds. The Yardbirds is sold to George Samberes for $34. Unfortunately, we're on a bad mic system tonight. It's going to be chirping all night. I'm gonna swap them out in here just a second, but I couldn't get my other ones to connect. That's one reason we started the show 3 hours late. And then there's that. My mom said pack up some orders. Golly, Mom. What a brutal thing to say. We got Grateful Dead, Anthem of the Sun, and George Samberes would like to purchase this and send it to Richard Group. George Samberes says, you know what? I'll buy it and send it to Richard Group as a gift. Wow, he's going to like that. Thank you. Thank you. So there's Black Sabbath, $44.99. Also, I have Rush, Caress of Steel, $36.99 for Rush. And we have Clockwork Angels for $44.99. Here's Jimmy Page with the Black Crowes live at the Greek, $38.99. $38.99. $38.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now. This is Roxy Music, early U.S. reissue repress with the original cover, EX Plus condition, $25 start. I apologize, Mom, for the nudity. There's Roxy Music, $25 start on that. We have Jimmy Page and Black Crowes, $36.99. Over here is Scott Beebe on Rush, Caress of Steel. That is sold to Scott Beebe, Rush, Caress of Steel. We got Beck Hyperspace for $33.99. Blackberry Smoke Like an Arrow. Blackberry is $36.99. The Black Crowes Live with the Greek is $29. Tony Kepler wants one of the Jimmy Page Black Crowes. Thank you, Tony Kepler. I've got one of those left. I also got Black Crowes Live with the Greek, an earlier one. No Jimmy Page, just early Black Crowes, 1991. Those are $29.99. Also, Blackberry Smoke, Beck, Jimmy Page Black Crowes, Rush, and Black Sabbath. Also, Stone Temple Pilots, Shangri-La Dee-Dah. That is on yellow and neon orange splatter for $33. This OG Roxy Music is an early U.S. reissue repress with that original cover. It's a $25 start. If anybody wants the radio department, it's now a buy it now, and it's a buy it now for $155. Somebody might be waiting to grab that like they did Diggable. I'm going to turn my mic down just a little bit more because it's still pegging. I'm getting more woke up and I'm getting louder and louder. Let me turn it down so where it's not pegging as much. Test. Okay, that's pretty good right there. That's about as loud as I'm going to get unless we get all of a sudden a stoner rock album. Now, if I got a stoner rock album, y'all might have to turn your volume down, okay? But here is Bauhaus, and Bauhaus is sold to Paul Peterson. Thank you, Bauhaus. That is sold to you. And that is, I got one copy left, Bela Lugosi's Dead, red and black split-colored vinyl. And here is Gary Moore Live, 2 LP blue vinyl, $39.99. $39.99. All right, next thing we have here is Alanis Morissette, Jagged Little Pill. Alanis is $33.99. And Soundgarden. And I knew I was missing something because Clay Mullins wanted one of these. And I was like, man, what Soundgarden is he looking for? There's Ugly Truth, and that's sold to him for $29.99. All right, and then there's one left. That's a live Soundgarden concert. And then Papa Roach and Fest. Papa Roach is $33.99. Next thing we have is, let's go ahead and put the Stone Roses up. The Stone Roses is a 2009 Euro import. It's a special edition remastered numbered, a 20th anniversary with a bonus 7-inch. And that's near mint, and that's going to go up for a $75 start. Next thing is Beastie Boys, and that's live in Kawasaki, 1992. That's $29.99. That last Gary Moore is sold to George Sambares. Thank you, George Sambares. That's sold to you. We have Susie and the Banshees, The Rapture, $64.99. That's a 2 LP blue vinyl. The Rapture, last copy of that, and then Three Doors Down's Greatest Hits 34. There's 2 copies of Flotsam and Jetsam left, and one of them did sell to Vicky Yoshikawa. So now there's only 1 copy left of the number to 100 of My God, and that is just 1 copy left. We also have Iron Maiden live at Wembley for $29. We got Nirvana's Nevermind for $36. We got Portishead for $39, Mastodon for $44, and Limp Bizkit for $38. Now that took care of everybody's comments. We got everything: Queen or the Smiths, Soundgarden, Bauhaus, Dio, Quiet Riot, Modest Mouse, Miley Cyrus, Flotsam and Jetsam, The Cult, Red Clay, No Doubt, and Greg Preston. So we got everything there taken care of and pulled. Gregory, I was just about to answer that. I hadn't forgot about you. This is part of the Rocktober Rhino. So it's technically Atlantic Rhino. It's Atlantic Rhino. It's on neon yellow orange splatter, $33.99. Next is Amanda Davis on the Three Doors Down Greatest Hits. And amazingly, we've already filled up a crate tonight. I knew we would just doing that. And then Rydell, I'm going to put you on a waiting list for Three Doors Down's Greatest Hits. I can have those in this week as long as they're in stock. So Amanda gets one, Rydell on a waiting list, and then JK on Iron Maiden. And that was live at Wembley. And we have Stone Roses getting bids. And let me say that this crate is really packed. But I'm going to say that Iron Maiden was sold to JK over on Facebook. And Gregory does get an STP. And I'm going to make that truly now. Actually, you know what? Okay, I'll leave those in there. We still got some stuff selling. So what I need to do is go ahead and start a new crate. I wanted the next crate to start truly with just the Black Sabbath pre-orders, but that's okay. They can find these straight because I still see claims coming in. A lot of people wait till the end of the crate, which is great because all of a sudden comments start rolling in. I like it. I think everybody's like, wow, let me see before I start making claims what's at the end of the crate. Then we hit the end of the crate and then claims start rolling in. I'm like, nice. I didn't think we was going to sell anything. Now, all of a sudden, we've sold about 10 extra records. Now, so Gregory got STP. I've already pulled that. Clay Mullins got the Limp Biscuit. Thank you, Clay. Dan Triaga got that last Flotsam and Jetsam. Now the Stone Roses at 80. And Stone Roses 82 now 100. Now, here's the problem. Two people have commented Roxy Music, but no one's actually bid. There's been two people put Roxy Music. Make sure if you're bidding on a record, you can put Roxy Music or RM, but you put a numerical. You've got to put what your bid actually is. You can't bid without putting a number. And I have one Oh Brother Where Art Thou soundtrack left for $39.99 if anybody wants that. I'm a man of constant sorrow. Alison Krauss also appears on there. Wow, we took a big chunk out of that crate. Anybody else? Let me make sure I didn't miss anything over here. We didn't. And we have STP. We still got Mastodon, Portishead. And then we have Nirvana. We have Susie and the Banshees. We got Beastie Boys, Papa Roach, Soundgarden, Alanis Morissette, Bauhaus, Black Crowes, Blackberry Smoke, Beck, Jimmy Page and the Black Crowes, Rush, and Black Sabbath. And I want to remind y'all, for those that's buying Limp Bizkit, I still got Chocolate Starfish, silver, and like brown colored vinyl. And then I've got Significant Other, 39. They're both 2 LPs, 46 and 39. And usually I am sold out of those. Roxy Music is all of a sudden getting bids. I think everybody was trying to bid, but they didn't. And then what color? Oh, my bad. Dustin actually asked about the Flotsam and Jetsam. Dan Triaga, he asked about the Flotsam and Jetsam. So we got to make sure Dustin doesn't want it. If he does want it, actually, Dan, that's going to have to go to him. So we'll see what happens, okay? Rydell, you're on a waiting list for 3 Doors Down. You're on a waiting list for 3 Doors Down. That somebody beat you to that one first. All right, so what's going on over here? This and this. We've already sold those. And now Roxy Music has got a bunch of bids. I knew something was off. I was like, what's going on? Now we're good to go. Here we are. I might swap out my mic. Let me do this right now. Y'all remember these old mics? Sometimes I would change them and it would sound so much better. So let me try that right quick. One of them's pretty bad. Y'all remember I had to change them over and over. So we're hopefully tomorrow we can get Jake in here to reboot all this and we'll be good to go. Okay, now here it gets to an interesting part. Claim Flotsam and Jetsam. Okay, Dan Triaga, what I'll have to do now is, Dan, I'll have to see if I can get more of these. And I'll have to put you on a waiting list. Dustin had dibs. So this goes to Dustin, and he's a first-time buyer. If you're a first-time buyer out there, here's what I need you to do. If you're on Facebook and you make a first-time purchase tonight, I need you to message our page. I need to get your email address and mailing address. I need you to message the page. I need your email address and mailing address. Okay? I need to put it, that's what I need from you. We're going to invoice you on Monday. And that is when you can pay, and then we'll ship after that. If you're on YouTube and you're a first-time buyer, there's a link to our website in the description of this video. There's a link to our website in the description of this video. When you fill that out, we get it. It shows up to us as an email, and we're good to go. Now, we have one of the biggest pre-orders of the month and probably of this first half of the year. It would have been hard to beat Tracy Chapman, but we didn't get all of our gold vinyls. When I seen we were getting all these, I was like, thank goodness, because I was worried the first round might be allocated or something. But the day they announced it, the pre-order went up, and then we sold a bunch live. and I was very glad that we were able to get our full allocation. And for those watching around the world, we have a highly anticipated audiophile pressing of one of the greatest albums of all time. And here it is. It's Black Sabbath Paranoid. Now, if you're not on this massive pre-order, which I think there's 67 I've already pre-sold, I've got 85 copies on hand. 4 came in with scene splits. So I've got 81. I've got 81 minus the 60, I think 67 pre-orders. So if you want one right now, here's the time to claim it. These are $39.99. And the high bid, or here's the information, 180 gram, cut from the original analog master by Kevin Gray at Coherent, pressed at optimal, heavy gatefold jacket, exclusive insert, limited edition. Wow. So if you need one, go ahead and comment. When I get down to it, we'll figure out who got them, okay? I have plenty of extras, and we'll see who all gets one. We have, first, I'm going to be reading off a bunch of names and then trying to keep up with these bids. So before I get too busy, let me go ahead and say that Tyler Hubry has the Roxy Music at $50, which is a final call. The high bid on the Stone Roses is at $100, and that's with Jason Fortnerat. The Stone Roses is a 2009 Euro import, special edition remaster that's numbered. It has a bonus 7-inch, and it's near mint. It's at $100. Now, be listening for your name, because if you hear your name and you already claimed one, let me know so you don't double up. So come Monday, you don't have to let Ed know, oops, I did it again, okay? So here is everybody that got one. I'm about to read off a bunch of names as I pull these. We got Ben Digert, R.J. Myers, and Tawana Bennett. This was posted 4 weeks ago. Ben Digert, R.J. Myers, and Tawana Bennett. Stephen A. Young, Jeff Malwitz, and Richard Davis. Stephen A. Young, Jeff Malwitz, and Richard Davis. That was the next 3. And then we got Glenn Kesey, Jen Katz, and Shane Devers. Glenn Kesey, Jen Katz, and Shane Devers. That was the next 3. And then we have Richard Yeager, George Jones, and Nico Kapelanis. George Jones, Richard Yeager, and Nico Kapelanis. That's the next 3. Over here, we got Jerry Stone, Sean Fairweather, and Scott Markheim. Jerry Stone, Sean Fairweather, and Scott Markheim. Also, make sure you don't hear your name twice on the pre-order if you don't want to. I have no way of checking that. I'm just reading them off the way they came in. Jim Sedal, George Ellis, and Scott Corcoran. Jim Sedal, Jim Sedal, George Ellis, and Scott Corcoran. There are 3 more sold. Over here, we have Brian DeLeon, Ivan R., and Rod Bryan. Brian DeLeon, Ivan R., and Rod Bryan. There's 3 more sold. Those are all gone as well. The next are going to Angela Lewis, Scott Markheim, and John Miller. And let's go ahead and do the last one. So it should be 4 here. Angela Lewis. We got Matt Algram. How about Algrim? John Miller, and Phil Ott. There's 4 more sold on those. What an amazing record to have such a high quality pressing. But wait, there's more. Wait till y'all see this. This is amazing. Plus, this is a thick jacket, so they take up a lot of space in the crates. So this alone filled up 4 crates. Unbelievable, right? Unbelievable. All these years, it still stands the test of time as one of the greatest albums ever. Unbelievable. Plus, you get a really incredible sounding copy here. Stephen Riley, Chad Sauls, and MT Matt. We got Stephen Riley, Chad Sauls, and MT Matt. There's 3 more there. We got one for Michael Butler, Christopher Morris, and Clifford Umstead. Let me pause there to update these auctions. Michael Butler, Christopher Morris, and Clifford Umstead. And like I said, let me pause there right now to update where we're at on these auctions. If there was no other bids on Stone Roses, which there wasn't, was there? No. Jason Fortnerat gets that for $100. I'm going to go ahead and put that in the crate. And then did Roxy Music got a new bid. Roxy Music is with Jetstream at $60. That's been getting bids since I've been reading off pre-orders. Now Roxy Music's at $60. Now let's go ahead and put up another auction. And this is a 1980 U.S. Terre Haute. A beautiful copy is the note from Paul. Vinyl's near mint minus. That is Pink Floyd. $35 start. Rob, you just missed Stone Roses. It was a 25th anniversary remaster. All right, back to the pre-order. We got Eden Riviera, Tim Voldness, and Oso Adventure. Eden Riviera, Tim Voldness, and Oso Adventure. Plus, I see a ton of live claims, so I'm going to have a lot of more to tag even after we're done with these. And then we got Mark Barbosa, Ken Crooker, and Randy Klein. Mark Barbosa, Ken Crooker, and Randy Klein. And I'm going to put those over here. And I've crisscrossed the spines so I could fit a lot more into a crate. And we have just filled up a whole crate, even though I'm halfway through one. But I'm crisscrossing these thick spines, and it's really helping me put more into crates over here. So that's done, and that's done. Now let's go right back to it. The next thing I have over here is George Buchanan, Tyler Hubery, and Rich Recor. George Buchanan, Tyler Hubery, and Rich Recor. I'm sorry I'm having to do this now. My goal was to do this about 5:15 tonight, but guess what? We had major connection problems. I started the show 3 hours late. I would have done this first thing. George Buchanan, Tyler Hubery, Rich Recor. We got Paul Brothers, Rob Beebe, and Jim Davis. Paul Brothers, Rob Bobby, and Jim Davis. There's 3 more sold. Thank y'all. And then we got Michael Jacobs, Susie Breedlove, and Mark Fallon. Michael Jacobs, Susie Breedlove, and Mark Fallon. There's 3 more sold. Over here is Jeff Halsworth, Rob Gates, and Joshua Cross. Jeff Halsworth, Rob Gates, and Joshua Cross. There are 3 more sold. But wait, we're not done. We got Brian Reynolds, Chris Frazier, and D-Kong 52. Brian Reynolds, Chris Frazier, and D-Kong 52. Now, those have all been tagged, but wait, there's more. And now where are we on Roxy Music? Roxy Music is at 65 of Tyler Hubery. It's an early U.S. reissue repress with the original cover. The vinyl's really nice, EX minus, and Tyler has it for $65. Now Pink Floyd's at 40. Now Pink Floyd's at 40. But wait, there's more. And I have a lot of questions already on Black Sabbath. We had 66 pre-orders, and I think I had 85 copies. So I hope that everybody's been listening to see if your name's been called, and hopefully you don't double up on them. And if you claim one here live and you need to redact, just let me know. We'll try to get it all figured out. I had a feeling this would take 15 minutes at least. Next is David Polkey, Danny Thomason, and Joe Delgado. Danny Thomason, David Polkey, and Joe Delgado. There's 3 more sold, and those have been put away now. We got also over here Melanie Jennings, Brian Thurman, and Bradley Smith. Melanie Jennings, Brian Thurman, and Bradley Smith. Those are sold, Melanie, Brian, and Bradley. Also, Jamie Butler, Brian Riley, and Nashville Tiger. Jamie Butler, Brian Riley, and Nashville Tiger. I've got me commenting on the post for some of these YouTube people. So those are all sold. And now next, we got Levi Helton, Stephen A. Young, and George Buchanan. Levi Helton, Stephen A. Young, and George Buchanan. There are 3 more. And I promise I'll go back up and work my way down to all these questions. We got John Darden, James Vasquez, and Scott Smith. John Durden, James Vasquez, and Scott Smith. And guess what? That's it. I feel like I already read Scott Smith off once, but maybe I didn't. Scott, did I already read you off once? He just commented a week ago. I feel like he's one of the first people. I guess not. All right. Now, y'all are in luck. Here's all the mint copies I have left. Then I got 4 with scene splits. So here's what I have left for anybody that commented live. So I'm going to go way up to the top. And where I remember the first person who commented live, and it was right here, Jennifer Schrader. So I'm going to start working my way down, and if you heard your name live on the pre-order and you've commented, you might want to let me know because you're about to get one live right now if you've commented during this show, on this chat. And Jennifer Schrader was first. So there's one for Jennifer Schrader. Thank you, Jennifer Schrader. That's so to you. The next one was Amanda Davis. There's one for Amanda Davis. And then Brandon Lack. He said a Black Sabbath unless it's a scene split. It's not. That's so to Brandon Lack. Next is JK over on Facebook, Brent Robley, and Michael Ruttman. There's 3 more sold. Let's pause there at Michael Ruttman. And the next person was Stephen Reeves, Bass Kicking, and Wes Wilt. That is the next 3. Stephen Reeves, Bass Kicking 1 over on YouTube, and Wes Wilt. And let me pause. Let's not forget the name Wes Wilt because I have to swap out crates. I can't believe I thought I ordered plenty of extras. It doesn't look like I did. I was like, well, probably most people probably seen the pre-order by now. And so I go by that to know how many extras. And I was like, evidently not. So we stopped at West Wheel. Chad, you got the Metallica for pre-order coming up. I got to get up early. Metallica is going to be done next. We got John Smetzer, Stuck 73, and Clay Mullins. There's the next three people. John Smetzer, Stuck 73, and Clay Mullins. And then George was the next comment. Chad, can you confirm pre-order? If not, I'll take one. George Samberez, you was not on this pre-order list, and so you're going to get one right now. That is so to George Samberez. And then we got Bill Samus. Unless I just said his name a minute. I didn't. And then Samuel Kopich. But Bill Samus, that was my last one. So that goes to Bill Samus. Now, here's the problems. I'm out. They're all gone, except for these 4 seam splits. I can check live right now if they're still in stock, because I have a feeling some people may not want these seam splits. They're not that bad, but they're seam split. But yeah, that's it. And here is the 4 I have that are seam split. So now basically what I need to do is just write down these names. Let's just start writing these names down right now, whoever rewatches the sale. And then by the end of the feed, when I get down here to the bottom, we'll find out if they want a seam split or if they want to go on a waiting list for a nice one. If we can get more. We should be able to. They've kept most of these in print. Like, as y'all know, we've been able to get Black Sabbath self-titled over and over and over, and the Cars over and over and over, and the Grateful Dead over and over and over. So the first person I ran out of was Samuel H. Kopich. And then James Cauldron. And the next one we had is Bob Riger. And the next person we had, Angela said, Chad, did you say Angela Lewis? I didn't pre-order Black Sabbath. I said Andy Lewis. Andy Lewis, not Angela Lewis. Andy Lewis. Okay? Roxy 70, Roxy 75, Roxy 80. Fred Cardinale on Black Sabbath. Chris Bachek on Black Sabbath. And then Brent wants Black Crowes 91 and Bauhaus from the last crate. You certainly can. There's Bauhaus and there is Black Crowes 91. That's for Brent Robley here. So these are so to Brent Robley and Brent Robley. Here's what the seam splits look like. So here's what you take a chance at. They're not bad. They're not wicked. They're just like a color break. Y'all can take those now, or you can go on a waiting list for a better one, okay? Totally up to y'all. And then I've got to basically re-update all these auctions. So there was 4, I think I had 4 or 5 fingers up for people that didn't get one. Not many. And then we just need to say, yes, seam split, or no, I'll wait for a better copy. And that's Samuel Kopich. That's James Cauldron. That is Bob Riger. And that is Fred Cardinale. And Chris Bachek. 5 people. And then y'all can just say yes or no. These are $39.99. There's no discount. They're the same price. $39.99. Bob Riger says he'll take one right now. We'll give Mr. Riger this one here. So we don't need one for him. So there's 4 people left. Chris says he'll pass on seam split. He'll go on a waiting list. Samuel Kopich said no thanks. He'll go on a waiting list then. And then the next person was Samuel Kopich. We need Chris Bachek. He's already answered. It was whoever else. I've read off those names a couple times now. Whoever else. So, or if anybody says they'll want one right now. If not, we usually just try to send those back and get our money back. Or if we wait too late or they're non-refundable, we discount them later. But right now, they're sticker price. Okay, because what I've had some people do is say, well, if they're on sale, I like to put back my good one and take a cheaper one that's damaged, and then that messes up the entire pre-order flow. So I never discount them, because I've had that happen. Somebody's like, well, if they're cheaper, I'll take a damaged one, put back mine, then we have to go back over the whole list, and then Serenity Now. We have Roxy Music. Final call on this. An early U.S. reissue repress with the original on her sleeve, and this is a final call. Roxy Music. We're back to a better flow now. Tyler Ubry has it for $95. Jetstream says he's out. $95. We have Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here. A 1980 U.S. reissue, a Terre Haute press, and Paul says it is beautiful. A near mint minus copy. It's really nice. And the last bit on Pink Floyd that I'm showing on my screen during all that crazy Black Sabbath stuff was Aaron Civic at $40. Aaron Civic at $40. That's who has the high bids on both of those. Final call. So whoever was on the waiting list for Black Sabbath, we're going to leave you on the waiting list for a better copy that doesn't have seam splits. And I think one of the first person was Samuel, and then James Cauldron, and then Bob Riger, and then we had Fred Cardinale and Chris Bachek. And some of those people have already answered. And if they didn't answer, we'll just put them on a waiting list for a better copy. Sorry that one is so lengthy, but that's very important. A lot of people are highly anticipating that, okay? So there's that, and let's go ahead and knock out probably the third biggest one of the night, and I'm going to go ahead and show those right now. And we should have plenty for the pre-order and extras, but I've already had a couple people say, Chad, can you do this next? I'm going to go ahead and knock out a bunch of this stuff right now. And here is the next biggest one of the week. I'm going to do the box sets after this, but all the Metallica load stuff is in. All the Metallica load stuff is in. The first thing I'm going to do is just the standard 2LP remaster, which is $39.99. And then, of course, over here we got a new box set that is super loaded. Stand by for those. Here is the 2LP, which is at a better price point than they have been. They've actually remastered it and lowered the price, which I can't believe. But here is the new 2LP remaster of Load. King Nothing, Until It Sleeps, Hero of the Day. It includes the original extended cut of The Outlaw Torn. Cool. $39.99. Here's the pre-order for the 2LP. And the first one is Jackie Ray. And let's give one to Jackie Ray. Let me pull out these two that are seam split. I'm telling y'all, we get seam splits all the time. It's a major pain for us because if it's something limited edition, it just really stinks. David V says he'll take a seam split Black Sabbath. He says he's good with it. Now, I have two left if anybody else wants one. $39.99. Pink Floyd's at $45. Now we can sell Roxy Music. And now Roxy Music is sold. And Roxy Music sold to Tyler Ubry for $95. Now, Metallica, we have Autumn Betts and Dean Tefford. Autumn Betts and Dean Tefford. So there's two more sold. Also, Scott Markheim and Sherry Darnell. Scott Markheim and Sherry Darnell. Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Sherry. Joshua Cross and Bill Walton. Joshua Cross and Bill Walton. Also, we got one for Ben Digert and Chris Johnson. Ben Digert and Chris Johnson. Also, Michael Carpenter and Kenny Cates Jr. Michael Carpenter and Kenny Cates Jr., Amy Hutchisons and Paul Conway, Amy Hutchisons and Paul Conway, Scott Beebe and Terry Lee Watts. Let's make sure Terry Lee Watts is a first-time buyer. If he's not, or if he hadn't messaged us, make me a note so I can reply to his comment. John Smetzer and Jared Inc., John Smetzer and Jared Inc., and then Jamie McCord and Scott Smith, Jamie McCord and Scott Smith, and then Dean Tefford. And Tony Riddle says, where's the box set post? I can't find it. I meant to make sure I'm on it. Okay, we'll make sure he's on that. I've got 3 extra copies of Load, 2LP, the new remaster. One is sold here to Clay Mullins. I've got 2 left, and I've got 2 with seam splits. Everybody that pre-ordered got one. I'm going to read through that list quickly. Let's go ahead and put up Steve Earle's Copperhead Road. This is an original 1988 UK with the original on her sleeve. And this is going to go up for a $25 start. Steve Earle, Copperhead Road, EX Plus, an 88 UK original, $25 start on that. Daniel Booziden wants a Black Sabbath with a seam split. And we have one copy left, and that means we've sold 85 copies tonight of that. That's my last copy, and we have sold 85. If anybody wants to buy that last Sing Split copy. Black Sabbath, or excuse me, Metallica, sold to Brian Reynolds and Josh Brown. Now that's almost sold out. We got 2 copies left that have Sing Splits. They're not bad. Actually, that one right there is really faint. They're not bad whatsoever. So there's 2 left, and those are all gone. About the only thing we might not sell tonight is just damaged copies. Okay. Now, actually, let me do this. Let me flip this over because I can't really show this one and explain it unless I basically just bring over a big empty one here. I've got on my card over here 2, 4, 8, 10, 12. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. I got 12 copies of this right here. Let's see how many we pre-sold. These are $284.99. $284.99. It's the new Metallica Load Remaster Super Deluxe. I can't read everything that's in there. This has like 100 hours of music. How many tracks is on here? 301 tracks inside of this box. I forgot how many hours of music they said that was. 15 CDs, 4 DVDs, a 128-page book. And if you don't have one already, while these are in stock, I think y'all have seen this past 2 Thursdays on Thursday Night Metal Night, what these Metallica box sets sell for after they're out of stock. So I've got 12 on hand. Let me see who all bought one. Hopefully there's one for me because I'm keeping one. I've got one for Autumn Betts, one for MT Matt, one for Paul Brothers, one for Cynthia Herdron. These are $284.99. One for Justin Deckelman, one for Darren Wortman, one for JK on Facebook, one for Brandon Jones, one for James Bragg. Now Tom Harris says, can I still grab one of these pre-orders? And then I said yes, but Tom, I never did hear you say yes, you want one. Tony Riddle and Jeremy Todd. So that is, let me make sure Tom Harris actually wants one. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Tom would make number 12, and he said yes. I'm going to like everybody's comments. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All of them are sold. So if you essentially want on a waiting list, let me know. I had 2 extras to sell. 2 people have commented in the last week. Those were my extras. The 2 people who commented in the last week or 2 weeks or so, those were supposed to be my 2 extra copies, especially one for me. So I'm definitely going to try to get more. If anybody wants on a waiting list, that is the Super Deluxe. Look at all that stuff. Unbelievable. And we just sold 12 copies. They're $284.99 if anybody else wants one. Autumn, MT Matt, Paul Brothers, Cynthia Herdron, Justin Deckelman, Darren Wortman, JK, Brandon, James Bragg, Tom Harris, Tony Riddle, and Jeremy Todd. They're all sold. All 12 are gone. They're over here on this cart. That's a great way to boost sales for the week. 12 box sets from Metallica sold. All gone. And George Samberez wants on the waiting list. Thank you, George Samberez. Anybody else? One person on the waiting list also put Chad Williams down. I wanted to keep one myself. I think I have them all except Master of Puppets because I always sell those because they're very expensive, as y'all seen. I know I have a Justice and a Kill 'Em All and a Ride the Lightning, and I know I have a Black Album, but I don't think I have a Master. I still got to get me one of those, and then I'm definitely going to keep a Load, and whenever they do Reload. Reload will be big because that's got some big songs on it. Memory Remains, Give Me Fuel, Give Me Fire, and that's where we're at. Okay, now Pink Floyd. Sorry for the delay on the auctions. I told y'all this was a huge night for pre-orders. The last bid was Chris Frazier at $45, and that was a long time ago when nobody else bid. Chris gets that for $45. That's so to Chris Frazier. Now, Steve Earle is still getting bids. There was a couple other comments that got slipped in there. You still keeping Tyler? What was Tyler? And then we have let's see here. The next thing we had is there was somebody on, John Mincemoyer wants on that Paranoid no seam splits, of course. John Mincemoyer and Steve Earle. Now, let's go ahead, and I know some people's waiting for this, the Muppet Show. The Muppet Show is an original 77 US. The vinyl's EX. It's going to go up for a $15 start. The vinyl's actually really nice. The cover does have a little bit of damage up here in the corner, a little bit of water damage up here in the corner to the Muppet Show, but that's pretty nice, and it's going to go up for a $15 start. The Muppet Show. The Muppet Show. Okay, so we've done a lot of new vinyl, and there's still 2, 3, 4, 5 crates left. Let's do one more gigantic pre-order. And actually, we still got Oasis, Grateful Dead. Oh my gosh, we got the Faces to do. Then just regular stuff that's come in. Skid Row pre-order. Wow, there's still a lot of stuff to do. Let's go ahead and do one more just huge pre-order. And then there's still 3 more pretty big pre-orders after that. But this is pretty cool to see. First time it's been reissued, and we've sold almost 2 full crates of them already. So let's go ahead and knock these out. And here we go. Now, let's do this right here. First thing we're going to do is we're going to pull this pre-order right here. And this is for Ozzy. Okay, this could be pretty big. It's already big. The post already has 52 comments. I think I've got 65 copies here. So here's another big one. First time, I don't know if it's first time on vinyl or first time reissue. I think it's it could be the first time as a solo vinyl release. Ozzy Scream. These are $38.99. Now, here is what's going on. First thing, guys, is this. Steve Earle is at $39 with Keelan Lee. Keelan Lee had Steve Earle at $39. The Muppets had a bid for $15, and the Muppets has a bid for $20. And then the Muppets is at $30. And then the Muppets is at $30, and the Muppets is at $35. And Paul Brothers says if somebody needs the load box set, he would be willing to go on a waiting list. We'll see what happens with stock tonight. Now, over here we have Muppets 50, Muppets 55, Muppets 70. If you know for sure you wasn't on the pre-order for this Ozzy, it's a 2 LP black vinyl. Give me a second while we knock this one out. It's bigger than Metallica. Now, Susie said she needs a Metallica load. Susie, are you okay with the Metallica load with the light seam crackle here? If so, $39.99. Here is Ozzy Scream. The first person to get one is Kevin Jordan. There's one for Kevin Jordan. If you know for sure you wasn't on the pre-order, and I can't really remember if this is the first time on vinyl or whatever, but I know it's never been available for years. Jeff Dedman on one, and then Scott Markheim on one. So there's one for Jeff Dedman, there's one for Scott Markheim, and then we got Susie said she wants this Metallica load. So the only thing left so far tonight is one load with a light seam split and one Paranoid with a seam split. There's there and there's there. There's that and there's that. And we've already filled up a crate. So let me go over here and let me swap this out. And we've already filled up 4 crates. So we're ahead of schedule. And we started 3 hours late. That's what I said. If we could have started on time tonight, it probably would have been like a 20 crate night or something crazy. We still got a vintage flip crate to go through. We still got a vintage flip crate to tag. We got new arrivals from John. I think there's a Paul crate over here. I've got these vintage discount crates. It's still pretty crazy how much more we have to do. The Scream was on vinyl in 2010, so that was the year it came out. So the only thing you can get is the OG, which I think is pretty dang rare. So let me count these out again. We've sold 3 copies. Let me like those first 3 comments. So Kevin Jordan, Jeff Dedman, Scott Markheim. All right, let's go ahead and knock these out. Carlos Diaz, Scott Corcoran, and Shane Devers wants 2. So Carlos Diaz, Scott Corcoran, and Shane Devers wants 2. Those are all taken care of. Richard Davis, Dave Kavanaugh, and Jackie Ray. Richard Davis, Dave Kavanaugh, and Jackie Ray. There's 3 more copies sold. Those are all done. We got Ben Dygert, Kenny Cates Jr., and David Eberly. Ben Dygert, Kenny Cates Jr., and David Eberly. There's 3 more copies sold. We also have Brian DeLeon, Robert Matthews, and Danny Thomason. Brian DeLeon, Robert Matthews, and Danny Thomason. There's 3 more copies sold. Also, Jerry Stone, Greg Preston, and Kelly Cook. Jerry Stone, Greg Preston, and Kelly Cook. Jerry Stone, Greg Preston, and Kelly Cook. There are 3 more copies sold. And then Mike Torres, Chad Hull, and Paul Shizzle. Mike Torres, Chad Hull, and Paul Shizzle. There's 3 more copies sold, and there's 2 left. But wait, there's more. We got one for Sherry Darnell and one for Tawana Bennett. But wait, there's more. And now we need to update all these bids, because over here in my peripheral vision, I still see bids coming in for Steve Earle, and I still see bids coming in for the Muppets. But wait, there's more Aussies. But wait, there's more Aussies. But wait, there's more Aussie screams. And plus, I see people claiming them live because they're like, holy crap, I don't have that in my collection. I need one of those. But before I start tagging even more Aussie screams, look at all these. Holy moly. The next thing we have to do is what? Update Steve Earle. We have the Muppets with Kelly Vlodarchek at $70. The Muppets is at $70. Now Steve Earle is at $42 with Nick Bargeron. $42 with Nick Bargeron. Next is Fred Cardinale, Scott Beebe, and Tim Holloway. Fred Cardinale, Scott Beebe, and Tim Holloway. There are 3 more sold. Thank y'all 3. And then we got Scott Smith, Autumn Betts, and Susie Breedlove. Scott Smith, Autumn Betts, and Susie Breedlove. There are 3 more sold if I can click the like buttons. Next over here is Clifford Umstead, Brian Riley, and R.K. Tucker. Clifford Umstead, Brian Riley, and R.K. Tucker. There's 3 more likes. Facebook's gonna, I bet Facebook's about to flag me where I can't like anybody anymore comments. I guarantee it. I've got to be getting in there. I've probably hit like now like 150 times. Lily McCurry, Jamie McCord, and Jeremy Dalton. Actually, hold on a second. I think I skipped Michael Fairchild. Michael Fairchild, Lily McCurry, and Jamie McCord. Michael Fairchild, Lily McCurry, and Jamie McCord. That was the next 3. Michael Fairchild, Lily McCurry, and Jamie McCord. We got Jeremy Dalton, Rick Hall, and Rebecca Howitt. Jeremy Dalton, Rick Hall, and Rebecca Howitt. There's 3 more sold. And those were to Jeremy Dalton, Rick Hall, and Rebecca Howitt. Okay? Next is Cynthia Herdron, Paul Brothers, and Dwayne Worley. Cynthia Herdron, Paul Brothers, and Dwayne Worley. There are the next 3. And let me pause there to see what happened with the bids. This is Aussie Scream. First time it's been on vinyl since 2010. It's a 2 LP, $38.99. I'm not done with the pre-order either, but we are done with the Muppets. I'm scrolling on the wrong screen. The Muppets is sold, and that is sold. The Muppets is sold to Kelly Vlodarchek for $70. That's sold to Kelly Vlodarchek for $70. And no, we're not done yet on Screams. That is sold. These are $38.99. I think I can put 2 more in here. And that's going to be for Matt Algerman and Vince Lano. Matt Algerman and Vince Lano. Let me pause there while I swap out crates. And I have crisscrossed these, so I was able to pack a bunch in there. I'm trying to conserve space in crates here. That's a lot of Screams. That's a lot of Screams. Thank you, Prince of Darkness. Thank you, Prince of Darkness. That is sold, and now let's put up some more. The next thing I have is Bob Riger. Here we go, still selling them. Bob Riger, Mark Morris, and Brian Thurman. Bob Riger, Mark Morris, and Brian Thurman. Next was Rob Fordham, and then Paul Shizzle. But Paul already commented. I know I've already said his name, so just 1 for Rob Fordham. Okay. Now, wow. So, that's a lot of people. Let me make sure I liked everybody's comment. And if I didn't like it, that means I accidentally didn't say it. I might need whoever's tagging to go through these and just like follow along with me as I was pulling these out. But I think I covered everybody. Now, Paul commented twice for sure, Paul Shizzle. Now, who got one live? There's already been a bunch of live claims, $38.99. And we left off with the Muppets at $70. The first person I remember saying live, I remember their name so I wouldn't forget, Brian Reynolds. Now, if you already heard your name on the pre-order and you went, holy crap, I've already pre-ordered it, say, Chad, I already pre-ordered, I only need one. But Brian Reynolds was first. So Brian Reynolds gets an Aussie. Thank you, Brian Reynolds. That's so to you. The next person was Anthony Saperchino. I never can say his name left, but it's David Anthony Saperchino. Sounds like he's from Sicily. That's so to David S., as I call him. And then over here, we got Brian C. We got Brian C. for one. There's one for Brian C. And the next thing we have is Alan Agan asked how much. That's $38.99. Okay, now we're down at the bottom, and Caleb Howe also gets one. There's one for Caleb Howe. We're done. There's only 3 Aussie Screams live right here, right now to claim. That's it. There's only 3 left, and none of these had scene splits. Knock on wood. That's it. There's 3 Aussie Screams left. That's it. 3 left out of all that. 2 crates full. I've pulled everybody live. I hope everybody got one that wanted one. Now, let's update auctions and figure out where we're at. The last bid I see on Steve Earle, Danny Thomason said out. I think Keelan Lee has it for $46. Keelan Lee has it for $46. If you bought something from last Sunday till Saturday, invoices have been sent to your email. If you hadn't got an email, then you need to send us a Facebook message. Either it didn't go through, it's in your junk folder, or we have your wrong email address. Steve Earle's a final call for $46. Chad, did White Line's Greatest Hits come in? Now, that's kind of a trick question. Did it come in today? I don't know. That's my best. I hadn't looked through everything. I don't know. We have Steve Earle at $47 with Nick Bergeron. $47 with Nick Bergeron. I don't think so, but also I don't want to say I don't think so, meaning they're not coming in. This is only Monday. We're going to get new vinyl on Monday. We're going to get new vinyl on Tuesday. We're going to get new vinyl on Wednesday. We're going to get new vinyl on Thursday. And we're going to get new vinyl on Friday. So I guess the best way I can answer that is I don't know. Now, let's go ahead and do this one. This one has a little bit more variety. There's 2 records in this crate. This one has a little bit more variety in it. Okay. What is the Grateful Dead coming up? Rest in Peace, Sly Stone. Out on Steve Earle. Status on Deicide or the Bronx. You have pre-order up. It's on MOV. Okay. So Steve Earle is at $47 with Keelan Lee. Here's my answer to every pre-order is I don't know when it's coming in, and I don't know when we're getting it until literally it shows up here. A lot of this they keep pretty top secret. They usually don't let you know until they're shipping it. That's just how this stuff is. So I know I'm getting STP. Those got loaded into my cart, and that should be in the same, hopefully the same shipment as the White Lines. But I'm telling you, a lot of stuff I don't know. Deicide hadn't shipped. They hadn't said anything about it. Sometimes they don't come into their facility. Sometimes between the pressing plant and the distribution facility, they get damaged then. And then they have to send them back. Or they don't come in at all. There was a pressing problem, etc., etc. So, and it's not like they're messaging me and saying, hey, this happened or this happened. Basically, I have to say, hey, where's the whatever record? And they're like, oh, yeah, those got held up in customs. Or, oh, yeah, the ship they were on got taken over by pirates. So you just never know. Steve Earle is at $48, and Nick Bergeron has it. He's at $48. It's a final call. Let's get up some other auctions. In the auction bin, I have Danger Mouse and Sparkle Horse. I have Built to Spilt. I got Husker-Du. I have something else here, and something else, and then David Bowie, and then Kraftwerk and Perry Ubu. I got Buckingham Nicks and something else. I got Bob Dylan and Hawkwind. I got U2 and REM. I got Sleep and something else. I got Something Else, and then Neil Young and the Killers, Greg Allman, Milt Jackson. I got Rosemary's Baby. I got Something, and then I got Joy Division. So let's go right now and put up Husker Du. And this is an original 1984 US large pressing ring. Both discs are EX Plus. This is OG Zen Arcade by Husker Du. Paul says it's a nice EX Plus, an $85 start. Nick has it at $47. You misspoke the wrong name. Steve Earle goes to Nick Bargeron for $47. Nick Bargeron gets Steve Earle for $47. Now, the next thing we have is REM Life's Rich Pageant. This is an original 1986 US Club copy with the original inner sleeve, and we're putting that up for a $25 start. All right. Now, the next thing I have over here is a new release from Oasis. Oasis is called the Complete Oasis Singles Collection, remastered 4LP. Time Flies, the Complete Singles Collection from Oasis. A 4LP box, $134.99. This comes out this Friday. First track is Supersonic Remastered, $134.99. Sean Fairweather was the first to pre-order 3 weeks ago. One for Sean Fairweather. These are $134.99. One for Matt Lawson. Here's one for Walt Cruz. Thank you, Walt Cruz. Here's one for Bill Samus and Scott Beebe. There's one for Bill Samus. There's one for Scott Beebe. And then we got Carla DeRoche and R.M. Lazelle. Carla DeRoche and R.M. Lazelle. And now we have one left. $134.99. Oasis. Time Flies, 1984 to 2009. A 4LP complete singles collection remastered. I've got one Oasis box left. $134.99. Over here is Husker Du. There have been 0 bids. This is a final call for an $85 start. Zen Arcade. Life's Rich Pageant, REM. An original 1986 US Club copy. That is going to go up for a $25 start. No bid on that. Guess what? There's one Oasis box set. And guess what? There's a Grateful Dead coming up. Since I mentioned there's a Grateful Dead coming up, 4 or 5 people have said, Chad, what is the Grateful Dead that's coming up? I couldn't tell you till right now. That's why I was ignoring your question. This is new. It comes out Friday. It's called Grateful Dead's Greatest Hits. It's part of a Grateful Dead 60th anniversary. All the Dead's greatest studio hits on light blue vinyl. Truckin', Touch of Grey, Friend of the Devil's a Friend of Mine. It's on turquoise, kind of Coke bottle clear vinyl. And Grateful Dead is $33.99. Most of these are pre-sold. If you want one right now, here's the time. We got one for Jamie McCord. And we also got one for Scott Reimer and Jeff Brindley. There's one for Scott Reimer and there's one for Jeff Brindley. Thank you, Scott Reimer. Thank you, Jeff Brindley. One for Glenn Kesey, one for Melanie Jennings, and 2 for Alvo Dabney Jr. So 1 for Glenn, 1 for Melanie, and 2 for Alvo Dabney Jr. Thank y'all. There's 4 more sold. Also, Aaron Below, Sherry Darnell, and Jerry Stone. Aaron Below, Sherry Darnell, and Jerry Stone. Those are all sold there. Next is Clifford Umstead, Sarah Zerbel, and Heather Grant. Clifford Umstead, Sarah Zerbel, and Heather Grant. Let's make a note to make sure those people are registered. I know Clifford Umstead is, but those next 3 I'm not too familiar with. Did I accidentally just double pull those? Hold on one second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I can't talk too much doing this or I'll lose count or lose my spot. John Smetzer, Bill Walton, and Rick Haney. John Smetzer, Bill Walton, and Rick Haney. How about John Smetzer, Bill Walton, Rick Haney? Thank you. What about Marsha French, Scott Beebe, and Kevin J. Reitz? Thank you, Marsha French. Thank you, Scott Beebe, and Kevin J. Reitz. Now they're all taken care of. Next person is Brian DeLeon and Cynthia Herdron. Thank you, Brian DeLeon, and thank you, Cynthia Herdron. There's 2 more sold. Thank you, Brian, and thank you, Cynthia. And then we got Fred Cardinale and Stephen A. Young. Fred Cardinale and Stephen A. Young. So here's what's left. We have a total of 2, 4, 5 Grateful Dead's greatest hits left if anybody wants one. Husker Du got 1 bid for $85, final call. REM has 1 bid for $25, final call. We have a David Bowie request. We got a Grateful Dead, an Oasis, and a Grateful Dead. But the first thing I got to do is start a new crate. But I will pull the Grateful Deads. For Vicky Yoshikawa, one for Darren Chrisman, and one for Amanda Davis. Those are all sold. And now let's start a new crate because we have filled up another one. And Paul, I'll take care of your Oasis. And I just seen 2 more Grateful Deads come in. Now, if we happen to sell out of something and somebody wants on a waiting list, let me know. Folks, I'm talking about packed crates. That's already our 6th full crate sold tonight. This was one of the biggest weeks ever for pre-orders, not counting the 12 Metallica box sets we sold tonight. This is honestly pretty crazy how much stuff showed up tonight already pre-sold. And there's more. There's still 3 more crates. We got Oasis. Thank you, Paul Brothers. That was our last copy. If anybody else wants one, let me know. These last 2 were sold to Michael Rudolph and Ryan Eaton. Now we're sold out of the Grateful Dead. We still got Ozzy. We still got 1 seam split Metallica and 1 seam split Black Sabbath. That's hard to say fast. I think we should just go ahead and do the rest of it just right now while it's still 9:25 and just go ahead and knock all this out right now. Let me go ahead and grab the next one, which is another pre-order. And then for the rest of the night, we'll probably just be doing a lot of vintage stuff and maybe some other new vinyl recaps. Now, Husker Du, I'm going to go ahead and sell it. Just one bid, $85. Seems like a great price to JK over on YouTube. And Gregory, REM was about to sell. You got it in just in time. Brandon Lack has it for $25. It's an original 86 US Club, near mint with the original inner sleeve. It has one bid for $25. Let's go over here and knock out some more. There's still 2 or 3 crates. There's 2 more crates. And some of this stuff has waiting list and other pre-orders in it. So, my gosh, let's keep going. I'm going to have to go get my laptop to do some pre-orders here in a second. Plus, we got auctions. We got a request for Bowie. Let's go ahead and do that. And the next Bowie, or the Bowie's going to go up right now. This is a 2018 Record Store Day. It took me forever to find an original of this for my personal collection. It was like discovering a grail when we finally got one in a collection. I went, phew. I've got a lot of other different versions too. I have this version. 1 disc is mono, 1 disc is stereo. It's on red and blue vinyl. It's David Bowie's debut album. And that's going to go up for a $45 start. That's now up for bid, David Bowie. Next thing we have over here is this. We have Faces. And this is Ooh La La, Ooh La La, La La. Dear Old Granddad, another one from Rhino High Fidelity. 180 gram, cut from the original master tapes by Kevin Gray. Pressed at optimal, illustrated 4-panel insert, including a new interview with producer Glenn Johns. And these are numbered. These are limited edition numbered to 5,000. These are numbered. $39.99. There's 11 comments on the pre-order. Let's see who all gets one. First is Bob Reiger. If you do want one, they're $39.99. How about Bob Reiger, Marco Martinez, and Sherry Darnell? There's Bob Reiger, Marco Martinez, and Sherry Darnell. Matt Lawson, Jen Cast, and Richard Yeager. There's one for Matt Lawson. There's one for Jen Cast, and there's one for Richard Yeager. Next thing over here is Kevin Willis, Clifford Umstead, and Scott Beebe. Kevin Willis, Clifford Umstead, and Scott Beebe. 3 more sold. If anybody else wants a Faces, you need to let me know right now because there's only 2 pre-orders left. And this is George Ellis and Tim Vergari. George Ellis and Tim Vergari. That leaves 3 extra copies of Faces, Ooh La La, and this is limited edition numbered. It's 180 gram, cut by Kevin Gray, and that has that really cool song on it, Ooh La La. And Rod Stewart on vocals. I like the song My Fault. That's a good one. Rod Stewart, classic, Faces. Rod Stewart, folks, early stuff. I love anything early Rod Stewart. He kind of loses me there in the mid-late 70s and 80s. But, man, anything mid-70s back, if Rod Stewart's singing, I like to listen. George Samberez gets one. Michael Rudolph gets one. And this is pretty much, like Patrick said, the best-sounding copy you can get of this record. Now we're sold out. If anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. There's 3 copies of Faces sold. George Samberez, Michael Rudolph, and Jetstream. We are sold out. We are sold out. REM, Brandon Lack, I just want to let you know you did get outbid. Gregory bid $30. Bowie opened at $50. I'll put Hawkwind on deck. Hawk winds on deck. Bowie 50, Bowie 55, Bowie 60, Bowie 75. 3 faces sold. This next thing's a waiting list. This next thing's a waiting list. This next thing's a waiting list. Chad needs his laptop. So give me 1 second. I think during all that chaos, that's the only thing I didn't have back here yet was my laptop computer. And I got to have my computer because if I don't have my computer, we can't do anything else. Give me 1 second. Welcome to the machine. This is known as Coletco. Welcome to the machine. And Chad is really needing some purple juice here. Purple juice, purple juice. I'm standing and I'm singing. I don't know if they can hear me. I'm singing like Buddy the Elf. Can they hear me? And I'm standing here and I'm singing. Okay, I know for sure they can hear me now. That was probably pretty embarrassing. I apologize for that. And I don't know how much of that y'all heard, but I'm sorry. And here we go. Okay. Buddy the Elf. What a night. Whew. We're not even getting started yet either. Okay. First thing we have is Dire Straits live, Telegraph Road, yellow vinyl. This is an unofficial Dire Straits. Telegraph Road, Dire Straits, live unofficial. Blaine Zapnick, Richard Johnson, Leslie Silvley, and M. Bolt 72. Blaine Zapnick, Richard Johnson, Leslie Silvley, and M.L. Bolt 72. M.L. Bolt 72. There's 4 copies of Dire Straits sold. If anybody else wants one, let me know, okay? What about REM? Did Brandon Lack bid again? Let me find Gregory's 30. There's Gregory's 30. There's nothing else on the board. Gregory gets that for 30. David Bowie's right here. David Bowie's right here. Kelly Vlodarchek has it for 100. Kelly Vlodarchek has it for 100. Blue and red record store day edition. Next thing we have is Randy Klein wants on a waiting list for faces. Randy Klein on a waiting list for faces. Rami Lucy wants a Def Leppard Def Leppard. Dire Straits, Telegraph Road. Next thing we have here is 311's Greatest Hits. I don't think this was a waiting list. I think it's just something I just ordered because we were sold out of. Oh, there went all my records. Yeah, no waiting list for 311. 311 is available if anybody wants it. It's a 2 LP Greatest Hits collection, and it's just $33.99. Andy Wade on Dire Straits. That's sold to Andy Wade. How much is Paranoid? $39.99. What is the next auction? We're about to answer that question right now. It's Lindsey Buckingham and Stevie Nicks. In Buckingham Nicks. Whoa! It's a 1976 German import. The first German pressing. And right now, Paul says this is pretty scarce. And it's a really nice copy. Actually, I said it's scarce. 323 people have it in their want list, and only 164 people have it in their collection. It's the first German pressing. Looks like there's a little bit of writing on the label, but this is Buckingham Nicks in shrink wrap. A $75 start on that. $75 start. So how many Dire Straits? I sold 4 on the pre or waiting list. We sold 1 to Romelu, 1 sold to Andy. And I think we're good to go. Now, what about David Bowie? Rebecca's out. Kelly Vlodarchek has it for 100, final call. So there's 1 Dire Straits. There's 2 311. Eric Dog 60. Have you registered as a first-time buyer? Now, Eric, the only one I have left has a seam split. The only one I have left has a seam split. Now, make sure you want that seam split before you say sold, okay? And the in-crate strikes tonight. Thank you. The in-crate strikes. Andy Wade gets the Hall & Oates Mo-Fi, Rock and Soul Part 1, a Hall & Oates Greatest Hits for $44.99. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Let's put that right there. Sis is a Mercy. That'll catch somebody's attention. And guess what? Here's more Grateful Dead Anthem of the Sun. We just sold one to George Sambaraz, who sent it to Richard Group as a gift. Guess what? This one's available, $34.99. Anthem of the Sun, all analog, cut by Chris Bellman, Bernie Grumman, $34.99. We have 2 copies, a restock of Metallica's Ride the Lightning. Metallica's Ride the Lightning is $33.99. That's a remaster. And we had a waiting list for Pink Floyd Metal. Pink Floyd Metal was a waiting list. Pink Floyd Metal. And the waiting list for this was MT Matt. Thank you, MT Matt. He was on a waiting list for Metal. I've got 1 tag for MT Matt, and I've got 1 more. There'll be more Black Sabbath Paranoids show up this week as long as they're still in stock. If you want on a waiting list for a good one, several people are in that situation. David Bowie has sold a Kelly Vladerchek for $100, and this Buckingham Nicks is the first German press in 1976. Very nice copy. Looks like it's pretty dang desirable based on the YouTube stats, or I mean the Discog stats. It's a final call to get a bid in for $75. Now, that was just random restocks. If anybody else wants anything in there, let me know. I'm going to go ahead and introduce another auction. And this here is Childish Gambino. And Childish Gambino is a 2014 Record Store Day 2 LP. Both original sleeves and screenplay book are included, and both discs are VG+, and that's going to go up for a $55 start. And here's what's left in here, folks. Pink Floyd Metal Remaster, $33. Metallica's Ride the Lightning for $33, one of my favorites. Grateful Dead Anthem of the Sun for $34. 311's Greatest Hits is $33, a 2 LP. And Dire Straits Live on Telegraph Road. That's an unofficial on yellow vinyl for $29.99. I'm going to put those right back there. And we got 1 more to go through. Let's go ahead and knock that out right now. This one has quite a bit of variety. It has a pre-order, and it has several waiting lists. So let's knock that out righty now, folks. Righty now. And what a night it's been. If you just now hopping on and you didn't see the post before I deleted them, you know what has happened. You know exactly what's happened if you do. If you don't, we were almost 3 hours late tonight starting the show due to major connection difficulties. I still don't really know how we fixed it, but we did. And then my mic wouldn't work. But we are good to go. And thanks for joining us. And we have got up back to normal pace, and we're good to go. Hawk wins on deck. I said that earlier, didn't I? I'll do it next for sure. Now we have a question. Would $70 start on Buckingham Nicks be okay? It's always the minimum bid, because Vicky, if you don't bid $75, when I make this a buy it now for $75, I'm going to say there's a 90% chance somebody's going to buy it. So if you want to bid $75, that locks in your bid. If not, then somebody might do a buy it now. If no one does it as a buy it now, later tonight, I might take less. But right now, it's a minimum $75 start. If not, I'm going to make it a buy it now. I figured it'd already be up to $130 by now. It's not. Here's another pre-order. There was only 1 pre-order, so I only ordered 1. And that's Richard Pryor, I Hope I'm Funny. And this is an album collection box set. It's got 6 Richard Pryor original albums. They've been reissued as a box set. And I think 1 pre-order was for Mr. Paul Brothers. And I didn't want to order too many of these, so actually I knew I could get them. And I told everybody, if you want one, it'll be essentially a waiting list. And I'll try to get more in. Let me see if I can find Richard Pryor. I misspelled his name. There's an R, P-R-Y-O. There he is. And yeah, there was 1 person, and that's Paul Brothers. So thank you, Paul. That's sold to you for $134.99. Nobody bid on Childish Gambino. He's a $55 buy it now. Nobody bid on Buckingham Nicks. It's a $75 buy it now. So Buckingham Nicks is a 76 first German press, and it's a buy it now for $75. There it is. Next thing we have here is a New Kids on the Block. I have no pre-order for this. $29.99. This is the first time on vinyl in 35 years, step by step, which it came out in 1990. So that tells me it was either first time on vinyl in 35 years. So that means one or two things. It was never on vinyl, or it hadn't been pressed on vinyl in 35 years. New Kids on the Block, step by step. And you know what? I forgot that I already ordered these, and there's more already on the way, because I was like, dang, I should have posted that pre-order. I could have sold 50 of those. And then I realized I missed it, so I went ahead and ordered several. Now, one over here was for Troy Robinson. One over here for Troy Robinson. So thank you, Troy. That was a special request for him. Then Brandon Lack, and then Amanda Darby, and then Donna Turner, and then Kelly Vlodarchek, and now we got one left for Susie Breedlove. Actually, Troy's name was already on that one. Let me do that again. I didn't know Ed had already tagged one for him. So let's go right over here. And the first thing we have is Troy Robinson's. Okay, there's Troy's. His name's already on that one. Now, here's the extras I have. And these go to Brandon Lack, Amanda Darby, Donna Turner, Kelly Vlodarchek, Susie Breedlove. Let's start a waiting list, because I think there's already 5 or 10 more on the way. I think there's already 5 or 10 more on the way. So Michael Rudolph will be first on the waiting list. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Those are all gone. And now Buckingham Nicks is sold to George Samberez for $75. Andy Wade was second. I was expecting that record to get bids for $75, $80, $85, $100, $100, $105, $125. That's the first one I hadn't sold less than $100 in a while. And the cheapest for sale is $108, and they've sold for as much as $183. Wow, I wasn't expecting that for that auction. That is surprising, especially for Stevie Nicks right now. Her stuff is hot. You should see the price of her autograph. Oh my gosh. We have one if anybody wants it. It's very expensive. I would love to sell it to you. Hawkwind. This is in G plus condition. Unfortunately, this record's pretty low grade. Making sure everybody heard that. G plus. So less than VG minus. Hawkwind's a $10 start. George Samberez got the Buckingham Nicks. Andy Wade was second. Robin Glenn also on that New Kids of the Block waiting list. So now that's 2 people. And now our next auction is going to go up right now. And this is Milt Jackson and Ray Charles. And this is our original. An original 1958 U.S. stereo press. A strong VG Plus copy. A $25 start. George Samberez would like to send the Buckingham Nicks to Vicky Yoshikawa. He says, you know what? Send this to Vicky Yoshikawa. He's paying for it. And Vicky, you just got a free record from George Samberez. Our next auction, our next pre-order, what's in here? It is a waiting list. Dio, Killing the Dragon. I've only got one, and it's already spoken for. If anybody else wants on a waiting list, let me know. This is Dwayne Worley's. Rafael Riviera. Rafael, I don't know if you're watching, Rafael, but you're next on the waiting list. This one is sold to Dwayne Worley. Rafael Riviera. If anybody else wants one, let me know. It's a 20th anniversary on red and orange swirl. Raphael's still on the waiting list. That goes to Dwayne Worley. And I've got one Blackberry Smoke, and this is You Here, Georgia. $34.99. I've only got one. You Here, Georgia. 2 people on the waiting list for New Kids on the Block. Hawkwind has one bid for 10. And the Milt Jackson Ray Charles has this really cool gold stereo disc stamp on it. Look at that Atlantic label. That's one you don't see too often. Green Atlantic label. And original 58 looking for a $25 start. There's Blackberry Smoke. And then here is Metallica. There's a waiting list for this. So this is Market Square, 1988, Volume 2 and Volume 1. So this is a live Metallica concert. It comes in 2 volumes. They're both on colored vinyl. I think they're clear. And these are a waiting list. And the waiting list for Metallica, Market Square, let's do Volume 1s first. We'll keep this simple. Let's do Volume 1s first. Here's everybody on a waiting list for Volume 1. I'm going to have to change out crates right in the middle of this. The waiting list for Volume 1 was, how many do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I got 5. Solarplex, Kenny Cates Jr., Shane Devers, Ben Diger, and Bass Kicking. They're all spoken for. So if anybody else wants one, a waiting list. These bootlegs like this, we get these in waves. We just never know when they're going to come in. Let me go ahead and tag 3, and let's start a new crate. And folks, I have an announcement. That is now already our 7th crate full of sold vinyl. And I crisscrossed a lot of those big pre-orders, so there's a lot more in there than there usually is. So boom. Now we're working on crate number 8, and it's pretty much going to be full by the time I finish with these. And probably do a quick recap on new vinyl. So pretty amazing. I knew tonight was going to be crazy, and of course we had to start 3 hours late. I apologize, but we're taking care of business. So these 2 are spoken for as well. One more time on Volume 1. That was Solarplex, Kenny Cates Jr., Shane Devers, Ben Diger, Bass Kicking. Now, Volume 2. And I've only got 3 Volume 2s, and there was only 3 people on a waiting list. Wow, that worked out perfect. Shane Devers, Ben Diger, and Bass Kicking. And make sure those get tagged for Volume 2. Now those are spoken for. Holy moly. So that's a great live Metallica recording. High quality. Essentially, if you buy both volumes, it's 4 LPs. They're $44.99 each. $44.99 each. This even includes an interview. The entire side D. Oh, it has some other stuff. It has a broadcast interview with Lars and James. Wow, it has one from where they performed it at the Grammys. So it's got a bonus track, one from the Grammys, and then another interview. So that whole concert and bonus stuff, if you want a Volume 1 and Volume 2, just let me know. The next thing we have is Hawkwind got one bid for $10. Hawkwind got a bid for $11. David S. wants on that DO waiting list, Hawkwind 15. Let's make Milt Jackson and Ray Charles a buy it now for $25. That's a buy it now for $25 because I've got more auctions to get to. And that next auction I have to get to is going to be right now with Kraftwerk. And here comes the waiting list for Kraftwerk. And Kraftwerk is a 1993. That's a bizarre label too. 1993 U.S. reissue. It's in VG condition, a $15 start. There is a waiting list for this. Wallflowers, Bringing Down the Horse. A 20th anniversary. I had at least one person on a waiting list. Let's check that. This is Bob Dylan's son. This is Brandon Lack on the waiting list. Brandon, if you're watching, I got one pulled for you. There's one pulled for you. Kraftwerk's up for bid, everybody. And there's 2 Wallflowers left. And then this is another pre-order, which we should take note. This album's been in print for a while, but only from Friday Music. And as y'all know from Friday Music, they do a great job, but their stuff is a little bit more expensive. This same album is about $10 more with Friday Music. This is Skid Row remastered. It's a single LP black vinyl. Skid Row's debut, which has 18 in Life, Youth Gone Wild, I Remember You, their big debut album, Skid Row. And this was a pre-order. This was a pre-order. So let me put in Skid Row, and let me read off everybody who pre-ordered this. If you want one, they are $33.99. And there's 8 comments, and let's read these off. Skid Row is $33.99. This was from May. Is this it? May? Yeah, May 17th. This is it, $33.99. And that's Alan Johnson, Ben Diger, and Scott Bobby. Alan Johnson, Ben Diger, and Scott Bobby. There's 3 sold. Justin Deckelman, Robert Matthews, and Kenny Cates Jr. Justin Deckelman, Robert Matthews, and Kenny Cates Jr. Also, Vince Lano and Brian Thurman wants 2. That only leaves me with 1 extra copy. Wow, some of these pre-orders were a week ago. That's why I don't have as many extras. Vince Lano and Brian Thurman wants 2. Todd Doris gets 1. There's 1 left. Okay, so the first thing we have, let's update these bids. Hawkwind was at 11. Thank you, David Saporicino on the DO. Hawkwind 15. Hawkwind 16. Kraftwerk 15. Kraftwerk 15. And then we have price on WF. Wallflowers is $39.99, Josh. $39.99. And then we have Hawkwind 15. There's already a bid for 16, though, and we're good to go. Skid Row, you can get a new copy, Slave to the Grind. I can get those for $38.99 if you want a new one. OGs are kind of pricey. Okay. Amazing. So here is everything that's left tonight out of 17 crates. 17 crates of, or excuse me, 17 boxes of new vinyl, which end up being 11 crates, I believe, plus the Metallica. This is all that's left. We've almost sold that entire delivery that UPS delivered today. 17 boxes from one of our main distributors, and here's all that's left. And if I can find the invoice, I'm going to remind y'all of waiting list, because we have almost as many waiting lists as we do individual titles that we sold out of tonight. So here's what's left, and then I can remind y'all what there's waiting list for. Amazing. And that took care of that pre-order, and we're good to go. So first thing is this. Let me reply to this message. Okay. So first thing we have is Hawkwind, and Rod Bryan wants on the Faces waiting list. That's one of them. So let's go ahead and make sure I don't miss that right now. Rod Bryan. And then George Sambares says, Jackson, buy it now. Soul Brothers, Milt Jackson, and Ray Brown is an original 1958 US stereo, a strong VG+. It's a $25 buy it now. Andy Wade got the last Skid Row. Let's pull that. He got the last Skid Row. And then Denise wants to see the Ray Charles again. And then Donna wanted to see the Ray Charles again. And now Hawk wins at 18. I think Kraftwerk has 3 $15 bids and it hasn't moved. So once again, the first person on Kraftwerk was Eddie Gutt at $15. It's a 93 US reissue in VG condition. Nobody else has bid. He still has it for $15, and we're about to sell it to him. George Sambares gets the Milt Jackson Ray Charles for $25. That's sold to George Sambares. Now, I'm going to show you what's in stock, and then we'll go from there. First thing is Blackberry Smoke, You Hear Georgia. This is a 2LP, $34.99. That's still available. So is the Wallflowers, Bringing Down the Horse. 20th anniversary, first time ever on vinyl, $39.99. Black Sabbath Paranoid. Now, we sold 84 copies of this. We also already have a waiting list. The reason we have a waiting list is because this has a scene split, but it's my last copy on hand. You got two options with Paranoid, which is the all-analog, incredible pressing, amazing. You got two options. You can buy the last scene split copy, or you can go on a waiting list for a better copy, a non-scene split copy. There's already about, I'm guessing, 6 people on that list. There's that. George Sambares would like to buy the Milt Jackson Ray Charles, and he wants to send it to Donna Turner. Donna, George has purchased this record, and he wants to send that to you. Kraftwerk got a new bid, 18, now 18, and now Hawk wins at 20. This is my last copy of Load, 2LP, Metallica, remastered. It also has a scene split. Same thing. You can go ahead and buy this one, or you can go on a waiting list for a better one. I've got 3 copies of Ozzy. They're perfectly A-OK. We've almost sold 65 copies. Screen, Ozzy, 2LP. It has not been on vinyl since it originally came out in 2010. $38.99. Next is Dire Straits live on Telegraph Road. This is on yellow vinyl, $29.99. Dire Straits live on Telegraph Road. We had a waiting list. We sold 2 or 3 live. There's 1 left. And specifically, that's at the Woburn Abbey, Bedfordshire, England, June 20th, 1992. Craig Ruth wants an Ozzy Scream. That's sold to Craig Ruth. Next is 311's Greatest Hits. That's a 2LP, $33.99. Stephen Bender also wants an Ozzy Scream. Next, my only copy of Grateful Dead's Anthem of the Sun I have left. We sold one earlier that was gifted to somebody. Here's this one, $34.99. It is another all analog Chris Bellman Noonday Sun. It has an art print. That's $34.99. Metallica Ride the Lightning remastered, $33.99. Pink Floyd Metal with Echoes, James Guthrie, Joe Palante, Bernie Grumman analog remaster, $33.99. Jerry Stone wants that last Dire Straits. Now, I have my manifest over here with tonight's original sheet of what showed up tonight that we have waiting list for. The first thing I have waiting list for is Black Sabbath Paranoid, no scene splits, if anybody wants those. Dio Killing the Dragon. Michael Rudolph wants the Grateful Dead. Great decision there. Ken Crooker wants Metal. Wouldn't it be amazing if we were able to sell out of all of our new vinyl? I don't know if I've ever done that before, especially with this much. We're getting pretty close. I just got to get a couple more people bought in. We also had a Grateful Dead Greatest Hits. And then I can actually show you the load box sets. They're $284. We sold 12 of these, and there's one person on a waiting list, 2 counting me. I'm definitely going to keep one myself. So there's what these are going to look like, and they're going to ship like this too. We're probably going to take our shipping label and put it right there. These are how they're going to be shipped to y'all. This is how they're supposed to be shipped. This is a protective box. Inside of this, it's probably protected with foam. I've also got the waiting list for the Metallica Live and the New Kids on the Block, Step by Step. New Kids on the Block, Step by Step. We got the Oasis we sold out of, Time Flies. The Richard Pryor we sold out of, and we sold out of a Skid Row. Wow. And so all of a sudden, I've got a lot of stuff to order tonight. I got to start locking some of this stuff in. And that's what's left. We got Jeffrey Boysom on the last copy of Ozzy Scream. That's now officially a waiting list. And the only thing left is Pink Floyd, Metallica, 311, Metallica, Black Sabbath, Wallflowers, and Blackberry Smoke. That's it. And I'm actually going to put those, let's put those right over here in the end cap. Well, you might not be able to see them too well. Let's rotate the end cap. Let's leave Carole King there. I'm going to put them back here where I had them with Paranoid on front. The record of the week. There's the record of the week for sure. Paranoid. There's that. Okay. And they will replace them for me, but I'm probably not just going to send one back because I'll probably just hang on to that. You know, if these things go out of print, that's going to be like $150 record probably. So get them while you can. Kraftwerk is at $24 with Brett Thies. Metal's $33.99. Cynthia wants Blackberry Smoke, and there's not much left. Now there's just the Wallflowers, 311's Greatest Hits, and then Hawkwind. Sorry this will take so long, but the new vinyl tonight has been very time-consuming. This is a final call. Hawkwind. David Anthony S. had it for $20. William bid $21. David, you've been outbid, just so you know. And this is a final call. And this is with William Drugovich at $21. The Kraftwerk's at $24. And we should be now ready to go through some vintage buy it now best offer. And I might try to hit some older new vinyl crates earlier. We've sold out of Pink Floyd Metal again. If anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. Wow. And we're almost filled up with our 8th full crate, just so you know. We had a great week last week. Invoices went out today. If you're a first-time buyer and you're still watching, welcome back. We're about 7 days out on shipping. So if you paid last Monday, tomorrow they're going to start working on shipping your orders, just FYI. Chad desperately needs something to drink. And I feel better. And now Hawkwind has a new bid. We're not done on Hawkwind. William Drugovich, you're out. And we're not done on Kraftwerk. Brett Thies, you're out. Wallflower tracks, there's no track listing on here. But Steven, it does have one headlight. It has 6 Anthony Heartache, and it has the difference. But there's no track listing on the jacket. Donna wants one. Dave or Stephen Bender, if you decide you want that last copy, let me know. Wow, so now the only thing we have is the Scene Split Paranoid, the Scene Split Load, Metallica's Ride the Lightning, 311's Greatest Hits, and that last copy of Wallflowers. We have almost sold everything. 17 boxes. Incredible. Now, oh man, we got this vintage video. Let's try to do this live right now because I want to show y'all what you're missing. If you're not watching these videos at 6 a.m. and if you're not watching these videos at 9 a.m. And I think I have figured out a way to do it a little bit faster. So I'm going to go ahead and try to do this right now because they're sorted by price, and I've realized I can do this in that order and be able to knock it out pretty fast. So we're about to do a vintage flip crate. Now I'm going to go ahead and disappoint you right now and say that a lot of this is pre-sold, but I want to show y'all what some of the stuff you're missing if you're not watching at 9 o'clock, if you can watch at 9 o'clock. So I've been to, Tanner did the one, I think we didn't do, obviously we didn't do this one, and then I need to show you the leftovers from the one on Sunday. So there's one posted on Sunday, they got already tagged and invoiced. We got this one that's going to go on this week's invoice, and I'm about to do it live. Bill O'Reilly right now. F it, we'll do it live. Because if I don't do it now, it might get overlooked, and I'm sure some people are very curious what they bought. So we got $6.99 records, $9.99, $14.19. Now, this is going to blow a lot of people's minds because almost everything in here is already sold. But there will be some leftovers, and if you can keep your eye on them whenever I show them, you might have an advantage of claiming them in just a second. But you can't claim anything early until I say, all right, here's what's left, and then I show them, okay? Before I do that, let's update these auctions. Kraftwerk had a bid for 25. Hawkwind got a bid for 22. Donna got a Wallflowers. Kraftwerk 27. Hawkwind 23. Daniel Buzide will take that last copy that had a light scene split of Load, the new remaster. That's so to Daniel Buzide. Now there's one Wallflowers left. Now there's two 311's Greatest Hits, two Ride the Lightnings, and one Paranoid. I'll take the Paranoid. And then Michael Reed says he'll take it. Wow! We're going to have to bring out the air horn. Now Michael Reed takes that last Paranoid with the scene split. So the only thing I have left is 5 records. Metallica's Ride the Lightning, 311's Greatest Hits, and Wallflowers. And there's 2 Ride the Lightnings and 2 311's. Surely somebody needs one of those. Man, Ride the Lightning. MT Matt's on a 311. MT Matt on a 311. Wow! Now we just need 1 311 buyer, 2 Ride the Lightning buyers, and 1 Wallflowers buyers. Steven gets a Ride the Lightning. Now we just need 1 Ride the Lightning buyer. Susie gets 311. Now we just need 1 Ride the Lightning buyer and 1 Wallflowers buyer. Boom! The pressure's on. Now the pressure's on. Who is next? Jamie, I'm out of 311s. The question is do you want on a waiting list? Rand Maniac 10 wants the Wallflowers, which I think is a first-time buyer. If you're a first-time buyer, say yes, first-time buyer. And then Stephen Bender, you were second on the Wallflowers. I don't know if y'all want on waiting list or not. And surely somebody needs the #1 thrash metal of all time. Michael Rudolph says I do. We're talking For Whom the Bell Tolls, Ride the Lightning, Fade to Black, Creeping Death. Holy moly. And now we're sold out. I don't know if any of y'all want on a waiting list. I'm sure y'all are just trying to help me out there. But if you do, let's not put any of those people on a waiting list unless they do. All of a sudden, we don't have enough. And that's it. It's all gone. That's probably the most new vinyl I've ever sold in one night ever out of a new delivery. 17 boxes. I don't have a count, but that was a lot. Some boxes have a box set, so that could be a little. Some have like the Grateful Dead's packed in there, which there was a bunch of those. Holy moly. And I think we're ready for a new air horn canister. Now, if anybody wants on waiting list on that, just let me know. You got to have Ride the Lightning. Creeping. I listened to Creeping Death 4 or 5 times in a row last night. I'm not joking. I put it on and then started it over and then listened to it again and then started it over again and then again. That's like my new favorite Metallica song. And then I listened to it again and then I listened to it again and then I listened to it again and then I think I went on to Injustice for All. Man, these air horns are weak. Hold on a second. It's getting better. That can is ice cold. Oh my gosh, that was hurting my hand. That can is ice cold. Wow. Whew. This is just Monday. Oh my gosh. Some of y'all probably, out of all these pre-orders, some people's like, well, there's my budget. I'll see you next Monday, Chad. That's incredible. Mike has got new air horns. That was one of my old ones. I might have to go to Waffle House tonight. This might be a Waffle House celebration. I'll take a pecan waffle, grilled bacon chicken cheese sandwich, etc., etc. Etc., etc. is a pecan waffle, another order of hash browns. Holy moly. I don't even know where we're at on these bids either. I have no clue on these bids. They've been up forever too. I apologize. Now, let me update where we were at. Craftwork was at $28 with Eddie Gutt. And Hawkwind got a new bid for $23. William Drugovich bid $23 on Hawkwind. Eddie Gutt bid $28 on Craftwork. David Anthony bid $25 on Hawkwind. William Drugovich, you got outbid. William Drugovich, you got outbid. He said he's out. And then we had all those claims for all those records, okay? And we're not going to put anybody on waiting list for any of those last sellouts unless they tell me they do want on a waiting list. That was for that 311 Wallflowers. Nobody went on waiting list unless you said. I'm sure y'all were buying those just to complete tonight. All right, now let's do some vintage stuff. And I just explained all that. I hope I don't have to do it again. Most of this is already pre-sold. This is posted every morning at 9 a.m. over in our private group. And the first thing that sold was Gary Wellman. He got a Foreigner here, VG copy, for just $6.99. That sold to Gary Wellman. Next was Amanda Darby on Roxy Music. Amanda Darby on Roxy Music. And Roxy Music, and this will get faster as I start pulling stuff out because I'll be able to remember where stuff is, etc., etc. For example, Amanda Darby got Roxy Music for $9.99. Gary Wellman got Marshall Tucker for $6.99. Gary Wellman got Marshall Tucker for $6.99. Gary Wellman got Peter Frampton for $9.99. That is sold to Gary Wellman. Charles Owens got Chick Corea for $9.99. And that is, I just passed it, I think, right here. This is sold to Charles Owens for $9.99. Charles Owens also got 10cc Deceptive Bends. This is sold to Charles Owens for $9.99. Amanda Darby got Simply Red for $9.99. Gary Wellman got the Class of 55. Gary Wellman got the Class of 55 for $9.99. Gary Wellman got the Class of 55 for $9.99. Next thing over here is Sandy Villa got Robert Plant for $9.99. That's sold to Sandy Villa. Billy Humphrey on Hank Sr. for $9.99. This is sold to Billy Humphrey for $9.99. Also, we got Mike Bartlett on ZZ Top for $14.99. Mike Bartlett on ZZ Top for $14.99. Next was Mike Bartlett on CCR for $14.99. This double pack, that was a steal. That might be the steal of the crate. Sandy Villa commented Simply Red, already sold. Charles Owens got Tangerine Dream for $9.99. That's sold to Charles Owens. Now, let me pause there and let's sell these auctions. Hawkwind is sold to David Anthony Sasparinchino, and he got this for a high bid of $25. That's sold. Craftwork. Craig has it for $30. Eddie Guts out. Final call. Let's get back to selling auctions and calling out bids on a regular basis. Next is Sleep, as in Sleep Dope Smoker. Sleep Dope Smoker is a 2014 green with black splatter with the original inner sleeve limited to $4,045 start. Now, George Samberez, you've been asking me about a band called Mushroom. Is that right? Mushroom? Correct me if I'm wrong, George Samberez. The Call. The Call was $9.99, and this is sold for $9.99 to Jeff Malwitz. Karen Robbins got the Jonathan Edwards for $6.99. Sunshine Go Away Today. I don't feel much like dancing. Kristen Barnett got E.T. E.T. is sold to Kristen Barnett for $19.99. GT Bebco. GT Bebco. No claims on these until I'm done. Crosby, Stills, and Nash is sold to GT Bebco. And then John Darden got Willie Nelson for $6.99. Michael McCarter. Michael McCarter got Superfly for $14.99. Travis Woods got Lionel Richie for $6.99. And now my 8th full crate is really full. So let me go ahead and swap out crates right quick. And now we're starting to work on our 9th full crate of the night. With this and maybe a CD Blitz, we are going to be able to probably have one of our best nights ever in recent times. Just pure quantity. This could be, and we started 3 hours late. Can you believe it? Next is the Mark Don and Mail Grand Funk compilation. Beautiful copy. That's sold to Rick Perrine for $14.99. Clay Mullins commented Foreigner. It's already sold. Kathy Collinsworth on Flash Gordon. That's sold to Kathy for just $19.99. Greg Beddinger got Traffic. That's sold to Greg Beddinger for $9.99. JK over on Facebook wants the Alan Parsons Project. That's sold to Geronco Corcovoko. That's sold to him for $9.99. Robin Glenn got John Lennon Double Fantasy. That's sold to Robin Glenn. Sandra Martin got Glenn Campbell for $6.99. John Miller got Humble Pie, the best. That's sold to John Miller for $14.99. Aaron Below got War for $9.99. Aaron Below also got Willie Nelson and Family for $9.99. Aaron Below also got the band Cahoots for $9.99. Rebecca Howitt got Cheech and Chong. Rebecca Howitt got Cheech and Chong for $14.99. Then some random dude commented Kiss Originals. Somebody put Kiss Originals. And I was like, what? Not in here, buddy. And then Bill Samus, I don't know this guy. He's new to the group, but he commented Kiss Originals. Sorry, Jerry Sapp, no Kiss Originals in here. Bill Samus got Bob Dylan for $19.99, and Edwin Riviera got Loverboy for $9.99. Edwin Riviera got Loverboy for $9.99. All right, Kraftwerk didn't get another bid, right? Kraftwerk is sold to Craig Weatherford for $30. And then over here we got Sleep at 45, Sleep at 45, Sleep 46, Sleep 50, Sleep 50, the Dead Mushroom album. Let's check on the Dead Mushroom album for George Samberez. Sleep 55, Sleep 60, Sleep 65, Sleep 70. And I got everybody's claims except for Kiss Originals. Now here's what's left. The first thing I got is John Mayall, The Hard Road. A Hard Road. This is new and sealed on sale for $19.99. John Mayall and the Blues Breakers with Eric Clapton, $19.99. That was the only $19.99 record left. The only $14.99, all these are on sale. These are available to claim right now. Peter Frampton Comes Alive. VG Plus condition. This was $22.99. Now Peter Frampton is $14.99. That was the only $14.99 record left. Peter Frampton. Now a bunch of $9.99ers. Like this beautiful copy of Paul McCartney, Tug of War. Shrink wrap, inner sleeve, and hop sticker. Paul is only $9.99. Kansas Audio Vision. It's half off at $9.99, so is Paul. Melanie Jennings gets Peter Frampton Comes Alive. That is sold to Melanie Jennings for $14.99. Sleep is a final call to Vicky Yoshikawa for $70. If anybody wants that, now's the time. The next auction I have going up right now is going to be, I have no idea. What am I going to put up for auction? Let's do some of these I'm not too familiar with what they are. Like Danger Mouse and Sparkle Horse presents Dark Night of the Soul. This is an original 2010 US that's out of print, and that's a $75 start. Josh Brown was second on Frampton. Next is Jeff Hallsworth got Paul McCartney for $9.99. Josh Brown second on Frampton, and Michael Rudolph got Kansas for $9.99. Next is Lone Justice Shelter. It's been marked down to $9.99. It was $14.99. Iron Butterfly Live. That is $9.99. It has a live version of In-A-Gadda-Da-Vida on it. Iron Butterfly Live, $9.99. Canned Heat Hallelujah. No condition notes, a gatefold. That's now just $9.99. And also $9.99 is Dr. John. Some kind of bizarre compilation here. We had it marked pretty high because I know we sold them for that for. But because it's got some cover damage, just $9.99 on Dr. John. Sleep is sold to Vicky Yoshikawa. That's sold to Vicky for $70. That is done. And then Danger Mouse and Sparkle Horse. Don't know a lot about that. We got some like more modern type stuff that's out of print tonight going up for auction. But I will go ahead and put up Bob Dylan. I know him for sure. And this is an original mono press. It's an original 1965 US mono, Santa Maria, but it is VG minus. It is VG minus, and that's going to go up for a $15 start. We got Human League Hysteria. That's now just $9.99. Dr. John is sold to Chris Riddings. Thank you, Dr. John. That's sold to you. I mean, Chris Riddings, thank you for buying Dr. John. Neil Young, American Stars and Bars, just $9.99 on Neil Young. Beautiful copy. Nothing wrong with that one. And now the $6.99 records. Just for $6.99, Bay City Rollers Greatest Hits and Elton John, A Single Man. That's all that's left. And that was from Mondays. Now that y'all have seen some of that and seen some of the stuff you missed out on, if you're available, you may be at work, but if you can, every day, even Sundays, 9 a.m., unless I've missed or mistimed it or forgot to upload it or forgot to do it, every morning at 9 a.m., that video is going to be available for you to purchase out of. It goes live automatically, and you can start buying. And I've got Sundays leftovers, and these are discounted records. These are all discounted, priced as marked. We got Eddie Gutt on the Human League for just $9.99. Jim Davis, you were second. And Cynthia wants BCR, the Bay City Rollers. That was $6.99. So Leslie gets Elton John for $6.99. So the only thing left in there from Monday's video was Neil Young for $9.99, Canned Heat for $9.99, Iron Butterfly for $9.99, Lone Justice also $9.99, and then this John Mayall. Would anybody just like to make an offer? I normally wouldn't do that, but I've had this since January 9th. I've marked it down twice, and I still haven't had any luck. It's a sealed reissue of a hard road. If somebody makes a fair offer, I'm probably going to go ahead and sell it to them. I'm ready to move that one. I think I've shown it 100 times now. All right, so nobody bid on Danger Mouse and Sparkle Horse, Dark Night of the Soul. It's an original 2010 out of print, $75 if anybody wants that. I still got Childish Gambino, which is a 2014 Record Store Day 2 LP with both original inner sleeves and screenplay book. That is $55 on Childish Gambino. I also have the Radio Department Passive Aggressive Singles 2002-2010. That's an original 2011. It's $155. The cheapest right now for sale is $300, and that's the Radio Department. And unbelievably, I still got this OG Grateful Dead, $25 buy it now, OG, and it has an inverted cover. The cover was paste over upside down. That's a paste over sleek, and they did it upside down. It also has the original inner sleeve. So those three, and then Grateful Dead. That's our current no bids tonight. And Bob Dylan's about to be in that stack unless somebody wants to bid $15. It is an OG 65 US mono in VG minus condition. John Mayall got an offer from Mary Miles for $15. I'll take it. Patrick, you were a close second. Now, the only thing that's left is those $9.99 records. And what I do is Move on to the next crate. So here's the leftovers from Sunday, which I have not shown live. Tanner's already pulled these, and you've already been invoiced for them. Here are the next ones from Sunday. First, Brett Thieves got Grateful Dead for $25. Dustin Honing, you were a close second. But right now, I'm going to put this up, Built to Spiel. Built to Spiel is called There Is No Enemy. And it's an original 2009. Paul says way out of print. It's a 2 LP with insert and CD. Some of these have sold for as much as $150. This is an $85 start. Built to Spielt. Okay, now from Sunday, there was only two 1999 records left. And that's Otis Spann, Is the Blues. A Bernie Grumman remaster, sealed. Otis Spann. That's only $19.99. And the other $19.99 record was Steve Earle and the Dukes, Exit O, and OG and Shrink Wrap, and it's near mint minus. It was also $19.99. So that's the only two $19.99 records from Sunday, Steve Earle and the Otis Spann. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. This is sealed. This is nothing really, no it's not. It's nothing really advertised, but these are really good compilations. This is called Gold and Platinum Volume 6. It's got the Beach Boys Kokomo on it. It has Terrence Trent D'Arby. It has Taylor Dane, Davey Gibson, Will to Power, George Michael's on here, Icehouse, Phil Collins, Beja, Bobby McFerrin, Kylie Minogue, and Henry Lee Summer. I'm going to call that Gold and Platinum, and that's going to go up for a $7 start. Dylan does have a bid with Randy for $15 final call. There was only one $14.99 record left, and I was explaining to everybody how much I enjoyed listening to this German press. It's a German pressing of Nancy Sinatra and Lee Hazelwood, which was marked $24.99. No condition notes. Does have an old retail sticker here that's been peeled off. But Nancy and Lee is only $14.99. That was the only $14.99 record left. And then there were some $9.99 records. The first $9.99 record was Neil Young, Hawks and Doves. No condition notes on that. Neil Young's only $9.99. Nazareth was also marked down to $9.99. Malice in Wonderland. Gold and Platinum has a bid for $7. Final call on that, and especially Dylan. And here's Chick Corea. Delphi or Delphi 1, one of the two. Chick Corea is only $9.99. And we have Porter Wagner and Dolly Parton. And these got marked down and still unclaimed from Fred Goodwin's collection. Beautiful copies. Dolly Parton, originals. Porter Wagner, this one has a promo sticker. That's now $9.99. And then Just Between You and Me, another one. They're really, really nice. $9.99 on those. Let's go ahead and sell that Dylan for $15 to Randy Klein. Let's sell Daniel Bouzide, the Childish Gambino, for $45. No problem, thank you there. That is sold to Daniel Bouzide for $45. And now Built to Spiel is a buy it now. So Built to Spiel is There Is No Enemy, an original 2009 2 LP with insert and the CD. It can be bought for $85. Now Gold and Platinum. These are always really popular. That has a high bid right now of $9. Johnny Silva struck first. Our next auction from the crate, I'm going to knock out some of the stuff I don't know a lot about. This is an original 2001. This guy is the front man of Pavement. His name is Stephen Malkmus. Stephen Malkmus. His solo album from 2001. It's got the original inner sleeve and a bonus flexi. It's in beautiful shape. Some of these have sold for as much as $300. We have this going up for a $95 start. And now for $6.99. There's three $6.99 records left. Chet Atkins Workshop, that is $6.99. Elton John Breaking Hearts, Elton John is $6.99. And Bob Dylan New Morning, that is $6.99. Bob Dylan New Morning. That is all $6.99. Just those last three right there. All $6.99. I think for the first time since I've been started, I am going to take a deep breath and figure out what's going on. Okay, So we left off by saying gold and platinum 8, 9, 9, 10, 12, 10, 11. Craig's in on Stephen Malkmus for $95. Grateful Dead 11, 13. Donna Handshoemaker on Naz. Donna Handshoemaker here on Naz. Let's sell that to Donna for $9.99. Eddie Gutt on Chet Atkins for $6.99. And we have both of these Dolly and Porters sold to Michael Rudolph for $16.99. That's both of them. And then Cynthia Herdron got Bob Dylan for $6.99. And we are good to go. So here's what's left. For $6.99, Elton John, Breaking Hearts. No condition notes, original on her sleeve. It's clean. We got Chick Corea for $9.99. Neil Young for $9.99. And then, also earlier for $9.99 was, guess what? More Neil Young for $9.99. Canned Heat, Iron Butterfly, and Lone Justice. And then just that one $14.99 record left, Nancy and Lee. And then the two $19.99 records, Steve Earle and Otis Spann. Now, those are all available. If anybody wants them, be my guest. What a clean out that was been. That's what's left of 2 crates of vintage. 2 from the flip videos. Okay. Done and done. And now, here's what's been claimed. Donna Handshoemaker on Elton John for $6.99. And Craig Weatherford on Chick Corea for $9.99. We're about to do more vintage buy it now best offer. We went through basically consecutively 9 crates of new vinyl after we did the 5 warm-up crates. Now we've tagged everything from the vintage flip. Here's what's left from the vintage flip. And Craig has this, Stephen Malkmus, 1 bid for $95. It's about to be sold to Craig. Final call, 1 bid for $95. And gold and platinum, the last bid was Johnny Silva, and he has it for $13. Gold and platinum. He has that for $13. If everybody's done, let me know. Neil Young, Canned Heat, Iron Butterfly, Lone Justice, 19. Nancy and Lee, 14. Steve Earle, 19. Otis Spann, 19. That's all that's left. If you change your mind, you're like, whoa, Chad. You know what? Go ahead and give me the rest of all those. I'll be like, you dog. And then we'll go ahead and tag you. We'll go ahead and sell them to you. And that will be all she wrote. Let's go through another crate of Buy It Now Best Offer. Now, Paul told me, he tried calling me before he went live on Sunday. He didn't know really what crates I had kind of sorted. And he actually went through 3 John crates that had never been gone through before. And I was like, well, you know what? I'll go through them again and go ahead and just take offers on them. That way, they've been technically shown once, but you may have not seen them if you wasn't watching Sunday. And now they'll be best offer. And I think one over here we hadn't gone through at all. So that one could be really good. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say Gold and Platinum has a new bid for 14. And let's sell Brett Thies to Steve Earle for 17. That is sold to Brett Thies. Thank you, Brett Thies. That is sold to you on that. And we'll go ahead and take that offer. That's a further reduction. And I will say if anybody wants to bundle some together, we might go ahead and do that. And I would like to sell this to Craig. Craig, what I'll do with this one, we'll figure something out, okay? What we'll do, I don't know if we have a package already coming to you or not. I can't remember what's been shipped or whatever, but I will say this. We owe Craig a great gratitude. He helps every night. He's probably stayed late tonight during all the mess, probably so he could bid on this. Unpaid volunteer out in California, helping us hours every night with unpaid records, or excuse me, with track listing. And we try to throw him a record every time we can. Thank you, Craig Thomas. Appreciate that. As always, amazing out there. Fantastic. Incredible what he does for us. Absolutely amazing. We all do a big thank you, because for those that say, Chad, can you read me the tracks? I usually skip over that because it really kills the show, but I also realize people want to know the tracks. With that being said, Craig helps us out with that. It saves me hours every night. So we try to get him a free record now and then whenever we can. And Craig, I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Craig Sweden. Appreciate that. We got to fly you out here one day. Craig Sweden. Not Craig Thomas. Craig Sweden. Thank you, Craig Thomas, too. There's two Craigs that's usually always watching. Craig Sweden, and hopefully Craig Thomas is always watching too. If not, I feel like something's wrong. If I don't think Craig Thomas is watching, then I feel like something's wrong. All right, so where are we on gold and platinum? Johnny Silva's out. Sorry, I got a lip problem going on. This caffeine stuff over here I drink, it like completely destroys my lips. I think I'm good to go now. I got some more compilations like that I'm going to put up in just a second. Let me reshift here. Like George Costanza says, I'm shifting into soup mode. I'm shifting into soup mode. That's what George Costanza said. All right, and with that, let's find that crate I was talking about. And let's go ahead and put up another auction. This is right here. This is Lady Tron Witching Hour. Lady Tron Witching Hour is an original 2006 US, a strong VG Plus EX, both disc. Some of these have sold for as much as $350. We got Lady Tron going up for $145 start. How many people's watching on Facebook? My view counter's still not watching. I don't know how many people I'm talking to tonight. I don't know if I'm talking to 180 right now on both platforms. I don't know if there's 70 on Facebook, 110 on YouTube. I wish I could know so I could know kind of what I need to do as far as timing. So y'all let me know the view count on Facebook and YouTube. And we're about to go through this crate, buy it now, best offer. And honestly, I don't think it's ever been shown before. So 88 on Facebook. That's what I guessed. I figured there's about 80, and I bet there's 110 over on YouTube. How many's over on YouTube? And there's 88 on YouTube. Okay. I'm good with that, especially for 10:30 after having connection problems for 3 hours. Or not being able to. We never did have a connection problem. We had a starting problem. We had a starting problem. All right, so wow, 88 each. Pretty balanced. It stays that way. Usually YouTube has a slight advantage. Has everybody hit the like button? I'd greatly appreciate you doing that for me. Whew, pretty exhausted. Gold and platinum. Let's keep going with these auctions. Gold and platinum is officially sold to Amanda Darby for $14. And Lady Tron Witching Hour is $145 buy it now. $145 buy it now on Lady Tron. Most of these right over here, we figured we'd try them, but they're going to go straight to Discogs if nobody buys some of this like modern type stuff that we have for tonight. I'm more familiar with this. This is Perry Ubu, the Modern Dance. It's a 1981 U.S. reissue on Rough Trade. Paul has a note, rest in peace, David Thomas. No condition notes on Perry Ubu. It's a $25 start on Perry Ubu. It's up for bid. And then our next auction right now is going to be Uncle Acid and the Deadbeats. Uncle Acid's a 2003 picture disc. It's called Bloodlust. It's called Bloodlust. There's the picture disc. And that's a $35 start. Everything in this crate is buy it now or best offer. First is Buffalo Springfield Retrospective. The best of Buffalo Springfield, $29.99. It's a Columbia Record Club edition from the 70s. Stop. Hey, what's that sound? $29.99. Peter Frampton, Wind of Change, $9.99. These can be bought right now or you can make an offer. It's totally up to you. That's why we call them buy it now or best offer. That is what's going on. Next thing we have is Bo Diddley, Have Guitar, Will Travel. Bo Diddley is $34.99. Have Guitar, Will Travel. Bo Diddley, $34.99. Peter Cetera, Solitude Solitaire. Peter is $14.99. And the Partridge Family crossword puzzle. Wow, that's one you won't see too often. Partridge Family, $19.99. Also, that record reminded me, Robin Glenn has been asking about an NSYNC. Robin, those kind of records, the thing about waiting list is they could come in tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday. I was explaining that to somebody earlier. Just because something didn't show up tonight and all that new vinyl doesn't mean it's not coming in, because we still got waiting lists that will show up tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. It just depends. I get stuff now from about 5 different places. 2 on a regular basis, 2 on a somewhat basis, and 1 on rare occasions. But when I do, it's usually really good stuff. Everything in here is buy it now, best offer. The other unsold auctions is Ladytron Witching Hour. It's $145. Built to Spiel, There Is No Enemy. That's $85. And then Danger Mouse and Sparkle Horse, that was $75. And then this one is the Radio Department. It's $155. These are all desirable, pricey records, just stuff that's a little bit more niche. We got to find the buyers on. Ginger Lynch on Partridge Family. Perry Ubu is at $30 with Jeremy Bright. And Uncle Acid's a $35 start. Perry Ubu is called The Modern Dance. It's a 1981 reissue on the Rough Trade record. And it has one bid for $30. We sold Partridge Family Ginger Lynch. And then Bloodlust, Uncle Acid is a 2013 picture disc. We're looking for a $35 start on that. Next thing is Cynthia Does Want the Ladytron for $145. That was a good deal. Some of those had sold for as much as $350. And then Tim Coleno on Danger Mouse for $65. The price on Danger Mouse was $75. Sell that to Tim Coleno for $65. Now we're just down to 2. Built to Spiel and the Radio Department. Next thing here is the Beach Boys. Their 22 greatest hits. Wow, 22 tracks on one disc. $14.99. Barbara Ann, Sloop John B, Good Vibrations. I've actually never seen this before. Capitol Records from where? New Zealand. It's a New Zealand compilation. That's why. That's a different cover. That's why we don't ever see that one. New Zealand. K-Tel alert. Today's super greats. K-Tel. K-Tel is $9.99. There it is. K-Tel, $9.99. We have the Color Purple soundtrack. $39.99. A Steven Spielberg film. A soundtrack to the Color Purple. $39.99. And Ry Cooder doing the soundtrack to Crossroads. $34.99 on that. And we have Boston, Don't Look Back. The Day is Breaking. It is a gatefold. It's on the original label, and it has the original on her sleeve. $34.99. K-Tel is sold to Susie Breedlove. She also gets the Color Purple soundtrack. Donna was second on K-Tel. Perry Ubu, just one bid with Jeremy Bryant for $30. Nobody bid on Uncle Acid, so it can be bought for a $35 buy it now. Uncle Acid, $35 buy it now on that. It's available. Also over here is Gentle Giant, The Missing Piece. It's $19.99. Let's get back to some of this other stuff that's tagged for auction tonight. I'm going to do one that I know and one maybe I don't know as much as about it as others. So let's show this one first. Charles Packy Axton, Late Party, 1965 to 1967. This is a 2011 U.S. Light in the Attic, only time on vinyl. Light in the Attic usually does reissues of really rare stuff. That record I posted about today, Jim Sullivan, that's coming in later this week, they literally had to travel the country and track down the master tapes. And that's kind of like what Bear Family does. That's what Light in the Attic does. They usually put all kinds of information. It's essentially lost music that's really good, and they repackage it, remaster it, reissue it, and this is a $35 start. Next is U2 Live Under a Blood Red Sky, and this is an original from 1983. It's clean, EXEX Plus, about a VG Plus jacket. That is a $15 start. Now, John E. McPatriot on Boston. Thank you, John McPatriot. That is so to you. You got Boston, Don't Look Back. Next is Jimmy Buffett, White Sport Coat and Pink Crustacean. Mr. Buffett is $19.99. MCA Records, My Belle Amie. That's T-Set. Great stuff there. $19.99. They were kind of a one-hit wonder. but a pretty cool album. It is a gatefold on Colossus, 1999, the T set. The Thompson Twins, Into the Gap. Thompson Twins is $24.99. Mike Straws, I Will See Gentle Giant for $15. It's $15 on that. Susie Breedlove says she wants to pay for the K-Tel record and send it to Stacy Metternich. Stacy, if you're watching, you just got a free record. Stacy is probably watching, but she's asleep. She puts me on and goes to sleep. Earlier when I finally got live, she said, I was worried you wasn't going to go live because I couldn't go to sleep. I listened to you, and that's how I go to sleep. And I'm like you and hundreds of other people. Next is Anthology of Bread. That's a great compilation there. Gold Stamp Promo has all their best stuff on one track, on one disc. Baby, I'ma Want You, everything I own. I just want to make it with you. It don't matter to me. If, Diary, and of course, Guitar Man. That's a good one, $14.99. Next over here is no bids on these auctions. Final call on that. Next is Brett Thies on Thompson Twins for $20. Thank you, Brett Thies. I'll take that offer. U2 has a bid for $15. And now we also have Cry Like a Baby, the original Box Tops album. This is $19.99, the original Box Tops. Chris, if you want bread, it's yours for $14.99. If not, it goes to Amanda Darby. Stephen Stills, Illegal Steals, that's $19.99. And the Pink Panther, James Calloway and Henry Mancini in the pink, that is $19.99. And we also have St. Elmo's Fire. St. Elmo's Fire is $24.99, the original motion picture soundtrack. St. Elmo's Fire. There it is. Now, we have a final call on those two auctions. And then, Chris, let me know on bread. And then, wow, the Streets of Fire soundtrack, $19.99. Music from the motion picture, Streets of Fire. That probably shouldn't have been in there. That probably should have been an auction. Bread was Gold Stamp Promo, Near Mint Minus. Oh, yeah, it's a nice copy. It's beautiful. Bread is Near Mint Minus. It's really, really nice. Cynthia wants the Pink Panther, and she got Streets of Fire. She strikes quick with both of those. Those are sold and sold. And we have, Pretty in Pink, $49.99. Those are always auctioned, too. An original Pretty in Pink soundtrack, $49.99. John Hughes, Revolution soundtrack. This has Quicksilver Messenger Service, Steve Miller Band, and Mother Earth. That's $16.99. Chris said he will take the Bread Anthology. I Just Want to Make It With You. U2 is sold for $15, and that's sold to Jim Davis. Great new arrivals here, and then nobody bid on the Charles Packy Axon, so that's a buy it now for $35. Y'all saying I'm stale and boring? Maybe I need to blow the air horn again. What about Buffalo Springfield? Here's a 2 LP, $39.99 for Buffalo, and Blackfoot Marauder. Blackfoot is $19.99. Blackfoot Marauder. She wants St. Elmo's Fire. St. Elmo's, not Streets of Fire. Okay. So Streets of Fire is still available, and she wanted St. Elmo's Fire. I got those mixed up there. St. Elmo's Fire. That is sold to Cynthia. And then we have Paul Redfern on Pachyderm. And then Gentle Giant did. Mike offered 10. It was Mark 20. I said 15. I don't think he said no. And then what's the condition on Pretty in Pink? Everything in this crate should be pretty nice. EX Plus or better. What the heck happened to it right here? It is pretty nice. Yes, it's very nice and about a VG Plus jacket. There's not much wrong with that. I can't believe that didn't sell. I'm pretty surprised. Or I'm pretty surprised I didn't get pulled for auction. Speaking of auction, our next auction is whatever this is. Oh, it's the Budos Band. The Budos Band 5. It's a 2019 on red and black mixed colored vinyl. The Budos Band is a $35 start in the non-sold. Packy. Charles Packy Axton. Sorry. I thought you were talking about Pachyderm. You remember when he was trying to hold those two pieces of pizza? This is sold, and thank you, Paul Redford. That's sold to you for $35. We got an offer of $15 on the Streets of Fire. Let me contemplate that while I go ahead and introduce our next auction. Neil Young, Rust Never Sleeps. And Neil Young is an OG 1979 with the original inner sleeve and lyric insert. VG Plus, a $25 start. Hey, my. Now here's what's going to happen. Dibs on Pretty in Pink goes to Tecker Time. If Tecker Time doesn't want it, it goes to Angela Lewis. I was hoping this would sell right off the bat. but it didn't. So I'm going to go ahead and sell it to Stuck 73 for $15. Thank you on that. We have Creedence Clearwater Revival, the Royal Albert Hall concert. Creedence is $29.99. Creedence is $29.99. Also, we have Brownsville Station, their self-titled debut, just $14.99 on that. Brownsville Station, private stock label, that's the name of the label. And we have the Bee Gees Idea, $19.99 for Bee Gees Idea. Two-tone Atco label, $19.99 on Bee Gees. And Satch plays Fats. That's Satchmo, Louis Armstrong playing Fats Waller. That's an earlier record there from Columbia, $9.99. It's on the original Columbia 6i. No condition notes on the vinyl. The cover looks like it has a light warp to it. The cover, the vinyl's fine, $9.99 on that. Robin next on Pretty in Pink. That's what I'm saying. We usually sell those for like, I don't know. I feel like I would have started that auction for a little less than that and feel like it would have brought more. But it's sold to somebody. It's up to Tecker time. Donna got the Louis Armstrong. We're going through new arrivals here, best offer, including Jimmy Buffett's Volcano, a gold stamp promo. That was $19.99. The Jimmy Buffett that I showed a moment ago, the Jimmy Buffett here was also $19.99. And I wasn't for sure if Paul's been through these or not on Sunday. Either way, I was ready to go ahead and take offers on them. A few more records, and I'm ending those two auctions. We got Outlaws playing to win. Outlaws is $19.99. Peter Frampton's Camel. Peter Frampton's $9.99. Peter Frampton's $9.99. And Genesis Abba Cab. This has got some great songs on it. No Reply at All. Man on the Corner. Another record. I remember hearing those songs for the first time. I was here in this store. And I was like, wow, where's those songs been? I've never heard those before. Neil Young is a $25 buy it now. Russ Never Sleeps. And Budo's Band. This is from Daptone. 2019 Red Black. That's only $35. I may have lost Tecker time, or maybe he's doing some research. Tecker, if you're out there, it's your call on the Pretty in Pink. If not, I got to go ahead and sell it to Angela, it looks like. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And then we have The Killers. And this is a 2009 U.S. picture disc. The Killers. A limited edition picture disc includes Spaceman from the new album Day and Age, plus Never4 B-sides of 4 wins. That's a picture disc, The Killers, and we're going to put that up for a $15 start. Genesis is $19.99, and here's Greg Allman, Low Country Blues. Greg is sealed, an original pressing from 2011, and now this album is actually out of print. So Greg Allman, a $45 start. Chad's going to drink a little bit of purple juice. Purple juice, purple juice. There's Genesis. We also got 24 of Hank Williams' greatest hits. That's a 2 LP, $29.99. These are all buy it now or throw something out there. Amy Grant, Never Alone. Amy Grant's $9.99. Killers does have a bid for $15. And Howard Jones, Action Replay. No One Is to Blame. Howard Jones is $19.99. One of those songs were used on Stranger Things, I think. How about The Kinks presents a soap opera? The Kinks is $24.99. And we have Manaheim Steamroller, Fresh Air 5 for $14.99. I must have lost Tecker time. So, Angela, I'm going to go ahead and tag you Pretty in Pink. That's so to you, Angela. Thank you. Also, Jethro Tull, Too Old to Rock and Roll, Too Young to Die, $19.99. We got Greg Allman for $45 and The Killers at $15. Don't hesitate to make offers because a lot of these that I've already shown best offer, I'm kind of making them eligible for our discount crates that I've been showing every morning. And I think y'all know some of that stuff is high sell rate. Meaning if I put it in there, if it don't sell then, it's going to sell during the live feed. So if you're thinking you might want one of these or you might need one of these, I would highly consider it right now while Chad's over here stretching. Holy moly. Oh, I feel better now. I'm chipping away. Here we go. Next is The Killers are at $16. Jim Davis on Howard Jones for $15. Thank you, Jim Davis. That's so to you. Also, I have Hall & Oates Rockin' Soul Part 1. We sold a MoFi copy earlier tonight. Here is this copy here for $19.99. It's a U.S. edition. Essentially a Hall & Oates greatest hits. I mean, if I'm going to listen to Hall & Oates, this has got the songs on it I would want to hear, like Sarah Smile and Rich Girl and You Make My Dreams and Man Eater. That is $19.99. Also, Jackson Brown, For Every Man. One we don't get as much in his discography. It has the original die-cut cover doesn't have any damage on it. That has the original version of Take It Easy that the Eagles made famous, and it has the original version of These Days, which I think, he collaborated with Greg Allman. And speaking of Greg Allman, this only got one bid, and it sold to Sandy Villa for $45. Now we got Hall & Oates, we sold Howard Jones. There's an offer on Hall & Oates. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and it looks like it is Joy Division Unknown Pleasures. This is now out of print on this blue vinyl, red vinyl. It's a 40th anniversary limited edition, alternate covers on the cover, and it's on red vinyl. And because of that, some of these have sold pretty high because it's in print. It's like one of the best sellers in print of any record. However, this is red vinyl, a 40th anniversary, 180 gram. That is a $55 start. Eddie Gutt, I guess I'm going to go ahead and sell you the Hall & Oates for $16. No other claims or offers on that. Now the Killers is at $20. The Jackson Brown was $19.99, Vicky. We have Brownsville, another one. Brownsville, this one's Air Special, $14.99 on Brownsville. And Buffalo Springfield. Now this one is mono with the For What It's Worth sticker. Now what's strange, even though this is a really nice copy, it does have a name tag on it, like that kind of name tag, John Schofield. That sounds familiar, John Schofield. Either way, Buffalo Springfield, the true first pressings actually omitted that song, For What It's Worth, the now big, iconic Vietnam-era protest song, essentially. Or I don't know if it's a protest song. It was just such a big hit during that time, as y'all know. This is technically still an OG copy, but with hop sticker, but it does have that track, which, man, I don't know. I guess if you want to collect it, you would want that first press, but I would want that track to be on there. I'd want For What It's Worth to be on there. So that's an original mono with hop, $39.99. Also, The Best of Bebop Deluxe, The Best and the Rest of Bebop Deluxe. That's a 2 LP, $24.99. And the Blues Brothers soundtrack. The Blues Brothers soundtrack is $24.99. The Killers is at $20 with Craig Ruth. And the Joy Division, I'm looking for a $55 start. If not, I'm going to make it a buy it now. The no bids as of right now is the Budos Band. The Budos Band 5. It's on red and black vinyl from 2019. $35. Neil Young and Crazy Horse, Rust Never Sleeps. An original 79 with original inner sleeve and insert. VG Plus, $25. We have Uncle Acid and the Dead Beats, a 2013. Picture disc of Bloodlust, that's $35. We have Built to Spill, There Is No Enemy. It's an original 2009 2 LP with insert and CD, $85. And the Radio Department, Passive Aggressive, an original 2011 with book, $155. There it is. Let's put this right over here. And then we have, let's see, we got Killers 18, Killers 20, and then Vicky put BB 20, Blues Brothers. Sell that to Vicky. If that's for Blues Brothers, that's so to you. The Killers is sold to Craig Ruth for $20. And Joy Division has a bid for $55 with Jim Davis. I was waiting for something like that to pop up, and there it is. There it is. So that does have a bid for $55. Let's add to it. We're down to 2 advertised auctions for tonight, and then I have some other stuff over here. But I kind of started, as soon as I went live, I started putting this stuff up because usually I'm trying to be done with auctions by 11, and we're going to be done by 11, even though we started 3 hours late. I don't know what this is, so here's the details. It's called Surfboard Friendship Music. Pretty cool cover. 2018, it's a punk album on purple vinyl. Some of these have sold for as much as $154. This is a $45 start. Now Joy Division's at 50 cents. How about 56 with Amanda Darby? 56 over there. So, Chad, I promise no putbacks, but I just now rewound and heard that the price of Pretty in Pink is $49.99. Is that right? I'm so sorry, but I have to pass to that price. Sad and sobering here. The Pretty in Pink is then sold to Rob and Glenn then. So let's put this back. Angela Lewis wants to put this back, and this is now sold. This is sold to the next person, Robin Glenn. So Robin, this now goes to you. It was $49.99. Yes, that is sold for $49.99. And now Joy Division's at $57 with Jim Davis, and Sunbort's a $45 start. Uncle Acid for $20. Thomas, I had it marked for $35. I'll do $30 on it. That's my best price on that right now, $30. And anybody else, okay? And now Joy Division's at $58. Now we're good to go. First thing is I'm going to read, this was a buy it now best offer crate. Everybody's like, it's only Monday. I know. I feel like a lot of people, some people who did pre-orders have already bought like 14 records tonight and was on waiting list. So, and this is going to get crazier. I think we're going to have another big Thursday night metal night. I already know for sure some of the stuff that's going to be in there. I'm going to go ahead and get pictures and start running an ad. So if y'all see an ad that looks like we just bought a metal collection, it's essentially the same collection. I'm doing that to reach some new people. It's going to be records y'all hadn't seen before, but it's going to be an ad looking like probably we just acquired them. So that collection was so big, we only took pictures of like 5% of it. So we still have stuff to advertise. So I'm going to be running an ad all week, and there's going to be new people on there. So just so you know. But essentially, it is new stuff y'all hadn't seen. I'm just going to read what's left in here. We just took a big chunk out of these, and let's go ahead and do some more, okay? So the last thing we had was Joy Division at 58. Now Joy Division 60. Amanda's out. Let's go ahead and make Surfboard a buy it now for $45. And we have an offer on the Beach Boys. Let me get to that. Here's what's left. The best of Buffalo Springfield for $29.99. Peter Frampton Win a Change was $9.99. Bo Diddley was $34. Peter Cetera $14. The Beach Boys, I will go ahead and sell this to MG Sanchez for $10. Thank you, MG Sanchez. Rye Cooter Crossroads $34. We got Jimmy Buffett, My Belle and Me by T-Set. The Box Tops Cry Like a Baby is $19.99. Stephen Steele's Illegal Steals, it's $19.99. Revolution, the original motion picture score, Quicksilver, Steve Miller Band, it's $16.99. There's Buffalo Springfield for $39. Blackfoot Marauder is $19.99. Gentle Giant, The Missing Piece, it's $19.99. We're not done on Joy Division. The Red Vinyl Anniversary Pressing has a new bid for $65. Here is an original 1968 U.S. stereo copy of Rosemary's Baby. It's in VG condition. It's going to go up for a $15 start. Rosemary's Baby soundtrack. Craig Ruth on PC. And PC was Peter Cetera. That's sold to Craig Ruth. Also in here, we had CCR Live at Royal Albert Hall. That was $29. Brownsville Station self-titled was $14. BG's Idea. Another Jimmy Buffett. We have Volcano. And then Outlaws, Peter Frampton. Genesis Abacab is $19.99. Hank Williams, Amy Grant. The Kinks present a soap opera for $24. Manaheim Steamroller Fresh Air 5. Jethro Tull is still available for $19. Beautiful Jackson Brown for $19. Brownsville Air Station. The Buffalo Springfield self-titled Mono with Hop Sticker, $39. And the Best of Bebop Deluxe was $24.99. Let's get into another new crate, shall we? I'm ready. Hopefully y'all are. Everybody else ready? Another new crate. Probably best offer stuff. That is our last advertised auction of the night. If anybody changes their mind, let me know. Whoever else was bidding on Joy Division, you've been outbid. Just like you've got mail. You've been outbid. And Cameron has it for $65. And MT Matt wants Josh I. Is that something in here, Josh I? Or did you mean Jackson Brown? Maybe he did mean Josh I. Josh I? I don't think there's a Josh I in here. But there is a Rosemary's Baby for $15. And then Chris Frazier said he would do $10 on Revolution. I'm going to go ahead and sell it to you, Chris Frazier. And then Sunbort. Sunbort's a 2018 U.S. Punk on purple vinyl. Talking to Josh. Okay, no problem. Sunbort is a 2018 U.S. Punk album $45 on that. All right. And I just want to make sure. I got to confirm that Jim Davis knows he was outbid on that. Flip through stores. That's it. That's one of the reasons a lot of people watch here. A lot of these, if you watch on a regular basis and you just enjoy watching, hopefully you're going to see an incredible selection of rare, out-of-print records, high-grade stuff you wouldn't see. Otherwise, you're going to be buying it boringly from other places like eBay and Discogs. That's just boring. Plus, sometimes you don't know what you're getting. You're watching here at CollectCo. You're seeing them live. You know what you're getting. But also, yeah, if you're going to just travel and try to buy this stuff in person, oh my gosh. I mean, I know of records right now. If I told myself I'm going to wait and try to find one in person, well, one, I would never have time. I work pretty much around the clock. And second of all, some of the stuff I want, you'd have to wait 10 years for one to pop up on eBay. And in 10 years, you may not see one. So sometimes you have to expand and start looking other places. And if you watch enough here, one of your grails are going to pop up. It could randomly be in a bin. I've had some people be like, Chad, that was a grail for me. And it was just in a bin randomly. And then every once in a while, most of them are probably put up for auction. That's why I think we have so many people watching our shows and watching our hot pictures. Here is Rosemary's Baby, and that's sold to Mike Straws for $15. All right, let's go through another crate of Buy Now Best Offer. We can sell an incredible amount of stuff tonight. We have filled up our 9th crate. I hadn't took it off the table yet, but we're about to fill up our 9th crate, and I bet we can get to 10. But before we do that, let's go through another bin here of Buy It Now Best Offer. And all this stuff here looks kind of new to me. So let's go through it, Buy It Now Best Offer. I don't know when it was shown, but let's get a lot of it sold right here, Best Offer. And now we have, are you sure you won't do 10 on Gentle Giant? I'm not ready to do half off on that, but if you bump it a little bit more, I'll go ahead and sell it to you, okay? You make it a little bit more bump and I'll sell it to you. Next auction is this sealed record. It's called Live for Life. Live for Life is a sealed compilation. It's got Bob Marley. It's got R.E.M., The Alarm, General Public, Squeeze, Tempted's on here, Go-Go's, Oingo Boingo, Sting, The Bangles, and Stuart Copeland. And that's a sealed, and it's called Live for Life, and it's going to go up for a $10 start, okay? Over here is Joy Division. Let's go ahead and sell that to Cameron for $69. And I'm going to reluctantly sell Mike Straws, the Gentle Giant, for $12. And let's go ahead and sell that to him for $12. $12. One of my grails is a Zeppelin turquoise, and I could have bought 10 by now. I think I'm going to go ahead and buy one that's just phenomenally nice. It's going to break the bank. But I just know recently, like a guy, one popped up on eBay, and it was actually in Nashville. And, you know, stuff like that happens. I'm like, man, you know, I wish I would have known more. And then I've seen some sell high grade for big money, true first pressings. But I know somebody right now that could sell me 5 beat up copies. He has like 20 of them. I know somebody that has like a bunch of Zeppelin turquoise. It's pretty insane. But I don't know if I want a beat up one. I think I want one that's going to be just like something museum worthy. But if I waited to try to track down one of those, that's why I've had to open my horizons. I've always said, I'll wait for one to pop up in a collection we buy. I'm like, yeah, well, that might happen in 20 years. But it'd be an amazing feeling knowing we got one. I'd be like, wow, I finally got one. But I'll get one eventually. Some other stuff, too. I want one of those original Jim Sullivan records now. I think they pretty much don't exist, but now I'm on a live hunt for one. I want one of those original Jim Sullivans, but that's going to be like, oh my gosh. There's one never even been sold on eBay, so that goes back 20 years. So you could be waiting, literally, I could be 10, 20 years from now and one finally pop up. That's rare stuff if that happens. All right, let's do more best offer. Here's the 13.4 Elevators Bull of the Woods. This is a 2002 Italian press. $39.99. Bull of the Woods, a 2002 Italian press, $39.99. Bull of the Woods. It's a 2002 Get Back. That is something that I wouldn't see just randomly being, especially best offer. Fresh Air, Manaheim Steamroller, $14.99 for Fresh Air. And Chicago. Chicago's Greatest Hits, $17.99. Chicago's Greatest Hits, $17.99. And Charlie Daniels, Honey in the Rock. Charlie Daniels is $24.99. Another great vintage buy it now best offer, Ben. Charlie Daniels is $24.99. Make offers now, or you might see them later in the flip crates, and you will see them get gone then. Just saying. Hard is $19.99. And Arlo Guthrie's Alice's Restaurant. A nice looking copy. Jacket and vinyl. Very nice. Just $19.99 for Alice's Restaurant. Live for Live. Live for Life is sold for $10 to Robin Glenn. Thank you, Robin. Let's make sure that goes in a new sleeve. The next thing I have over here for auction is this it here? Yeah, this is Jackie McLean Hypnosis. It's a beautiful 2LP Blue Note, Jackie McLean Hypnosis. That's going to go up for a $10 start. 2LP, very nice copy. Also, we have Head East, a different kind of crazy. Head East is $19.99. Nick Bargeron gets Heart for $14.99. Also, Andrew Gold, what's wrong with this picture? Andrew Gold is $9.99. Andrew is $9.99. The Kinks Greatest, Celluloid Heroes. The Kinks is $24.99. And Kansas Mask. Kansas is $19.99. Next is Donna on JM for $10. Before that, no, that's a bid, excuse me. GT Bepco got Chicago, and then Jim Ciascio on Charlie Daniels. Nice one there we don't get as often. For those that I know are heavy CD buyers, I did start a lot later tonight, and I don't know what time the feed's actually going to end. We probably could go really late, but I need to probably stop around when I normally do of 1 or maybe 2, but I will try to squeeze in about an hour of CDs. I think we got another solid hour or hour and a half of, or excuse me, another half hour or hour of vinyl. Everything's still selling really well right now. So if that continues, we will obviously keep going through vinyl. Maybe around midnight, if it's time to stop with CDs, we'll try to go through at least a box. I have all of a sudden a lot of stuff to do. But we're here to sell vinyl right now. John McPatriot on Kansas, thank you on that. Jackie now has bids for 14. Grand Funk Railroad on time. Nice green label. That is very clean for $19.99. Also, Howard Jones to 1, or 1 to 1, right? Yeah, Howard Jones 1 to 1. That's in shrink for $24.99. Jethro Tull Under Wraps. Jethro Tull is $19.99. And the Live Kinks is $29.99. The Live Kinks. Wow, mono, tricolor steamboat label. No condition notes. Really nice copy of that. $29.99. Let's see what else I have over here for auction. Somewhere or another, I got the, oh yeah, here we go. This is David Gilmour's solo album. It's called David Gilmour. If you've never heard it, the first time I ever listened to it, I was like, wow, this is like a lost Pink Floyd album. It was recorded right between the era of, it was recorded right between Animals and The Wall. So to kind of give you an idea of his guitar tone and just his voice, that's when this was recorded, between Animals and The Wall, 1978. So this is a VG copy, a $15 start. A VG copy, a $15 start, David Gilmour. Never been reissued. Very much needs a reissue, but right now not in print. Hopefully that's coming. Surely somebody can get a hold of the masters. That's such a great album. Beautiful sounding. Jackie McLean 14. And now Jackie McLean 15, and now Jackie McLean 16. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. Cats, selections from the original Broadway. Cats is $19.99. Hank Williams' Greatest Hits, that's $24.99. And Amy Grant, The Collection. Amy Grant is $9.99. And we sold, I think, Time Life 1964 on Saturday. Here's Classic Rock Time Life 1965. These are always great compilations. $24.99. Mr. Tambourine Man, For Your Love, The Yardbirds, The Midnight Hour, Tracks of My Tears, Beau Brummels, You've Lost That Love and Feeling by Righteous Brothers, My Girl, Wooly Bully. That was just part of side 1 and side 2. 2LP, $24.99. what was the built to spill. Our no bids are Surfboard, the radio department. Built to spill is There Is No Enemy. And it's an original 2009 US, way out of print, a 2 LP with insert and CD, an $85 start. And these are sold for as much as $150. And we still got Uncle Acid and Neil Young and Budo's Band. And those were $35, $25, and $35. That is so far the no bids tonight. And the last thing we had was Jackie McLean at 15, and then 16. David Gilmour, 15, 16, 17. Brett Thies on Howard Jones for $20. Let's go ahead and sell that to Brett Thies for $20. And then Jackie McLean, 17. David Gilmour, 20. Jackie McLean, 20. Jackie McLean, 20. David Gilmour, 23. And DJ Not So Good, I'm going to say the Kinks for $20. Thank you. That's so to you. The Endless Love soundtrack, a Gatefold original, $19.99. Lionel Richie, Cliff Richard. Don't forget, I Was Made for Loving You is on here by Kiss, $19.99. Also, we have John Fred and his Playboy Band, Judy in Disguise with Glasses. There is some cover damage. The bottom of the jacket's been wet. No condition notes on the vinyl, $19.99. Jackie McLean's at 21 and David Gilmour's at 23. Juanita bid first and Jeff Halsworth bid second. So David Gilmour's at $23. Next is Steve Perry Street Talk. Steve Perry is $19.99. And Whistle Stompin' with Jonathan Winters. Whistle Stompin's $14.99. Right now, they are shipping orders that paid 1 week ago today. So today, they started shipping some Monday orders from 7 days ago. So tomorrow, Tuesday, they're going to finish shipping Monday's orders. So if you paid last Monday, you should have tracking by the end of tomorrow. So if you paid last Monday, Tuesday, definitely Tuesday, or Wednesday or Thursday or Friday or Saturday or yesterday for your invoice last week, it has not shipped yet. They ship every day. There's somebody here packing every day, and probably starting next week, sometimes we used to have people here at night shipping, even when I was here. Y'all probably remember that. We're probably going to have those, we're probably going to have 2 new hires. Hopefully here in the next week or two, there'll be somebody almost shipping around the clock. But they ship every day. Typically, there's 4 people here during the day working on orders. My sister Jill, you got G, definitely Steve, that's all he does. And then Ed when he's not doing customer service, like replying to messages and emails. But there's 4 people here packing every day. Right now, we're 7 days back. And they give me updates about every day. They're like, we're 7 days out, we're 11 days out. We're 5 days out, we're 1 day out. Some days they're caught up. They're like, today is Wednesday, we just packed everything that paid yesterday. Right now, they would have to run a marathon to get caught up to do that. But we're bringing in my sister tomorrow. She normally would be off. She's coming in to help pack. Tanner, if he can help with operations, he's going to be assisting. They've basically, I told everybody today, we got to get caught up shipping. We got to get caught up shipping. So, sometimes I've had as many as 17 people hired here, counting part-time like Seth, or maybe when Jake was kind of even part-time. I think right now there's 12 people here, and that counts me and my mom and, everybody. Sometimes we have 15. And 15 is kind of the magic number, so we're kind of missing 2 or 3 people, and I think that's why we hadn't been like caught up every single week, and so we need some help. But I mean, we had somebody didn't show up for an interview, and then I don't know. Packing is very delicate, and I'm just not going to hire anybody for 2 reasons. One, we have a lot of very valuable stuff in this building that has to be handled with care. $1,000 records, and if they don't know what vinyl is and they don't know about the value of records, they don't know the difference between this and that, I'm probably not going to hire them. And we just can't take anybody off the street that needs a job, because especially when we start shipping stuff like coins and knives, very delicate, sometimes $2,000 coins, $1,000 silver dollars. You got to be very delicate, and it takes a lot of time. So for those that don't realize that, I'm very picky about who I work here, who works here, and if I find out they're not working out, I've let them go. So sometimes I'm okay being a few days behind, waiting for the right person to show up. And I think y'all have known by now, if the right person's here and they're not working out, I've said it's not working out, we got to let you go. So I'm very careful because I want everything handled with care. We do so much work to get it bought all the way to your box for something to get screwed up. Jackie McLean's at 20 with Donna Turner. William APN's at 20. David Gilmore 23. David Gilmore 23. Jackie McLean 21. Jackie McLean 25. And then Jackie McLean 26. Jackie McLean 30. And then Dustin offered 65 on Built to Spill. Let's go back and look at that. Dustin, that was marked 85. What did you offer? 65. Can we meet in the middle at $75 on that one? Can we meet in the middle? And then Chris Frazier said Hank for $12. Hank at $12. And that is, Chris, if you want that for 18, I'll do that for 18. And then next over here is David Hoy on the radio department for 70. David Hoy, the radio department. The radio department. I'm asking $155 for this. The cheapest one for sale right now is $300. I'd have to really get on Discogs to take an offer like that. So I'm going to pass right now. But if you ask me later when I can look it back up, let me know. Packing records is a science, but not rocket science. That's true. That is very true. And David Gilmore is at 25. Yeah, it's not rocket science, but you've got to know what you're handling. Especially a lot of people that's packing. I mean, if we do a coin sale this Sunday, we could sell some stuff, a small individual item, and some people just don't know sometimes what they're holding. I'm like, whoa, that's an $800 coin, or that little package there is $3,800 in gold. So, make sure you wrap that up in triple layer, So David Gilmore is at $25. David Gilmore, the last bit on this that came in, this is a VGOG, $25 with Eric Dog 60. Eric Dog 60, 25 on David Gilmore. And then this last bid on Jackie McLean, the last bid on this was William APM at 30. And that's a final call on that. Does it have the CD? I think it does. So Built to Spill, let me read you the whole details. The details was an original 2009, way out of print. It's a 2 LP with insert and CD. Now, Paul said the cheapest was $90, and it's a VG Plus copy without the CD, and they have a low seller rating. That means they probably tried to screw somebody at one point. Or they had somebody that lied about something and they got a bad review for no reason. Either one's possible. But we started at 85. I said I would take 75. And that beats by far the cheapest copy on that. Heard the wrong price. I'll check it back in later tonight. Yeah, it's radio department's $155. And we can look at that later. Dustin said he'll take Built to Spill at $75. There's that. Okay. Back to the Buy It Now Best Offer. Sorry, I wanted to give a full update on shipping and why it's so time-consuming. And y'all got to also realize we still were selling a tremendous amount of stuff. I mean, every night, hundreds of orders if you count each one of these individually. A lot of it's combined, but, I mean, every night it just adds on. So they have their hands full. Tony Joe White, The Real Thing, spelled Thang. That's how I say it too, The Real Thing. That's $24.99. And Reflections, Terry Knight in the pack. We just got to be very careful with stuff though. Reflections, Terry Knight, that's $34.99. Get the Knack is $14.99. And we have Annie in Wonderland, Annie Haslam, $14.99. And trust me, everybody here wants to be updated, or everybody here wants us to be caught up on shipping, especially Ed, because he has to constantly be answering everybody's questions. Where's my tracking? He gets those on a daily basis, and he has to basically answer those around the clock. Where's the tracking number? Wanda Jackson, by the time I get to Phoenix, $12.99. So Ed's come to me sometimes. He's like, can we do something about shipping? And I'm like, we're going to get it. We're going to get a bunch knocked out this week. Jay Giles Band Live Full House, $14.99. Genesis Seconds Out, that's a 2 LP, $34.99 for Genesis. Gentle Giant, Giant for a Day. Gentle Giant is $19.99. And Christopher Cross, self-titled with Sailing. Now David Gilmore is at 30, and that means Juanita, it goes back to you. Now, Eric, you've outbid yourself. You was at 28, and then you've bid 30, and now you've bid 35. And somehow, unless somebody invisible is bidding, you're bidding against yourself. I don't see stuff unless Juanita's is not coming in. And then over here is Jackie McLean. And Jackie McLean, the last bid on this was a William APM. Let's get that in a new sleeve, and that's sold to him for $30. Next thing over here is Black Oak, Arkansas, Ranch and Roll Live. It does have the certificate, the Heaven on Earth, $24.99. Is Juanita bidding? Juanita, if you're bidding, they're invisible to me, but Eric Dog has it for $35. Bobby Gentry, Glenn Campbell, that's $19.99. And then we got Wishbone Ash, and Wishbone Ash is $19.99. I never received an email. Okay, Chad, here's your next steps. Your first step is to check your junk and spam folder on your email account. Your junk and spam folder. If you have checked there and you're like, nope, Chad, still no invoice, then just don't even let me know. Go ahead and let Ed know. And you can let Ed know by sending him a message to Facebook. And one or two things have happened. We got your wrong email address, or something happened in the Cosmos of the Square app and it just didn't get sent to you. Most of this is like automated after we put in your information. Or it is, in fact, in your junk folder. And if it's in your junk folder, that's what's happening. And then Juanita's out. Christopher Cross is just $9.99. Jeff, are you sure you want to go to bed? Are you sure? Seems early to me, doesn't it? Sorry, I'm having to retie my shoe. So I went ahead and took it off. I felt like there was something down in my sock. I'm standing on one leg right now. There we go. That didn't feel too good. Can't be standing this long with something down in your shoe. Okay. And then David Gill, my last bid. All right, so that's a final call. I think to a new buyer tonight. Eric Dog has this for $35. Okay, so yeah, Sailing's just $9.99, which I think is a great price because we sell the heck out of them. And John McPatriot says he'll sell it. Not if you have OG Live. No OG Live coming tonight. No, not tonight. Not tonight. Not tonight. And the last thing I'll say is y'all are incredible customers. I always say that. Most of y'all are very understanding. The new people will get it figured out eventually. Most new people kind of want to know where their record's at because they're new and they're like buying from a new company and they're like, what the heck's going on? Have I fell into some kind of trap? But I just got to constantly be reminding everybody it's coming and we're working on it, I promise. I don't think there hadn't been anybody here not packing an order up in a long time. I mean, even on Sundays now, there's usually somebody here working on something. Saturdays, Monday through Friday. And I'd say if at this rate, by this time next year, we'll be packing around the clock. Probably look like an Amazon facility in here before long, or I'll have to get a new, bigger building. We have, here's what's left if anybody wants a price or wants to make an offer. 13.4 elevators, Fresh Air, Arlo Guthrie. We got Head East, Andrew Gold, The Kinks, Celluloid Heroes, Grand Funk on Time, Jethro Tull Under Wraps, Cats, Amy Grant, 1965, Endless Love, John Fred, Steve Perry, Jonathan Winters, Hank Williams Sr., Tony Joe White, Reflections, The Knack, Annie in Wonderland, Wanda Jackson, Jay Giles, Genesis, Gentle Giant, Black Oak, Bobby Gentry, Glenn Campbell, Wishbone Ash. And then I want to make sure, have you registered Mr. Eric Dog 60? Have you filled out the first-time buyer form and let us know your actual name with your handle and your email address and all that? If so, thank you. Thank you on that. What do I email about invoices? You are on Facebook, you just send us a message. That's what you do. If you've got an invoice and there's a problem, you just address the message to Ed. Right now on our Facebook account, those messages go to about 12 people's phones. They automatically go to mine and Tanner's and Ed's and Paul's and whoever else is as an admin on our page. Ed looks at them every day and he starts replying. All right, so here's what I think I'm going to do. I think there was one more crate that Paul went through That needs to be best offer. Then we're probably going to knock out a great half-off crate, and we'll see. We'll take a poll. I'll see how many people's watching after that, and where do I go? In the description of this video, so if you click on the description of this video, it will expand a bunch of new text, and there's a link to our website. And you click on that link, and you fill out that first-time buyer form. That's where that's at. Okay? Boom, 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 boom. I was actually going to show that. So if you're watching live right here on YouTube, right here where it says more, then you click more, and right there. Okay. Let's condense this, and let's keep the show rolling. Man, now the Vlotter checks are going to bed. I'm pretty tired too, but the show must go on. Chad's got a lot to do, including going to Waffle House. I don't know if I need that. I've got apples and, not tonight. I've got apples and turkey and healthy stuff here. I feel like I could use it after what happened for 3 hours. But not tonight. I've already had my cheat day. Cheat day has already happened. All right, let's go through this crate. Buy it now, best offer. I had cheese sticks from Pizza Hut. I had a gallon of popcorn at the theater. And I had, what did I eat when I come back? I feel like I ate something bad when I came back too. All right, let's do a couple Japanese records that didn't sell out of the buy it now bin last week. And the first one is the Best of the Doobie Brothers, Volume 2. Best of the Doobie Brothers, Volume 2. And this is Near Mint Minus and Pristine. Near Mint Minus and Pristine. There's the insert. There's the other insert. There's the cover and obi. And the Best of Doobie Brothers is a $15 start. Japanese press. Okay? This crate's going to be buy it now, best offer. Here's kind of what I'm thinking as far as agenda for some of those that wants to know whether you should stay up or not. First thing you should know is we had 17 boxes of new vinyl show up today, and we sold everything. There's not even anything for me to recap, and I'm going to have to show old stuff at the 6 o'clock a.m. video because I have nothing new to put in there. The next thing you should know is I'm probably wanting to fill up this 10th and final crate. To do that, we're probably going to do this crate best offer, and then we're probably going to do a half-off crate. And if we can sell a bunch out of here, and then the half-off crate, most of it or all of it, that will leave us probably about midnight, and we will probably knock out a bunch of CDs. We'll probably do CDs for about a solid hour. That's what my plan is. The Doobie Brothers is at 16. These are all buy it now best offer, including 2 greatest hits collections on one album. This is pretty cool. One side's Willie Nelson and one side's Waylon Jennings. It's an RCA Special Products. That is $24.99. Elvis sings hits from his movies. Elvis Presley is $9.99. We have Boz Scaggs, Down to Then Left. Boz Scaggs is $19.99. Make offers now. Here's the time. The Funny Face soundtrack, that's $19.99. Audrey Hepburn, Fred Astaire, that's the soundtrack to that film, $19.99. And Deodatu, First Cuckoo, Deodatu, this is $19.99. For sale only in overseas, U.S. government and PXs, and not in Navy ships and stores afloat, or in U.S. Navy ships and stores afloat. Wow, that's a pretty cool sticker on the back of that Deodato, $19.99. GT Bepco has the Doobie Brothers for $16. That is a final call. My favorite guitarist, Chet Atkins. That's always a cool cover. Chet Atkins is $9.99. Also, Hawaii Five-O, a classic from The Venturers. Da-da-dun-dun-dun-dun. And da-da-dun-dun-dun is a $14.99. price tag, songs by Anna Maria Alberghetti, and that is $19.99. Older record there on that. And we have The Doors, Absolutely Live. The Doors is a 2 LP, $39.99. You won't get an invoice until 7 days from now, a week. We only invoice once a week on Mondays. It's $8 unlimited shipping. $8 unlimited shipping. As much as you want to buy between now, you're buying on a great night Monday, because now you've got Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 6 more nights where you can buy as much as you want, and it's all going to ship for just $8. There's probably some people tonight who've already bought 20 or 30 records already. They're all going to ship for $8. I know for sure with these pre-orders and box sets, some people have already bought a ton this week. We're going to ship it all for $8. Even the Metallica load box sets that we got to ship separately, we're going to pay for the extra postage at no cost. Junior Parker, Honey Drippin' Blues. Junior Parker, $34.99. I always thought that was a cool cover with the harmonica dripping honey there. $34.99 for Junior Parker. Ramblin' Jack Elliott, Bull Durham Sax and Railroad Tracks, $19.99. These are all best offer or buy it now. Buy it now or best offer. Bill Evans, Eloquence. Bill Evans is a gold stamp promo. That's only $29.99. The Doobie Brothers is sold to GT Bepco for $16. Thank you on that, GT Bepco. $8 unlimited shipping. Yep, as much as you want to buy. We got another auction going up right now, and that is a $15 start for this Near Mint Minus and Pristine. Paul McCartney, give my regards to Broad Street. Paul McCartney is a $15 start. Give my regards to Broad Street. Next is Junior Parker, sold for $25 to Patrick. Donna got Bill Evans for $20, and we're right along with the Claire Fisher Big Band Thesaurus, $9.99. The Claire Fisher Big Band. We have Goose Creek Symphony, Do Your Thing, But Don't Touch Mine. A 1974 white label promo. It also has a promo stamp on the back cover. Goose Creek Symphony, white label promo, $19.99. Also, Good Rats, Great American Music, with the soldiers at Iwo Jima raising the treble sign, or the bass clef, whichever. I think that's the treble symbol. $19.99 on that. That is Good Rats, $19.99 on that. Paul McCartney, a $15 start. Back-to-back Marquis and the Booker T and the MGs. That's on Stax. Very cool. Original Stax record here with no condition notes. Yellow Stax label. That's one side Marquis and one side Booker T, back-to-back. If You Need Me, Solomon Burke. Another Atlantic record. Wow, a 1963 mono white label promo. It's even got a stamp on the back, June 17th, 1963. A Solomon Burke white label promo, $79.99. Sample copy, not for sale. How cool is that? And no condition notes. That's pretty unusual. The James Brown Story, Ain't That a Groove? James Brown is $29.99. Booker T is $24.99, Donna. And Willie Nelson, A Horse Called Music. A Horse Called Music, Willie Nelson. That's one we don't see as often, $29.99. And Elvis, That's the Way It Is. That is $19.99. It's in shrink wrap. Elvis, $19.99. And we have Atomic Rooster. No condition notes, $29.99 for Atomic Rooster self-titled. Also, we have Big Bill Brunsey and Washboard Sam, $19.99. And Freddie Scott, I Shall Be Released. Freddie Scott is a 1970 pressing, $29.99. Wow, there's some cool stuff in here. These should have been shown much earlier in the sale. And I think they've only been shown once on Sunday here with Paul. But we're going to go ahead and take offers on them right now. A lot of this is great titles that I just don't normally see too often. Solomon Burke, white label promo, etc., etc. Ow. Sorry, I have almost like a cut right here where a record has rammed into my thumb. It's very uncomfortable. Let me try to fix this. There we go. All right. So Paul McCartney's a no bid, a Japanese press, a $15 buy it now. That can be bought for a $15 buy it now. We got Booker for $18. That is sold to Donna. She asked first. Her offer came in first. And Big Bill info. Big Bill Brunzi is an original Chess Masters. And that's on this blue chest label. It is near mint. It does have a punch hole in the jacket. $19.99. Jimmy Reed now appearing. Jimmy Reed is on VJ. $24.99 for Jimmy Reed. And this is unusual. Jonathan Round. It's on the Westbound label. 1971. It's in a round die-cut jacket. $34.99 for Jonathan Round. How unusual is that? Here's Don Nix, Hobos, Heroes, and Street Corner. Hobos, Heroes, and Street Corner Clowns. Don Nix is a 1973 Sonic Press, $19.99. Big Bill Brunzi sold to Patrick Lear for $15. Don't forget Paul McCartney Japanese Pressing, a $15 buy it now. And we're also going to put this up right here for a $15 start. Sammy Hagar and Hagar, Sean, Arison, and Shreve Through the Fire. That's going to go up for a $15 start. $15 start on that. Also, we have Tucky Buzzard, All Right on the Night. Tucky Buzzard is $19.99. And the best of Clarence Carter, I Slip Away. Is that one on here? No, wait a minute. Is that Clarence Carter? No, I'm thinking about, what am I thinking about? Yeah, Slip Away, first track. Clarence Carter, $24.99. This is $24.99. It's on the Atlantic label, and that is an original club copy. It has a 4-digit, has 1841, also pressed, or George Piro's cut. But right here, right down here, it has some club mentioning, and where it's an RCA club. Atlantic Club RCA right there. So $24.99. HSAS is at $15. Great soul stuff in here. Richard Thompson, Strict Tempo, traditional modern tunes for all occasions. Richard Thompson is $19.99. Also, Elton John, that's bizarre. It has an MCA gold stamp right below the title, 11/17/70. A Rockin' Live album, $19.99. Take Me to the Pilot. HSAS has one bid for $15. We have the Memphis Horns, High on Music. The Memphis Horns is $19.99, and Blues in Memphis, 1927-1939, a 1969 pressing of this compilation. All the uptown and down home music of the Gateway to the Delta. Blues compilation from Memphis, Origin Jazz Library, $19.99. Sorry, I'm taking a drink of purple juice, as you may or may not heard. Right now, we're in a buy it now best offer bin. I got a half-off crate coming up next, maybe even two, and then we're going to do a CD blitz. I'm going to try to go through at least one of those really good boxes, maybe two, depending on how many buyers are watching. We did get started almost 3 hours late tonight due to connectivity problems. I still don't know really what was happening, but we couldn't get a hold of Jake. Tanner had to come all the way back. Still worked on it. Tanner left. I waited for a phone call from Jake. Finally got a hold of Jake. Finally got it working. Then my mics wouldn't connect. Finally got the old mic system out, got it connected. We was finally live at 8 o'clock. Even starting 3 hours late, though, we're about to fill up our 10th crate of sold records tonight, which is pretty dang incredible. Next is, and that's all due to y'all, so thank you. Paul Redford gets Clarence for $18. Leslie, you get Elton for $14.99. And Al Green, Truth in Time. Al Green is $24.99. Truth in Time. We have Beale Street Mess Around, recorded by George Mitchell, 1975. What an interesting looking compilation that is. Lots of cool looking blue stuff in here. That's $39.99. What about Bound to Happen by William Bell on Stax? Wow, a 1969 promo with no condition notes. $69.99. Bound to Happen, William Bell, and it's marked a promo. How cool is that? HSAS is sold to Craig Ruth for $15. Thank you, Craig Ruth. That is so to you. Appreciate that. Also over here is a copy of a Japanese pressing that also didn't get a bid, or actually, I don't think it got a buy it now. We went through a bunch of Japanese stuff, buy it now. So here is another crazy low start, late night Japanese deal on Paul McCartney, Tug of War. $15 start on that. I think I got some other stuff over here as well. They've been bringing me a lot of just interesting top stuff they've been finding, and don't know really what I want to do with it yet, but here's a sealed Red Fox record, and it's the best of Red Fox. It's sealed, it's never been opened, and it's going to go up for a $10 start. So Paul McCartney's a near mint Japanese pressing. There's Red Fox and William Bell, 55. Patrick, that seems like a very fair offer to me. I'm going to go ahead and sell it to you. That's sold to Patrick Lear for $55. We got Sweat Hog. Sweat Hog is a 1971 Pittman press. That's $24.99. Billie Holiday, her original recordings with the single, interesting, came with a bonus single, $29.99 on that. Red Fox has a bid for $10. And we have Robert Palmer, Riptide. This has Addicted to Love on it, RCA Music Club, $19.99. Willie Nelson, Without a Song. Willie Nelson's in Shrink Wrap for $14.99. John Mayall, Eric Clapton, Otis Spann, Peter Green, Steve Anglo, Champion Jack Dupree in Raw Blues. Raw Blues is $26.99. Donna said she would do $20 on the Billie Holiday. Let's let it roll. Sold to Donna for $20. Elvis, Worldwide Gold Hits, Parts 1 and 2. Great 2 LP compilation. That is $29.99. And then Bird on 52nd Street. This is $19.99. Miles Davis plays on trumpet. Duke Jordan piano. That's just $19.99. And the Marachi Brass with Chet Baker double shot, $19.99. So final call to get a bid on Paul McCartney for $15. Final call to get a bid in more than $10. Eddie Gutt has a sealed Red Fox at $10. One second. Okay. And then Donna on Bird for $15. That's sold. So let's read these. Jason said, what did I miss tonight? You missed a lot of pre-orders. You missed some pretty dang cool auctions. I'm actually about to show the no bids right now and try to get offers in on the remaining no bids except for these two Japanese. I doubt I'll take any less than $15. It's awfully late, but if you do want them, they're available. The other stuff I could be flexible on. But let's go ahead and sell the sealed Red Fox. Thank you, Eddie. That's sold to you for $10. Let's make that go in a new sleeve. So here's the no bids before I read through these one more time and then do the half off stuff. Paul McCartney Tug of War is a Japanese press, a $15 buy now. And then Paul McCartney, Give My Regards to Broad Street, that's also a $15 buy now. Here's the other no bids from the night. Some pretty good titles over here. First is Uncle Acid and the Deadbeats, Bloodlust. Uncle Acid's a 2013 picture disc for $35. We got the classic Rust Never Sleeps with Neil Young and Crazy Horse. And that's an original OG pressing with the original sleeve and lyric insert. That has Hey, Hey, My on it. Out of the blue and into the black. $25 on that. The Budo's Band is Budo's Band 5. That's on red and black vinyl. That's $35. We also have Surfboard. Surfboard's a 2018 U.S. punk album on purple vinyl. Surfboard was $45. A 2018 U.S. punk on purple vinyl. Now, some of these have sold for as much as $154. We got this one marked at $45. And here's the radio department. So, David Hoy, let me go ahead and check on this. The radio department is called Passive Aggressive. It's a singles collection from 2002 to 2010. Right now, the cheapest one for sale in the United States is $300. We have ours marked for $155. It's called the Radio Department Passive Aggressive. And I'm going to check on this just to kind of see what's going on with other comps. We may have somebody interested. And, of course, Paul's got some pretty good stats there for me. But I want to see exactly what's going on here with this one. Yeah, this is a 2011 original, the only pressing. Yeah, so we got it priced. From what I'm seeing, it's priced, well, if you, I mean, obviously, if you roll out international ones, if you roll out international copies, we have it half of the cheapest one. And then, based on the last one sold, based on the average price of the last two sold, 150, So let's see, 175, 275. That's 450. The average price of the last two sold were 225. If the average of the last two sold in the United States, 255, we got ours at 155. Surf is sold for $40 to Jim Davis, and Young is sold to Jason Fornerat for 25. So now we're down to 3 unsold advertised auction: Uncle Acid, Budo's Band, and Radio Department. And the 2 Paul McCartneys are definitely $15. If not, we'll run those again tomorrow night. They'll at least get a bid. I might put them in our discount bin, our flip video. Throw in a surprise for some people. So there's those. All right. Now, I was just going to read what's left in here one more time. If anybody needs information, let me know. We're not going to do prices, just titles. Willie Nelson, Waylon Jennings. It's a double-sided, or one side's Willie, one side's Waylon, greatest hits. We got Elvis, sings hits from his movies. We got Boz Scaggs. We got Funny Face, Deodato, Chet Atkins, Hawaii Five-0, The Doors, Anna, Maria, Alberghetti, Ramblin' Jack Elliott, the Claire Fisher Band, Thesaurus, Goose Creek Symphony promo, Good Rat, Solomon Burke, really cool one here, a 63 mono white label promo. We got the James Brown Story, Willie Nelson, Elvis, Atomic Rooster, Freddie Scott, Jimmy Reed, the really bizarre Jonathan Round there, Don Nix, Tucky Buzzard, Richard Thompson, Memphis Horns, the Blues in America, also Al Green, Sweat Hog, Bill Street, Mess Around. Couple very cool blues comps in there. Robert Palmer, Willie Nelson, Raw Blues, Elvis, and the Marachi Brass. And David said he would do 140 on that. And David, I'd rather sell it to you much less than what I think I could get for it on Discogs. I'd rather sell it to you, not have to pay fees. A long-time great customer. That's sold to David Hoy for $140. Awesome. So we're down to 2 records. How much was Hawaii Five-0? Hawaii Five-0 is $14.99. Let's do a half-off crate. I'm about to pick out one. I've got one over here that's just like half full. I might go ahead and do that one and see if we can sell everything in there, or at least most of it. And then we might go ahead and try to do maybe another one. Maybe another one. Chad needs some more caffeine. I know that. I need a bite of something. So I'm pretty hungry. Mary Miles, which is draining my energy. This right here, $12. Sell that to Mary Miles for $12. Good Rats has Bruce Kulick on it. Wow. Bruce Kulick on the Good Rats. What's up with Jonathan Round? Jonathan Round, very bizarre, right? It's in a round die-cut sleeve. It's on Westbound. No condition notes from 1971, $34.99. And then Jim Ciascio wants to know the price on Good Rats. I think it was $19.99, Jim. Good Rats, Great American Music. $19.99. There he is, Bruce Kulick, lead guitar. That usually sells stuff that has a member of Kiss on it. Now we have John Durden on Hawaii Five-0 for $10. Thank you, John Durden. All righty. This is a buy it now, best offer, Ben. Yes. Final call on these. Buy it now, best offer. Yes, 100%. Just because they went off the table doesn't mean that they're no longer for sale. They're right here behind me. You can actually right now say, you know what, Chad? Lucas, you can actually say, you know what, Chad? Just go ahead and give me everything left in that crate. Just ring me up, sir. I'll take everything that's left. And I'll be like, wow, you dog. Okay. Everything left in the crate. So to Lucas Hanoft. Lucas says, I'll do 15 on round. I can't do 15 on round. But if you want round, I'll do 25 on round. Probably what I'll be willing to take right now. Good Rats, somebody had asked about it. Let me make sure they don't want it. Jim, just so you know, there has been an offer on Good Rats at $15, okay? So let's keep going. These are going to be half off, no more, no less. As soon as Chad gets a good stretch in. Oh my goodness.
I don't know why stretching feels so good sometimes, but it's like amazing. These are half off, no more, no less. I don't know really what I've grabbed, so we're about to find out. Lacey J. Dalton Dream Baby. Lacey J. Dalton is $7.50. Songs About the Working Man by Dave Dudley. Dave Dudley is $5. Also, Pat Travers, Go For What You Know. Pat Travers is $10. Go For What You Know. Elton John, Victim of Love. Elton John is $10. Gold Stamp promo. Surreal Thing by Chris Christopherson, $7.50. The Doobie Brothers, Minute by Minute with Michael McDonald. What a Fool Believes, $7.50. Uncle Acid is sold to Greg Gallier for $25. I need one person to please make an offer on the Budos Band 5, 2019 with red and black vinyl. That means that's our only auction tonight that did not sell. Only auction did not sell tonight. John Durden Travers, $7. John, this is a half off crate, so Pat Travers is $10. It was $19.99. So this is buy it now, half off, no more, no less. Now, even if you try to offer me more, I would say, no, John, no, you can't give me $45 for Pat Travers. It can't happen, but if you do want it for $10, it's yours. Jim Ciascio said he will take the Good Rats. So that's sold to Jim at Sticker. Thank you. I was just waiting for his word. So Stuck, you were second on that one. Mary Miles and the Doobie Brothers. No problem, John Durden. No problem whatsoever. And we have the Honey Drippers Volume 1, $12.50. This is a half off bin, no more, no less. That's Yorma Calcoen. That's called Qua. Yorma Calcoen played with a band called Jefferson Airplane, $7.50. Yorma Calcoen. Also, we have Sybil Does It, Sybil Shepherd to Cole Porter. Sybil Shepherd is now $10. And we have the Suburbs, Love is the Law. The Suburbs, Gold Stamp promo, $17.50. So like I said, the prices I'm saying are the half off prices, no more, no less. Right over here, we got JH on Honey. The Honey Dripper sold to JH. And then we have Record Department sold. They didn't have Yorma Calcoen. Yeah, some of those records, Paul was like, he looked at all the auctions that Laura got ready. He said, man, some of these are pretty niche. He said, you're going to have to find somebody that, we figured we'd have like 8 or 10 no bids tonight. But I have learned here at Coletco, it doesn't matter what it is, how deep cut it is. We have enough diverse collector base here. It is amazing what people are looking for. Even stuff that I think is common that we don't put up for sale, we'll try it and we've sold it. So I've learned this. You never know what someone's going to be looking for or how deep cut it may be. I could be like, what is this? And then all of a sudden 2 or 3 people's bidding on it. I'm like, okay. They know a lot more about stuff than I do. In a Relaxed Mood by Harry James. Harry James is $5. Bill Keenum, Yorma Calcoen already got sold. I've been seeing a lot of these lately. It's Robert Palmer Riptide, and that has Addicted to Love on it. $10. Brett Thies got the Suburbs. That's sold to Brett Thies. And 20 Years of Dirt, the best of Nitty Gritty Dirt Band, $10 on that. Also, Danny O'Keefe. Danny O'Keefe is $7.50. And Hitch It Up, The Packers. The Packers is $12.50. It has an audition copy stamp on the back. It's on the Imperial label, The Packers. $12.50. 123 Red Light, 1910 Fruit Gum Company. That is $7.50. And the new Vaudeville band on tour, Finchley Central. I usually see their album Winchester Cathedral. This is Finchley Central. I always love that artwork, though. How cool is that? Very 60-ish there. Has a little bit of writing on the cover. It looks like people were making notes, though, about the songs. So that is $5. Also, we have, there it is, Orleans, Waking and Dreaming. I'm Still the One. $5 for Orleans. The Ozark Mountain Daredevils, Don't Look Down. Ozark is $7.50. Tony Orlando and Dawn, Prime Time, That is $5. Chuck Haley on the 1910 Fruit Gum. That is sold to Chuck Haley. Doc and Merle Watson, Live and Picking. Doc and Merle Watson is $10. And the Jan and Dean Story. Jan and Dean Story is $5. Jan and Dean, $5 on that. Harry James is his new swinging band. There's Harry again. He's only $5. And Canned Heat Future Blues, you can pick up Canned Heat for $17.50. A kind of bizarre one in their discography, $17.50 on that. Mary Wiles on NGDB. That was for the Nitty Gritty Dirt Band. So that right there is sold to Mary Miles. Jim Ciascio on OMD, which is Ozark Mountain Daredevils. John Durden on Jan and Dean. And then Bill Keenum. Bill Keenum on Doc and Merle Watson. Great half-off records here, flying out of the bin, almost literally. Glenn Campbell, Oh Happy Day. Mr. Glenn is $5. We got Sun City, Artist Against the Apartheid. Sun City is now $10, Artist Against the Apartheid. And Sesame Street Country, Sesame Street, now just $10. Now just $10 for Sesame Street Country. Also, we have David, Daydreaming on a Rainy Day, another Sesame Street record. That's $10. And The Prince and the Pauper, a Disneyland record. That's now $6.50. And guess what? In the half-off bin for $25, George Harrison's Concert for Bangladesh. Looks like a really nice copy. No condition notes. The box is sometimes destroyed or flattened. Take advantage of that. $25. That's now available. Next is Susie on Sesame Street. Susie, do you want this one, that one, or do you want both of them? And then Chuck Haley got Glenn Campbell. That's sold to Chuck Haley for $5. Thank you, Chuck. That's sold to you. Also, we got Juice Newton Dirty Looks. That's $5. Tracy Songer on the George Harrison. Also on there is Clapton, Ravi Shankar, Bob Dylan. It's not just George Harrison. It's really George Harrison and friends. Moon Martin, Shot from a Cold Nightmare. That is $5. And Don McLean, Believers. Don McLean is $5. Tony Kepler wants that Robert Palmer from earlier. I've been slipping some of those in the discount crates as well. That's sold to him. Susie's dibs on the two Sesame Street records back there. Her pick on those two. And we're going to read those half-off records one more time. So if you was on the fence about something, and he's like, you know what, I should probably go ahead and get this the next time Chad reads it, you probably should have your fingers and thumbs ready to click, 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 click. She wants the one with Big Bird on it, so she doesn't want that one. She wants this one right here. That's sold, and Jim Ciascio on Moon Martin. All right, so let's read through the half-off stuff. And then we have, this is almost full. We're going to be able to do it. We're going to be able to sell 10 crates tonight. An amazing feat. I'm keeping up with my personal goals every night as far as sales, and it's just like, wow, starting 3 hours late, but we can count on that for some of these incredible pre-orders. Speaking of which, I got to get on the ball. There's so many more I've got to post. There's at least 5 killer new releases this week that I didn't even notice, and I'm like, dang. Just like, dang. I can't believe it. So, and the stuff coming out next week, I got to start posting that as early as today so I can start getting orders in so we can have them. But some of these, I'm like, dang, that was a good one I missed. Some bands coming out with reissues and stuff I didn't know about. So much killer stuff. Vinyl is hot. Lacey J. Dalton, Dream Baby. Lacey J. Dalton is $7.50. Songs about the working man, Dave Dudley. Dave Dudley is $5. Elton John, Victim of Love. A gold stamp promo. That is $10 for Elton John's Victim of Love. Chris Christopherson, Surreal Thing. Chris is $7.50. Surreal Thing, Chris Christopherson. Also, Pat Travers Band. This is Go for What You Know. And that is $10 on Pat Travers. John, that's still available if you want it. Sybil Shepherd. Sybil Shepherd is $10. We have Harry James, The Relaxed Mood for $5. Also, O'Keefe, Danny O'Keefe. O'Keefe is $7.50. Hitch It Up with the Packers, and that is $12.50. Also, the new Vaudeville Band on tour, $5 on New Vaudeville Band. Also, we have Orleans, Waking and Dreaming. I know the cover is a little unusual, but it does have a great song on it, Steal the One. $5 on that. Tony Orlando and Dawn, Prime Time. That is $5. Harry James is $5. Harry James is New Swinging Band. Can't believe no one picked up Canned Heat, Future Blues. That has the hit song on it, Let's Work Together. $17.50 on Canned Heat. Sun City's $10. Artists Against the Apartheid. The Prince and Pauper is $6.50. Juice Newton is $5. Don McLean's $5. And David, Daydreaming on a Rainy Day. David from Sesame Street, $10. Chad, can I get the details of Solomon Burke? You can. Let's go back to that. He's referring to this really cool Solomon Burke here. Let's see what has become of that. Solomon Burke is called If You Need Me. And the only notes I have on it is a 63 mono white label promo. So it's a 63 mono white label promo. I would grade this, Patrick, just so it's conservative. Let's call it EX. I mean, I know it's in the non-check condition bin. It's got some dust still on it. John's definitely cleaned it. I bet the inner sleeve's dusty, but I would grade it EX. There's the label. It's a white label promo. Very cool. It has the original Atlantic inner sleeve with it, and we've got it marked. Let me check that one more time. The cover, something bizarre right here. It looks like the cover has like a slit right through here. I don't know if it's made like that or like something cut into it. Kind of see right there, kind of looking down the cover. It has a tear in the back. June 17th, 1963 stamp. We'll have to call it VG because of that and a little bit of a seam split up here. So VG cover, strong, vinyl EX, and it could go EX plus. It could go EX plus, and we've got it stickered for $79.99. If anybody's interested, including Patrick, just make a fair offer. Tim, Ramble, and Jack Elliott already sold. And now I'm going to make a bundle deal for everything that's left in there. First, we're going to sell Patrick Lear's Solomon Burke for $60. That was a really cool record. Thank you, Patrick. And then here's the bundle deal for what's left in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hate to pull that one out, but I'm going to leave it. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. There's 19 records in here. This is, of course, half off, no more, no less. 19 records. The bundle deal is $65. That's less than $3.50 a piece. Now, what I've also learned is if I would show these in a flip video for $6.99, I'm not saying everything in there would go $6.99, but they would probably all sell. I'm thinking about doing a noon. Instead of doing more bundles like I have been, I think about doing a noon $6.99 crate, which I think will help sell a lot of stuff that don't sell in the half off. But if anybody wants them right now, just $65, and they're available. That's less than $3.50 each. And for some reason, Chuck, if no one buys this bundle, Danny O'Keefe is, how much is Danny O'Keefe? He's $7.50. He's $7.50. I got to stick with no more, no less in the half-off stuff. If I don't, the whole system breaks down. Now, if somebody wants to make me really happy, there's just enough space over here in my unsold crate. I don't know if y'all can see it. There's just enough space over here in my unsold crate to perfectly fill that in. I just got to get somebody bought in on the bundle. Just one person to say sold bundle. I'll bring out the weak air horn. We got an air horn that sounds like a clown horn. It's more like a clown horn than an air horn. And I'd be like, whew. And then in the morning, when I make a post thanking everybody for still tuning in, I can say we sold 10 full crates. And then we're about to bring out CDs for about an hour CD blitz. Let me take a poll. Who's still watching? Who's willing to say hi? Who's willing to say where they're watching from? Who's willing to say they want to buy CDs, or who's willing to say they're willing to go to bed? Let's see who's willing to comment something. So far, everybody's pretty quiet. Patrick just commented 3 dots. At least I know Patrick's awake. Maybe we don't need to do CDs. Maybe Chad should just go ahead and wrap it up and go to bed. I know one thing. I do got to get something to eat right now, or I'm not going to feel too well. I can't believe Sly Stone passed away. I love Sly and the Family Stone's music. I can't believe he passed away. Hiya, ready for CDs. All right. So we got to get somebody bought in on this bundle. So while you're, Paul's watching. Paul needs to buy it. Paul, this could be your first bundle of the week. I'll be right back. I'm going to step up front. I got to get a V8 and a quick snack, probably like an apple or something. I'll be right back, okay? test. Okay. Susie wants this. Susie goes ahead and gets that for $10. Now, since I've sold that for $10, I'll knock $10 off the bundle price. And now that's 18 records for $55. So now they're just $3.05 a piece. So, and then the Packers, Denise, if Denise takes the Packers for $12.50, it will even get cheaper. But she asked about that. It's called Hitch It Up. It needs another cleaning, but it's $12.50. No condition notes. It's a little dusty, kind of like the Solomon Burke, but it's okay. All right, let me go get that box of CDs. I'm going to leave my mic on, so hopefully y'all can still hear me. And let's do that right quick. Welcome, everybody, back for CD Hour. We're going to try to go through one of these boxes right over here. Oh. I made it without killing myself. All right. Denise takes this for $12.50. $12.50. Thank you, Denise. Let's make a note, please, who is tagging this, for John to clean this, okay? Please. Please. He'll see why. Okay? So what did they get the bundle down to? 17 records. I guess I'll do them for $50 now. Air horn, crate's gone. If not, yeah. Trying my best. Trying to clean out a crate. Anybody before I take it off the table? It started at 65. We've sold a couple records. Now it's down to 50. Let's tear open this CD box and see what we got. Paul Brothers comes through. I knew he would. This guy's clutch. He's got ice in his veins. He's like the Michael Jordan of record buying. He's like the Tiger Woods of record buying. This guy's like the Wayne Gretzky of record buying. bundle is sold. Now we get the weak air horn for Paul Brothers. It sounds more like a clown horn. But now everything in there is gone. And now, boom, that 10th crate is full. I feel so much better now. I can see clearly now the rain is gone. And now, I don't even really need my ear protection, but I'm going to. Fair warning, a clown horn's about to go off. There's no more obstacles in my way. This guy's like the Leonardo da Vinci of record buying. Paul Brothers can buy records as well as Rembrandt could paint. In case you didn't know, that was pretty dang good. I'm cracking open with a box cutter right now a fresh, brand new box of CDs from this guy's store collection, which has all great titles. 10 crates on Monday. We're just getting started. I've got a lot of records to order, and we got a lot of CDs to sell. Let's get started. These are all $6.99. Let's pull right from the middle, and let's get started. We're going to try to go through this whole box, and maybe more. I'm liking what I'm seeing already. Y'all know the rules. $6.99, no more, no less. Great White, Twice Shy. These are all $6.99. Casting Crowns, The Altar and the Door. Casting Crowns. Casting Crowns, Life Song. Casting Crowns, Until the Whole World Hears. This is Christina, Broken Lines and Bleeding Hearts. Cheech and Chong's Wedding Album. Chicago, If You Leave Me Now. All these CDs are $6.99. Folks, we have officially began showing CDs. Hope everybody's paying really close attention on what's going on here. We got the very best of Cher. Do You Believe in Love and Love? We have the very best of Cheap Trick. The very best of Cheap Trick. These are both sealed. Sealed, very best of Cheap Trick. Also, the best of Eric Clapton, Timepieces, and Eric Clapton Unplugged. How could you go wrong there? These are all $6.99. Let me move this charger out of the way. All right, so the first thing is Michael Ruttman on Great White. Michael, thank you. Great White, so do you for $6.99. Michael Reed got Cheech and Chong, and then Mary Miles got Chicago. Michael Ruttman next on Cheech and Chong. Mary Miles gets both Eric Clapton. Juanita Gagney wants a Cheap Trick, one of the sealed very best of. And now we got one left. So that stack left Casting Crowns, 4 different ones. The very best of Cher, Christina, and the very best of Cheap Trick, which was sealed. Those are all $6.99. The next thing I have in the $6.99 CD pile is Eric Clapton and B.B. King. And this one's called Riding with the King. Another Eric Clapton, Journeyman. Another Eric Clapton, Behind the Sun. Another Eric Clapton, Unplugged. Also, Eric Clapton, One More Car, One More Rider, a double pack. Clapton's just $6.99. Also over here, we got Katie Havenick, Me. Katie Havenick, Me. We have Ryan Monteblue Band, Patience on a Friday. Also, Raining Sound, Home for Orphans. How about Dakana Holmes, Living Your Dream, and it's signed. It's autographed. Our first autograph of the night. Lucy Wainwright Roche, 8 songs. I like that cover with the bubblegum machine. Lucy Wainwright Roche. And this is Leaves Eyes, Legend Land. Leaves Eyes. Our next comment is from Susie Breedlove. She wants to Cher's greatest hits from the last stack. That's so does Susie Breedlove. And Mary Miles wants Eric Clapton, Riding with the King. So those are still available. Let's go ahead and get into another handful. These are all $6.99. case you didn't understand what I just said, I said $6.99. Here's the next CD. It's Golden Earring, the continuing story of Radar Love. It's sealed. Looks like a vintage sealed CD. Josh Groban, that's self-titled. Also, Josh Groban, Closer. We got Grits, The Art of Translation, Grits. And then Nancy Griffith, The Last of True Believers. Also, Grateful Dead, What a Long Strange Trip This Has Been. And it's 2 CDs. And I will actually say those are obviously together because it's a disc 1, disc 2. So those 2 together. That's probably why there was a rubber band around it. So those are all $6.99. First Michael Ruttman on the Golden Earring compilation that was sealed. That's sold to Michael Ruttman for $6.99. That leads to Grateful Dead, Nancy Griffith, Grits, Josh Groban. Susie next on Golden Earring, Use of Cedars, Grateful Dead. And like I said, both of those are to be sold together for $6.99. So that little stack left Eric Clapton, Kate Havenick. We also had Ryan Monteblue Band, Raining Sound, Dakenna Holmes, Leaves Eyes, Josh Groban ×2, Grits, and Nancy Griffin. Next thing is Jeff Halsworth on the Seal Cheap Trick. I still got one of those, and he said he'll take it. And that was right here. And that's sold to Jeff Halsworth. Thank you on that. Jeff, glad to see you're still awake and with us. Mary Miles, second on the Grateful Dead. Chad Davis says, got it figured out and paid. Thank you. Now, Chad Davis, was you on a waiting list for a Kiss Psycho Circus? Somebody named Chad, which that's my name. I tend to not forget those. Somebody was on a waiting list for a Kiss Cycle Circus. It may have been you. And if so, I was going to give you an update on that. Next thing we have here is Vanessa Carlton, another signed CD. Heroes and Thieves, Vanessa Carlton. Another Vanessa Carlton, that one's called Icon, essentially a hits compilation. We got Carey Brothers, All the Rage. Another Carey Brothers, and that one's signed. Another Carey Brothers, Waiting for Your Letter. Charlotte Sometimes, that's sealed. Another Charlotte Sometimes. Ray Charles, Standards. Cat Power's The Greatest. Cat Power, The Greatest. Also Cat Power, Son. The Very Best of Chicago, 40th Anniversary Collection. And a little on the strange side, China Black. Chad, I actually still had a Kiss Cycle Circus in stock, and I didn't get time to add it to your invoice, so I forgot to tell them to add it to your invoice. So if you want it for this week, I have it, and if that's okay, I'll go ahead and say it's sold to you right now, and we'll put your name on it. If not, somebody from the Flip video wanted it this morning, and we've already put them on a waiting list. Either way, y'all are both going to get one. If you want it now, I'm going to go ahead and tag you for it. And then Donna Turner got the Chicago. Mary Miles was second. And Use of Cedars. If CP's for Cat Power, then you have Cat Power The Greatest and Cat Power Son. We still also have Vanessa Carlton, 2 different ones. One of them signed. We also have Carey Brothers. One of them signed. 3 different ones, actually. 2 Charlotte Sometimes, a Ray Charles, and a little on the strange side by China Black. So all those are still available for $6.99. Chad Davis says he will take the Kiss right now for $33.99, and that starts this week's invoice for him. So thank you, Chad. That's sold to you. All right, and then both Cat Powers are sold to the Useless Cedars. Thank you and thank you. Those are sold and sold. Now, the next thing I have is another new handful of CDs that I'm about to show you right now without further ado. What does this say here? Oh, that must be something local. Okay, so what do we have here? It looks like Extreme. It is. Extreme 2, Porno Graffiti. We have Ellie Goulding, Halicon Days, Ellie Goulding. An introduction to Ellie Goulding. Ellie Goulding Delirium. Also, Gomez Out West. Innocent Eyes by Delta Goodwin. What's that say? Godvia. G-O-D-Y-V-A, In Good and Evil. This is Geo, and he is sealed. And Grand Funk Railroad Live, the 1971 tour. That looks pretty cool. And I've never seen that. That's also $6.99. Next handful coming at you right now. These are all $6.99. Dave Carter and Tracy Grammer, Tanglewood Tree. Dave Carter and Tracy Grammer, Drum Hat Buddha. The Carpenter Singles Collection, $69.81. Carpenter's Yesterday Once More. And is this 2 different discs? No, that's 2 different things. Okay, there's another Carpenter Singles Collection. Another Vanessa Carlton, Heroes and Thieves. Another Vanessa Carlton, Rabbits on the Runs, that's signed. And another Vanessa Carlton, or excuse me, that one's sealed, I meant. That one's sealed is what I meant to say, not signed. Okay, first is Which Gomez. Let me move some of these around right quick. Let me get my stacks resituated. All right, so the first thing is Burt Jordan on Grand Funk Railroad from a few back. That was actually right here. That's sold to Burt Jordan. Susie was second. And then the Gomez was called Out West. Out West. And then Jeff Halsworth wants a Carpenter Singles Collection. I'll give you this one right here. $6.99. Okay, so that left the following then. That left Dave Carter and Tracy Grammer. Dave Carter and Tracy Grammer. Carpenters, Yesterday Once More. We have Carpenters. We got Vanessa Carlton. 3 of them. Extreme 2 Pornograffiti. Ellie Golden. 3 different ones. Gomez. We have Delta, Innocent Eyes, Good and Evil. What was that one I couldn't read right then? Oh, it's right here. Delta, Goodrin, Innocent Eyes. Adam Bernardi said he will take the Gomez. And Chad Davis wants this Godva, Good and Evil. Thank you on that. Let's put those right here. Let's grab another handful. I'd say at this point we're halfway through the first layer of the top of the box. And I'm going to grab this handful right here. And we're going to read these off for $6.99. Including El Madmo. El Madmo, a little bit of a disconnection here in the jewel case. Isley Currents, E-I-S-L-Y, Currents. Another Isley, The Valley, and that is sealed. Egypt Central. The Eagles, Hell Freezes Over. Alicia Eagle, Private School. Dramatic Twins, 40 Days in the Wilderness. Bob Dylan Together, Through Life. Bob Dylan Desire. Interesting Bob Dylan here. Chimes of Freedom. The songs of Bob Dylan. Looks like it's a covers. Dust for Life. Donnie, The Colored Section. Driving and Crying. Songs about car space and the Ramones. And the best of the Doobie Brothers. Those are all $6.99. Everything you just seen right there. $6.99. Robert Warner first on the Eagles. When Hell Freezes Over. That's so to Robert. Jeff Halsworth was second. Then Melinda. Then Mary. Then Chad. Wow, a lot of people on the Eagles. And then Mike Ospaw on Driving and Crying. Okay. I'll go ahead and do another stack. Then I'll read you what's left in that one. Let me grab these from over here. And a couple from right here. Almost done with the top layer. Mary got the best of the Doobies. Michael Ruttman next on Driving and Crying. Susie Breedlove first on Bob Dylan Desire. And Eustis Cedars was second. So that is sold to Susie. All right, we have Alessandro Carbonare, The Art of the Clarinet. Wow, that one was pricey. Looks like an expensive audiophile deal. Also, we have Ditto, Girl Who Got Away, and it's signed. Several signed CDs tonight, still unclaimed. Another Ditto, Safe Trip Home. Here's Guns N' Roses, Appetite for Destruction. GNR, $9.99. Grand Funk Railroad, The Millennium Collection. That's sealed, unopened. Guns N' Roses, Lies. Also, M. Griner, Dead Relatives. M. Griner, The Summer of High Hopes. M. Griner, Goddess. And M. Griner, Songs of Love and Death. And that is sealed. All right, so the first thing we have is David Hoy on Ditto. So, David, you can have Ditto, The Girl Who Got Away, or Safe Trip Home. That first one is signed, your pick. Michael Ruttman, your pick on GNRs, Appetite or Lies. He might want both, and so might David. And then Chad Davis, you're next on Ditto. Angela next on Lies. So that those couple handfuls left the following. El Madmo, Isley, Egypt Central, Alicia Eagle, Dramatic Twins, Bob Dylan Together Through Life, Chimes of Freedom, the songs of Bob Dylan, Dust for Life, Donnie, Alessandro Carbonare, Grand Funk Railroad, and then 4 different M. Grinders. And then we have 2 GNRs for Michael Ruttman, and we got 2 Dittos for David Hoy. Nice. So I'm going to go ahead and move those right there, and let's go through a new handful. And we're officially done with the top layer, which means we're halfway through this box. First is the Grateful Dead, 2 record set on 1 specially priced disc. It's called Skull and Roses, the Grateful Dead. Here's a great white I'm not familiar with. Can't Get Enough, Can't Get There From Here. Great white, Can't Get There From Here. I've got 2 of those. I don't recall seeing that one before. I know it's not available on vinyl. David Gray, White Ladder, The Best of the Grassroots. I love that. There's another Grateful Dead. That one is American Beauty. Truckin'. This, I was trying to figure out what it was. I had to fit, yeah, it's somebody local. Ellison, Elision. This store we got this stuff from was from Iowa. So they had a lot of local vinyl, a lot of local CDs. And this is Ellison, local act. It looks metal, just based on how dark and disturbing it looks. But I could be wrong. So we got 4 of them. They're all sealed. Also, Dokken, Tooth and Nail, the Dixie Beeliners, Suzanneville, Dire Straits, Money for Nothing, Educated Guess, Amy DeFranco, and Amy DeFranco Reckoning. All right, so all these are $6.99. First thing we have is Kenny Stanley on a Great White for $6.99. Useless Eaters has dibs on the 2 Grateful Deads. Mike Ospaw also got a Great White. Michael Ruttman third on Great White. Unfortunately, I had 2. Chad Davis next in line on Great White, or Chad Davis next in line on the Dead. Angela Lewis next in line on Great White. But Susie Breedlove for sure gets the Grassroots. And so left out of that stack was David Gray, that local band, Dokken, the Dixie Beeliners, Dire Straits, and Annie DeFranco. And we got Educated Guess and Reckoning. And I have a feeling Useless Eaters wants both Dead CDs. But he's about to confirm with us right now. And the next thing I'm going to do is start this next layer of CDs. So let me grab from right here. Looks like we're into the thes and the... Did he sort these by thes? Weird. We're like, one box is like the beginning of the alphabet and the other part's the end. All right, and Useless Eaters does get both Grateful Deads. Okay, we have Within Temptation, Enter. Within Temptation is sealed. Another Within Temptation, that one's opened. Amy Winehouse, Back to Black, that's sealed. Might be not a bad one to have there if that's an original. I mean, it mentions the 6 Grammy nominations. That'd be pretty cool if that's an original sealed. The Who, Who's Better, Who's Best, that's a 2 CD compilation. Waz, Mind to Remember EP, and The Best of War, Low Rider. Next is Kate Vogel, Don't Look Away. Sarah Watkins, which appears to be self-titled. Muddy Waters, Hard Again. Jennifer Warnes, Famous Blue Raincoat. Black Bottom by Robert Ward. And Kate Walsh, Clock Tower Park. with a iTunes #1 artist sticker on the front. Robert Warner first on the Amy Winehouse that was sealed, and then Donna, then Mary, then Kenny, and then Burt Jordan on the Who. Who's better, who's better, who's best. Susie Breelove on the War. Best of War for Susie. Mary Miles on the Muddy Waters. And that stack left the following. 2 Within Temptations, a Waz, a Kate Vogel, a Sarah Watkins, a Jennifer Warnes, a Robert Ward, and a Kate Walsh. All righty. Next thing we have, let's pull right from the middle of the box. Babylon AD. Nice. ZZ Top Eliminator. ZZ Top's Greatest Hits. ZZ Top's Greatest Hits. Zal. The Fear is What Keeps Us Here. ZZ Top Tres Hombres. ZZ Top Recycler. David Zolo, Uneasy Street. And Get Together, the best of the Youngbloods. Come on, people now. Smile on your brother. Not sure if it was first, but Dawkin. Yeah, no one got Dawkin. You want the Dawkin, Kenny? Yeah, I can't believe no one got that. Where is that CD at? I must have missed that. Is it in this thing? Yeah. Dawkin is sold to Kenny Stanley. All right. About time for me to go to take some back here, but first let me straighten these up a little bit better. All right, and the first thing I have is Vicky has dibs. A great comment to come in first for Vicky, because she's got dibs now on 5 ZZ Top CDs, 4 of them's different. We'll see which ones Vicky wants. Then Burt Jordan, then Chad Davis, then Susie Breelove. Mary Miles for sure gets the Youngbloods. Did you say Babylon AD? Babylon AD, $6.99. And Vicky Allison on Greatest. More people claimed it after Dire Straits. I didn't see a Dire Straits claim either. No one ever claimed Dire Straits, and no one ever claimed Dawkin on my feed. So I apologize, and nobody ever said anything. So we might have to read through some of these again later. There's been a couple handfuls. I'm like, where's all the comments at? Vicky wants a copy of Greatest Hits. That means Chad Davis, you're next. And Chad, you can have... Burt Jordan's next. Burt, it's your pick. Now there's 4 different. Eliminator, Greatest Hits, Tres Hombres, and Recycler. And then next is Susie. Okay? Yeah, I still have Dire Straits, don't I? Dire Straits, Money for Nothing. I have no claims for that on my screen. So whoever commented, I have not pulled it, and your claim never did come in. And Dawkin is sold. If somebody else tried to claim it, I've already sold it to Kenny Stanley. And Burt wants the last 4 ZZ Tops, okay? Now I'm going to take this sold stack right in here. Thank you, Burt, for claiming the rest. And I'm going to take this first gigantic sold stack of CDs around the corner here before they all fall over and it makes a terrible sound. And we would not want that to happen. All right, let's keep rolling. Next handful. The Autumn Project, Sealed. The Autumn Project, A Burning Light. Tasman Archer, Great Expectations. The Autumn Project, La Luna de Negra. Very cool. The absolute best of the Archies. We have Anna Hue, I think. We got Fiona Apple, Extraordinary Machine. Sarah Bareilles, What's Inside, Songs from Waitress. Another Sarah Bareilles. I don't know if I'm saying her name right. Same thing. Back Against the Wall, a 2 CD. Looks like a tribute album to The Wall. Keith Emerson, Chris Squire, Rick Wakeman, Steve Howe, Ian Anderson, and the Badleys, River Songs. Within Temptation from the earlier stack. Okay, you're talking about Enter, and I'm going to give you the sealed one if that's okay. So that's sold to Tracy Songer. Susie Breedlove wants the Archies. Ada Bernardi wants Back Against the Wall. Some big names on there. Glenn Hughes, Adrian Belew, members of Yes and King Crimson. All right, let's grab another stack. I like these titles tonight. There's been a little bit of randomness too. Neil Young Harvest, a classic album. Old Man, Take a Look at My Life. You and Me, the new album from Alicia Moore and Dallas Green, Rose Avenue. Pete Yorn, Day I Forgot. Yes, 90125, Owner of a Lonely Heart. Yes, Fragile, I'll Be the Roundabout. The very first CD of Yes I ever owned, I bought it new at Walmart. Highlights, The Best of Yes. I've Seen All Good People. Rachel Yamagata. Rachel Yamagata. Rachel Yamagata. Rachel Yamagata. Wolf Alice, My Love is God. Excuse me, My Love is Cool. Wolf Alice. Dan Wilson, Free Life. And Bob and Una Walkenhorst, For Tomorrow. These are all $6.99. Michael Reed got lucky and locked in Yes first. So you can have the sealed highlights, best of, roundabout, or 90125. Whoop, don't fall. So Michael, your dibs, then Burt Jordan. I'll be the roundabout. Make it with you. I'll be the roundabout. He wants just roundabout. So Bert, you can have the next two, highlights or 90125. Next is the Beatles, Rare Photos and Interview CD, numbered and sealed. We got Volume 2 and Volume 3. Also, the Beatles Help, sealed, unopened. And the Beatles A Hard Day's Night. The Beach Boys, The Greatest Hits, 20 Good Vibrations. B.B. King, Live at the Regal, a classic revisited. Bay City Rollers, The Definite Collection. The Beastie Boys, Check Yo Head. And Bat for Lashes, The Bride. Wow. The Beatles making an appearance. I'll be the roundabout. Burt does take the other two, yes. That's so to Burt Jordan and Burt Jordan. Jeff Halsworth first on the Help, the desirable British version for $6.99. Now, Eustace Cedars, you were next on B, which is actually not good because that locks you in for the rest of the stack. So I'm just going to go ahead and give you everything. B for Beatles, B for Beach Boys, B for B.B. King, B for Basie Rollers, B for Beastie Boys, and B for Bat for Lashes. I'm going to need a little bit more help. And so I've got to hear from you before I tag anything else. Because Donna's next on B.B. King, and Bert's next on the Beatles, and Tracy's next on the Beatles. And then there's another B.B., which could be for Beastie Boys or Beach Boys or B.B. King. Then there's another B.B. that could be for Beach Boys or B.B. King or Beastie Boys or Beatles. And then there's a BCR. So he wants the Beatles. Okay, now you still got some decisions to make. You've got Hard Day's Night, Rare Photos and Interview, Volume 2 and 3. The next person is Donna. She's also got to make a decision. She's got BB for BB King, the Beach Boys, or Beastie Boys. Wow. So Donna's next. We'll see which one she wants. And then Bert Jordan has next dibs on the Beatles. And then Tracy had dibs on Help, but it's already sold. And then Michael Reed's going to have to let me know if his BB was for Beatles, BB King, Beastie Boys, or Beach Boys. Michael's is definitely for the Beastie Boys, okay? And then Kenny Stanley was also for Beastie Boys. Chad Davis, without a doubt, gets Bay City Rollers. Without a doubt, Chad Davis gets Bay City Rollers. All right, so we'll go back to the top. And Guy Shard wants Best and Hard. Okay? So Guy Shard on Hard. Okay. So I'm going to give you a Hard Day's Night. Useless Eaters. Next is Donna. I put BB twice, but only one came through. I wanted King and Beastie Boys. Okay. Well, technically you have dibs. So that is because BB could be for either one. Or you could have put in for both because it was the same thing. So Donna gets BB King and Beastie Boys. Now, Bert Jordan, you're next on the Beatles. And that leaves this Rare Photos deal here, Volume 2 and 3. And I have 2 available, 1 sealed. You got dibs on those. Tracy Help's already sold. Michael Reed was next on Beastie Boys, gone. Kenny Stanley next on Beastie Boys, gone. Chat Davis already got Bay City Rollers. Guy Shard wants all of the Rachel Yamagata CDs. So Rachel Yamagata, 1, 2, 3, 4. Those are also to Guy Shard. Guy Shard got all the Rachel Yamagata CDs. And then Useless Eater says Beatles, Hard Day's Night. Okay, so the only thing left there is the Bride and the Beach Boys. Bert wants these 2 Beatles CDs. We're good to go. Everything's been corrected and set accurately. The next thing I have is this right here. For $6.99, the very best of Bad Finger. Bad Company, 10 from 6, which is like a greatest hits. Bad Company, Holy Water. Bad Company, Here Comes Trouble. Bat for Lashes, 2 Sun Special Edition. We have Bat for Lashes, Fur and Gold. We have Bare Naked Ladies Are Me. We have Barlow Girl, How Can We Be Silent? Now earlier, I may have said Guy Shard. The Useless Eaters got the Beatles' Hard Day's Night. Right here. And then Guy heard something and he thought he got tagged for something he didn't want. Not true. I just misspoke. I promise. I promise. I just misspoke. This here is sold to the Useless Eaters. BB King and Beastie Boys was sold to Donna Turner. All these Rachel Yamagata CDs here, these 4 are sold to Guy Shard. And then he said, please remove any other you said, just Rachel. I just clarified that. And then the Beatles is sold to Bert Jordan. And he got those last 2. Angela Lewis put VC and then BC. Okay, I'm assuming that's for Bad Company. So if that's for bad company, Angela has dibs on 10 from 6. Holy Water. Here Comes Trouble. Susie's next. Mary Miles on Ladies. The Bare Naked Ladies. That's so to Mary Miles. Chad Davis is next. Tom Harris put Ye, Yeet, Yee, EBNNBNO. Now, I'm not for sure if that's a claim or some bizarre language I have yet to understand. David Hoy's after that with Bat, Two Son. Bat for Lashes, Two Son. Right here, so did David Hoy. Melinda Daring wants the Beach Boys' greatest hits from the last stack. And Angela Lewis got all 3 bad companies. Now that left the very best of Bad Finger. It also left Barlow Girl and Bat for Lashes, Fur and Gold. And let me read that comment one more time from Tom Harris. Ye, Yeet, EEEEEEEEEUB, NNB, N, no. What a comment. Let me read that again. I'm joking. I want to read it again, though. I might have to read that one more time. Let's read that one more time. His comment says, we have Smokey Wilson, the man from Mars. Smokey Wilson. Also, this is Danny Wild. Danny Wild. Kicking Television, Wilco, live in Chicago. Widespread Panic, Choice Cuts, The Capricorn Years, 1991 to 1999. My Generation, the very best of The Who. White Iron Band, At the Caboose. Barry White's all-time greatest hits, Funk Essentials. Jack White, Lazaretto. It looks like it's sealed. I think it is. Charlie Watts, Jim Keltner Project. Now, Charlie Watts is the drummer from the Rolling Stones. Jim Keltner is one of the most legendary session drummers of all time. The Wallflowers, Bringing Down the Horse. And Billy Joe Walker Jr., The Walk. Mike put Wasp, but he was trying to comment Widespread Panic. That's Choice Cut, so to Mike Ospaw. Next is the Useless Eaters on J. The closest thing I have to J is there's nothing in here with J except for maybe Jack White. I might need an extra letter, Useless Eaters, other than one letter. I know you're trying to be very fast, but if you want to send one letter, maybe as soon as you send one letter, go ahead and type it out. So if you send one letter, that's fine. You may be first, but then just go ahead and type it out again, because that way when I'm going down the list, I'll know exactly what your J was for. Otherwise, I'm like, what the heck is J? And then Mike Ospaw on Wide. Sometimes I know if it's the only J. That time I knew. And then we've already tagged that. The Watts is sold to Robert Warner. Grog, Widespread's already sold, but I will give you the Wilco. And then Susie on Wall for the Wallflowers. Okay? Can I go through the last stack of 8 CDs I got here? Actually, I am. I'm going to finish this box, and then I'm going to recap everything. I actually, yes, plan on doing that. I am going to finish this box, which there's about 2 more handfuls, and then I seriously am going to go through everything one more time. Hopefully some people's joined, and maybe some people have fell asleep. I hope not. Okay. We got the Wreckers, Stand Still and Look Pretty. We also have Stevie Wonder, Natural Wonder. Within Temptation, Frozen. Within Temptation, Mother Earth. We have another Stevie Wonder, Natural Wonder. Another Within Temptation, The Heart of Everything. Another Within Temptation, Running Up That Hill. Speaking Words of Wisdom, Let It Be. The Beatles. The Beatles Rock Report. Hey, there's volume 1. We might need to sell this to... he also got volume 2 and 3. That way we don't break up a set. Who got these? Burt Jordan? Burt, I have a feeling I'm going to go ahead and give you this one right now. Volume 1 for your volume 2 and 3. Give that to Burt Jordan. And if he's first on the other ones, but we need to definitely go ahead and give him that one, because that's part of a set, it looks like. And then Asa Bagyogo. Okay? Now, the first thing we have is Donna Turner on Stevie Wonder. Let's give her a Stevie Wonder. Wonder Details. Stevie Wonder, Natural Wonder. Has this flip open sleeve. Looks like one of his solo albums, of course. The Eustace Eaters first on the Beatles. So you got dibs on Let It Be or Rock Report. And then Eddie Gutt next on the Beatles, then Burt Jordan, and then Eustace Eaters. And then What is the Mother Earth and Running. We have the Wreckers. We have Within Temptation, Frozen. Within Temptation, Mother Earth. Within Temptation, The Heart of Everything. Within Temptation, Run Up That Hill. And 6 Degrees, Asa Bagyogo, Tasa Yokomaka Nakan. Okay? And then Adam Bernardi takes this other Stevie Wonder. Clay Moore wants the Wreckers. And Eustace Eaters wants Let It Be. Okay? So this Beatles is still available if Burt Jordan wants it. Burt was the next person to actually just put the Beatles. Let's grab another handful. Speaking Words of Wisdom, Chad is going to read off CDs. When I find myself in Coletco digging through a box of CDs, reading titles of wisdom, Let It Be. Gravity Happens, Kate Vogel, autographed. Wolf, as in Peter Wolf, long line. Peter Wolf, Up to No Good. Johnny Winter, Saints and Sinners. Steve Winwood, Back in the High Life. John Waite, Essentials. Missing You. Violent Femmes, Rock, Sealed. Kate Vogel, A Fine Mess. Kate Vogel, Don't Look Away. Kate Vogel, Signed, A Fine Mess. Burt Jordan does want this last Beatles. And then Tracy Songer wants Mother Earth and Running Up. So these two Within Temptations are sold to Tracy Songer. Now, Adam Bernardi, you struck first there on the Kate Vogel. So you got A Fine Mess that's autographed. Don't Look Away. Another copy of Fine Mess, not autographed. Also, there was Gravity Happiness, also autographed. Mary Miles on SW for Steve Winwood. And also on Johnny Winter. No, she put JH. That was for, well, SW was for Steve Winwood, for sure. Did you mean JW, Mary? What's left here is Peter Wolf, Johnny Winter. There's John Waite and Johnny Winter, and then Violent Femmes, Rock. One more handful out of the box. The box. I'm holding one back, and it's not even autographed. It's just a sentimental CD for me, but I may sell it. I'm going to make sure. I need to give it back to my cousin. I'll explain the story. But right now, a great price. The Beatles Anthology 1. How cool is that? Anthology. Just $6.99. The Ultimate Bill Withers Collection, a 2 CD. Vanessa Williams, The Comfort Zone. Dar Williams, The Beauty of the Rain. Dar Williams, The Beauty of the Rain. The Wyndham Hill Collection, Relax. and Richard and Linda Thompson, and that is Shoot Out the Lights. Now, the Kate Vogels are pending to Adam Bernardi. He's got dibs on three different ones there. We'll let him think about that and make a decision. The next thing I have is Robert Warner on the Beatles. Thank you on that, Robert. Next on the Beatles was Leslie, and then Jeff Halsworth, and then Eddie Gutt, and then the Useless Eaters. Donna first on the Bill Withers collection. Burt next on the Beatles. And I thought I heard John Haidt. No, it was John Waite, Missing You. And Angela Lewis next on Bill Withers. Adam Bernardi, hold on a second. Angela next on Bill Withers. Adam Bernardi wants the 2 autographed Kate Vogel CDs. Those are sold both to Adam Bernardi. And then Mary Miles on Dar Williams. And Greg Layton wants Shoot Out the Lights. And Shoot Out the Lights was Richard and Linda Thompson. Okay, now I'm going to go take this stack in this gigantic stack of sold CDs right around the corner. Holy moly. Whoa, don't go anywhere. Missing You, Missing You. All right, and then Adam Bernardi wants that one from earlier, right here. It's sold to Adam Bernardi. All right, how many dividers did I end up with? One of them was kind of damaged. One of them was kind of warped. Let me toss that over here. And then there's that. How many dividers did we end up with? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. There's 24. Let's do the 24 for $11.99. $11.99 for 24 CD dividers, and that's enough for the alphabet. I have a stack over here on the shelf. I don't know if I've ever shown it before. It's great looking titles. I don't know if these have been shown or not, but they're great looking CDs. And so we can keep showing a few more new things. Here is Kansas. This is Monolith, Kansas. Alice Cooper Goes to Hell. Foo Fighters, In Your Honor. Foo Fighters, Echo, Silence, Patience, Grace. Foo Fighters, Wasting Light. Ned's Atomic Dustbin, Are You Normal? Godfather by Ned's Atomic Dustbin. Sarah Brightman, The Andrew Lloyd Webber Collection. The Doors, Morrison Hotel. Nostradamus, or Nostradamus, The Third Prophecy. And Blues Mandolin Man, Yank Rachel. Those are all $6.99. And there's some great titles over here. So I still kind of, quote, got some new stuff. So I think we got some new people watching. Greg Layton says he'll take the dividers for $11.99. Thank you, Greg. And then Donna's lobbying for me to open another box. First, Alice Cooper is sold to Michael Ruttman. Eddie Gutt has dibs on Ned's Atomic Dustbin. So your dibs on those, Eddie. Chad Davis was first on Kansas. And then Melanie Jennings on Morrison Hotel. And that stack left Foo Fighters, Foo Fighters, Foo Fighters. Sarah Brightman, Nostradamus. Is that how you say? I mean, I know I'm familiar with Nostradamus, but it looks like it's a little bit different. And then we have the Blues Mandolin Man. Okay? Yeah, I'm about to go through the unsold stuff. I've got a few more. I said I would recap everything in the back, But let me go ahead and knock these out here as well, because I think there's some great looking titles here. Let me grab this, and yeah, let me cut this stack in half so I can grab them. And then next is Eddie. He wants just God Fodder. God Fodder. That is sold to Eddie. So there's one atomic dustbin left. Paul Brothers wants ALW. That was Sarah Brightman, the Andrew Lloyd Webber collection. Thank you, Paul Brothers. Here are some more. We got Eric Clapton's Rainbow Concert. The Very Best of Free. All Right Now. Muddy Waters King B. Dragon Force, Sonic Firestorm, the best of Django Reinhardt, the best of Chuck Berry, T-Bone Walker, Stormy Monday, the best of Muddy Waters, 47 to 55, and Jimi Hendrix Blues. Those are all $6.99 there. And I'm willing to do a 3-piece bundle on Foo Fighters for $15 if anybody wants 3 Foo Fighters for $15. Just saying. I normally don't discount these, but sometimes if they don't get claimed, that's what I do. Dragon Force is sold to Kenny Stanley. Donna Turner on T-Bone Walker. T-Bone, George Costanza. Mary Miles on Django Reinhardt. And Jeff Halsworth will do the 3-bundle Foo for $15. How could you go wrong there? Great albums by the Foo Fighters there. Okay, so let me, I might have one more over here. We got Chad Davis on Jimi Hendrix Blues. Let me try to peel this old retail sticker off. These have been coming off pretty easily. Oh yeah, boom. And then Paul next on Foo Fighters. Foo Fighters. All right. Here's a few more. And we got the best of Muddy Waters. William Clark, The Hard Way. Hammerfall, Crimson Thunder. The Crazy World of Arthur Brown. John Fogerty, Eye of the Zombie. White Water, No Goat on the Highway. And this is John Dakota, Learning to Fly. It is sealed. Sealed. All right, let me set these. Where do? Oh, and then somebody asked about the LP. This is the only unsold auction tonight. The Budos Band 5. It's a 2019 red and black colored vinyl. The Budos Band. That's the only auction that did not sell tonight. $35 buy it now. Let's start, I think, with the first ones. And I'm going to do this fast because these have already been shown. But we do have new people that buy quite a bit of CDs that just joined the chat. I was wondering where some of y'all were. So let me go back to, I think, these, and I'm going to do a quick breeze. And first with Eric Clapton Unplugged. Here's Eric Clapton's Unplugged. Eric Clapton Unplugged. Eric Clapton Behind the Sun. Eric Clapton Journeyman. Christina, Broken Lines and Bleeding Hearts. And then we had several Casting Crowns. 4 different Casting Crowns, Until the Whole World Hears. Life Song. This one appears to be self-titled, and The Altar and the Door. All those are $6.99 each. Also over here, we had Josh Groban, self-titled. Josh Groban Closer. Josh Groban, self-titled. Leaves Eyes, Legend Land. Lucy Wainwright Roche, 8 songs. Danica Holmes, Living Your Dream, it's autographed. Also, Raining Sound, Home for Orphans. Ron Montabu Bland, Patience on a Friday. Katie Havenick, Me. And then another Eric Clapton, One More Car, One More Rider, live on tour. It is a 3 CD double pack. 3 CD double pack on those, okay? So we got Eric Clapton, Eric Clapton, Eric Clapton, and Mary, I'll add one more. I'll say these for $25. Okay, I'm going to push these right back here. Somebody needs that Budos band. We have officially sold out of all of our auctions if that happens. Here is China Black, a little on the strange side. We got Ray Charles Standards, Charlotte Sometimes, Carey Brothers, another Carey Brothers autographed, Carey Brothers, Vanessa Carlton autographed, Nancy Griffith, The Last of the True Believers, and Grits, The Art of Translation. Mary takes these 4 Claptons for $25. Those are sold to Mary Miles. And then that stack there was A Little on the Strange Shines by China Black, Ray Charles, 2 Charlotte Sometimes, 3 Carey Brothers, 2 Vanessa Carltons, Nancy Griffin, and Grits. Those are also all, you guessed it, $6.99. Let's grab this stack right here. I think these are pretty recent, but I'm going to read through them again because they're kind of in my way. Barry White's All-Time Greatest Hits. We have White Iron Band at the Caboose. My Generation, The Best of the Who. Kind of surprised that's still there. We have Danny Wilde, Smokey Wilson, The Man from Mars. Billy Joe Walker Jr., The Walk. Also Bat for Lashes, Fur and Gold. This is Barlow Girl, How Can We Be Silent? The Very Best of Badfinger. And Bat for Lashes, The Bride. I can't believe Badfinger's still here either. Mary Miles on the Nancy Griffith. That's sold to Mary Miles. The Last of the True Believers. That's sold to Mary for $6.99. And that stack left the following. Barry White, White Iron Band, The Who, Danny Wilde, Smokey Wilson, Billy Joe Walker Jr., Bat for Lashes, Barlow Girl, The Best of Badfinger, and Bat for Lashes. I'm going to put those right back there. Here's the next stack. Pete Yorn, Day I Forgot. You and Me, Rose Avenue, Alicia Moore and Dallas Green. Neil Young Harvest, Old Man Take a Look at My Life. This is Wolf Alice, My Love is Cool. Dan Wilson, Free Life. We got Bob and Una Walkenhorst, For Tomorrow. Badley's, River Songs. Sarah Bareilles, another one. Fiona Apple, Extraordinary Machine. This was, I believe, Anuhia. The Autumn Project, Tasman Archer, The Autumn Project, and The Autumn Project. There's those and there's those. David said he would do 2 for $10 on the Bat for Lashes. These are sold to David Hoy and David Hoy. Both Bat for Lashes sold. That stack left the following there. Pete Yorn, You and Me, Neil Young, Wolf Alice, Dan Wilson, The Badleys, 3 Sarah Bareilles, Fiona Apple, Anuhia, The Autumn Project ×2, ×3, and then Tasman Archer. Right, now this stack in the back may be some of the earliest stuff we've shown. It was. So for those that got on late, these probably look new to you, including M. Griner, which was sealed, another M. Griner, and M. Griner. Grand Funk, the Millennium Collection, sold, like We're an American Band and Some Kind of Wonderful and The Locomotion and Closer to Home, I'm Your Captain. Alessandro Carbone, The Art of Clarinet, and this is definitely some sort of maybe audiophile grade. I'm not for sure, but somebody had it priced pretty high at some point. This is Donnie, the colored section. That was sealed. Dust for Life. A tribute to Bob Dylan here, Chimes of Freedom. A Bob Dylan album, Together Through Life, it's still sealed. Dramatic Twins. Alicia Eagle, Private School. Egypt Central. Isley the Valley. Isley Currents. And El Madmo. Is Neil Young a Target CD? Let's see here. Neil Young. There's a crack in the jewel case, front and back. There's the disc. Are you talking about like Target, the box store? The store Target? I don't see anything mentioned on Target here. But there is a crack on the jewel case, front and back. And there's the label. Okay. Nobody on the sealed Grand Funk collection. I find that surprising. And then here's these back here. And we got Geo, who was sealed. We got Innocent Eyes, Delta Goodrin, Ellie Gouldring, Delirium. Ellie Gouldring, An Introduction to. Ellie Gouldring, Helicon Days. Extreme 2, Pornograffiti. Vanessa Carlton. Vanessa Carlton, Sealed. Another Vanessa Carlton. Carpenter's The Singles. Carpenter's Yesterday Once More. Dave Carter and Tracy Grammer, and Dave Carter and Tracy Grammer, Tanglewood Tree. Those are all $6.99 each. Next thing we have is Babylon AD. David Zolo, Uneasy Street. Zal, the fear that is what keeps us here. Kate Walsh, Clock Tower Park. Black Bottom, Robert Ward. We got Jennifer Warren's Famous Blue Raincoat. Sarah Watkins, Kate Vogel, Was, Within Temptation, Annie DeFranco, or Amy DeFranco, Educated Guess. Oh, why am I so sore? Oh, wow. Why are you sore, Chad? I don't know. Why am I sore? I guess I did do some working out last night. My body wasn't ready for it. Vanessa Carlton bundle. I can do that. Are you interested in the ones from earlier too? There were some earlier that were sealed as well. Let me see if I can track those down. There's 2. And then the other ones are... Here they are. Facebook hung up. No surprise. So Paul will do that one that was signed, icon, and then you don't probably want duplicates, right? So there's 3 different ones and then 2 duplicates. All right, so we'll say $15. $15. So the last comment that came through was Neil Young, a Target CD. I didn't see anything after that. Then Paul asked for a bundle. Leslie said would like the clarinet CD. Okay, I just now seen that. That got hung up, but I can still get it to you. That was Alessandro Carbone, which is right there. The next comment says, looks like Facebook are hung up. Mary says, my comments aren't coming through. Neither are mine. And then Burt Jordan on the sealed Grand Funk. That's the next thing I see. I just got to go by with what came through, unfortunately. If you missed a claim, send it again. That's sold to Burt Jordan. And then yes, Leslie, I got it for that. I don't want the Neil message delayed on Target. Might be good for you to have. And Paul says these 3 sold for $15. Okay, so if there's any other claims that didn't come through, Mary, I hadn't seen a comment from you since Nancy Griffin. So Grand Funk. Okay, Burt beat you the Grand Funk, but if there's something else, I think Facebook lag got hung up. And then we had Dire Straits, Money for Nothing, the Dixie B-Liner, Suzanneville, and then this was a local group, it looks like, from Iowa, Ellison, Elision, and then David Gray, White Ladder. So those are all $6.99. And then I think earlier somebody was trying to get the Dire Straits, but I never did see it. So now it's sold to Michael Ruttman. And then I've got some new stuff over here. I think they might have been shown before, but it's some pretty good tiles, especially for hard rock and metal here. So let me show these again. We have Yngwie Malmsteen's Rising Force. This is the Afghan Wigs Gentleman. Obsession, Methods of Madness. Deep Purple's classic Machine Head. Alcest, Kodama. High Tone SOB. Priestess, Hello Master. Shadows Fall, The War Within. The Best of Testament. And Shadows Fall, Retribution. Next is Leslie on DG for David Gray. Donna wants the Donnie colored section. It is available. It was sealed, and it's right here, Donna. And I'm going to sell it to you. And then we got Michael Ruttman on Yngwie Malmsteen for $6.99. and Greg on Deep Purple Machine Head for $6.99. And then Mike Ospaw on The Best of Testament on that. Okay, now the next thing I have is The Natural Haystack, Green Day 21st Century Breakdown, The Suicide Machines, Green Day Nimrod, The Police, Every Breath You Take, the singles, and Hall & Oates Greatest Hits, Rock and Soul Part 1. You Make My Dreams Come True. Tagged, okay. Sell this to Donna for $5. And then Adam Bernardi wants Kate Havenick. Kate Havenick. That was over, where was that? I remember that. Kate Havenick. Where did you go, Kate? Kate Havenick. Kate Havenick. All right, let me hunt for that for a second. But first, Eddie Gutt on Green Day, Nimrod, or was that 21st Century Breakdown? I know we're a box back there that says Jazz. There's a sealed box from this collection. It says Jazz. How bad does some people want to see the first part of that? How bad does Grog and Donna want to see the first part of that box? Just for a teaser, so I know you'll come back tomorrow. Let me squat a lot, level I with these CDs and try to find these. I remember reading that. I know we still have it. I found it. Kate Havenick, me. There's also a box that says hair metal, mostly men in leather pants, bare-chested, with long blonde teased hair. Now, I don't know what's in there, but there is a box that says mostly men in leather pants, bare-chested, with long blonde teased hair. So I don't know what could be in there, but that's what's written on the box. I'm like, wow, what could that be? Nobody on the Police singles. Roxanne, Message in the Bottle. That's what it says. It says mostly, it says men in leather pants, bare-chested, with lots of chest hair, with long blonde teased hair. That's what it says. So I don't know. I'm assuming like Poison, maybe. Eddie Gutt wants both. Maybe something like, I don't know, Poison. And Angela Lewis, there's this drool running out of her mouth right now. Angela Lewis just said, what? You mean to tell me there's a box back there that says men in leather pants, bare-chested, with a lot of thick chest hair, with long blonde poofy teased hair? A lot of Aquanet. Looks like they could have used some sort of trimmer at some point. And they made some bad decisions about their hairstyles. Carey Brothers. There was several Carey Brothers, yeah. There was 3 Carey Brothers. Waiting for Your Letter, Who You Are, and All the Rage. Steel Panther, yeah. Did y'all see those balloons? All right, let me go back here and let's start on another box just so we know where we're at for tomorrow, right? Let me go see what I can find. Okay. I don't know if y'all could hear me. I got a different mic on tonight due to technical difficulties 8 hours ago when we was trying to set this whole show up, but here's what this box says. All right. Carry bundle. Angela says the men don't have to be blonde as long as they're long. She just wants some long, flowing manes. Long, flowing manes. Angela will not buy a band unless it's men with long hair. And she stands by that. They have to have long hair or she's not buying it. And she's stuck to that now since she's been buying from us. They have to be men with long hair. And Adam Minardi gets the 3 Carey Brothers for $15. All right? And Angela's dreaming of those 80s guys. She's thinking about them flipping their hair in the wind. Listen to some Def Leppard. Putting all that hairspray in. All right, I'm going to read y'all what this box says. Bad day for Jim B not to be watching. I'm going to take a peek in here, and then I'm going to go get that other box, because this box could be pretty dang good. Let me read y'all what it says. The box says, I'm not joking about this one, okay? I'm not joking about this one. Angela, I'm sorry, but I was joking about the last box. Here's exactly what this box I just opened says. Indie CDs, high dollar, and cool and new and used. That's what he wrote. That's what he wrote. Indie CDs, high dollar, and cool, used, and new. So, I've opened this up because I was curious what high dollar looked like. Man, a lot of these are in sleeves. And a lot of it is indie. I was going to open this one up, and then I was going to go get that jazz box. Yeah, some of these. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I think some of these are expensive. I may have grabbed the wrong box. Some of these look like they are. Like, he's got them in baggies, and he had some of them marked like, this one's marked $95, which is probably, a lot of this, I don't know what it is though, which is probably good. I'm going to go get the one that was underneath this that actually said jazz, okay? And I'm going to check some of these, and if it's not close, then it's good to go, okay? I'm still selling. I'm still selling. Yeah, let me go get the next box. I may pull some out of here. I might scan a couple and see how far off he is, because some of these have, the next two had prices of $45 and $65 on them. So let me go get this other one. And yeah, we're not going to be live too much longer, but I needed to at least open up and see. Oh my gosh. Whew. Man, CDs are just as heavy as vinyl. You get 400 or 500 CDs together. Good, rest in peace to your back. All right. Let me tease with some of these, but they're for sale. These are obviously for sale, so And let's do them for $6.99, okay? I think some of y'all are going to like these. The Best of Zoot Sims. Band of Bones, presented by Dave Chamberlain. Tuba Jazz, Super Horns. Cassandra Wilson, Blue Light Till Dawn. Ultimate Diana Washington. Us Three, Hand on the Torch. Jazzin' Round Midnight. Sentimental Journey. Soul Bossa Trio. Sinatra Reprise, The Good Years. And Sinatra Duets. I'm going to go ahead and take the sold stack around the corner. So that was our third stack of sold CDs. Maybe we can do one more big stack. That would be great. And yes, for those that didn't know, we're not on a time limit at all tonight. Actually, Facebook won't expire till like 3 a.m. or 4 a.m. We had some major problems getting started tonight. I didn't start the show till almost 8 o'clock. We had connection problems. It was one thing after another. So I got started really late tonight. Let me see what y'all been saying while I've been teasing and stuff. And then, next thing, but no, this is the jazz box. I'm not joking about that. There is a box that says jazz, and we're in it right now. And Donna wants Cassandra Wilson, Ada Bernardi on tuba, and Ada Bernardi on big band. And that was, did you mean Band of Bones? Is that what you meant, Band of Bones? Big band. There's nothing here really with big band. There's Soul Bossa Nova Trio. And then Donna Turner on Midnight. Jazz Around Midnight, Cal Jader. And then we have Mary Miles Second on Cassandra. And then Adam Bernardi on Band of Bones. And Greg Layton on Zoot. Okay, there's that. I'm gonna pull one of these CDs out. And from this one box, I'm just going to scan it. I mean, because, you know, I hope y'all understand, if I start scanning some of these and they legitimately sell on Discogs for $60 easily, obviously I can't sell these for... I'll let some flip through going through these boxes, but if I get into like $70 CDs, yeah. Like, let me give y'all an example. I mean, I can price it, but look at this one. This came from that other box. Mostly Autumn. The last one sold 2 months ago for $101, and there's only one for sale. No, it's not. It's not even for sale in the United States. You can't even see it. There is one for sale, but it's blocked from U.S. So, obviously, I can't sell that for $6.99. I can probably put this on Discogs and sell it maybe for close to $100 right now. So, just letting you know. That's what's in this box. So tonight I'll probably have to scan these. What I will sell for $6, or maybe I can make a $9.99 box. I doubt there's many in this box here I'll sell for $6. This other one, I'll let anything go in here for $6.99. But it looks like this guy that owned the store already did a little bit of research on some of those. And I think he knows that those are like $100 CDs. He wrote high dollar and underlined high. So that's probably some really expensive CDs. Just so you know, there are CDs out there that sell for $50, $100, $150, $250. Here's these next. These are just $6.99 though. Frank Sinatra Sings Gershwin. Frank Sinatra. Ray Charles duets with Natalie Cole. Natalie Cole, Take a Look. Nice. Sunny Side Up. Sonny Stitt, Sonny Rollins, and Dizzy Gillespie. Ken Peplowski, Last Swing of the Century. Anita O'Day, Swings Cole Porter with Billy May. Anita O'Day, that is Jazz Masters 49. Vanessa Rubin, Language of Love. How about Red Garland, Concord Listening One Stop Series. And Terry Gibbs, Dream Band. These are all $6.99. Let me go ahead and show another handful. Acoustic Alchemy, Red Dust and Spanish Laced, Acoustic Alchemy, Natural Elements, Acoustic Sticks, The Science of Sound, Jazz, 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 Acoustics, and Miles Davis Aurora. That one was marked $25. I mean, some of these I've seen in these regular boxes marked $25 and $35, but I just don't have time to start individually pricing CDs. Now, a whole box that I know is possibly high-end, I'm going to pause on that one. But a lot of these, we just got to let go. $6.99 each. Greg Layton on Sonny, and I think that's going to keep y'all maybe buying more and more of them because I've got $20 billion to sell. Greg Layton got Sonny. David Hoy second. Greg got Garland. Donna Turner on AA. And AA for Donna was that for Acoustic Alchemy? If so, you got dibs on two different ones. Adam Bernardi got Terry Gibbs. Donna got Miles Davis. Eustace Cedars was next on Miles Davis. And Adam Bernardi next on Miles Davis. So this stack left the following. Sinatra sings Gershwin. Ray Charles, Genius Loves Company. Natalie Cole, Take a Look. Ken Peplowski, Anita O'Day. Vanessa Rubin, Acoustics and Acoustics. All right, next thing we have coming at you right now is the following. We got Sinatra, Classic Duets. Sinatra, The Original Sessions Volume 1. Frank Sinatra Collector Series. Classic Sinatra, His Great Performances. Frank Sinatra, The Capitol Years, a triple disc double pack. Nina Simone, A Single Woman. Nina Simone, The Blues. Artie Shaw, Greatest Hits, as featured in Seinfeld. When Harry Met Sally, Harry Connick Jr. And Swingers, soundtrack, Get a Nightlife. So no claims on Acoustic Alchemy. She's going to pass on those. So if anybody does want the Acoustic Alchemies, they're available. And then the first on Nina Simone is Donna. And she does want both. Nina Simone and Nina Simone. Eustace Cedars second. And then Leslie Holt. So that left Sinatra, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different ones. Artie Shaw, Harry Connick Jr. on the When Harry Met Sally soundtrack, and then the soundtrack from Swingers that has Dean Martin and Tony Bennett and King Floyd, etc., etc. And Mary Miles next on Nina. And Clay Moore wants Sinatra, The Capitol Years. Looked like a great price on that for just $6.99. Moving right along. Let me at least try to knock out this top layer. And these are all $6.99. I have Miles Davis plays classic ballads. I got Harry Connick Jr. Trio, Lofty's Roach Souffle, I think. Harry Connick Jr. Blue Light. None of these are available on vinyl, if so, they're very pricey. Congo de Cuba, that's Putumayo Presents. John Coltrane's Greatest Hits. David Benoit, Shadows. Chet Baker, The Best Thing for You. The Essential, Louis Armstrong. Spirits of the Canyon by Anna Nika. And Herb Alpert, The Definite Hits. First thing is Donna Turner on Miles Davis. The Eustace Cedars on John Coltrane. Donna next on John Coltrane. That staff left Harry Connick Jr., Congo de Cuba. David Benoit, Chet Baker, Louis Armstrong, Spirits of the Canyon by Ann Hinga, and Herb Alpert. Adam Bernardi first on the Chet Baker, and Melinda Daring on the Herb Alpert. My goal is to finish this top layer and hopefully have our fourth full big stack of sold CDs tonight. I think we can do most of that. That will leave us probably over 1.5 boxes left of jazz to do tomorrow. And we'll probably get back into other rock and pop just so anybody else is watching. We have Celtic Moods, Reflections. Also, Fat Burger, Living in Paradise. Uh-oh, did I mess something up? Oh, Donna did get Herb Albert. My bad. So I didn't see that. Miles Davis to Donna Turner. Eustace Cedars got the Coltrane. Donna second on Coltrane. Donna first on Herb Albert. Adam Bernardi first on Chet. Melinda second on Herb Albert. And then Melinda Daring wants the David Benoit. So Melinda, unfortunately, somebody did beat you to Herb, but I will give you the Shadows by David Benoit. And then Leslie wants the Celtic. Every time I see that word, I got to pause. You know what I got to ask myself? Celtic or Celtic? Celtic or Celtic? There's a metal band called Celtic Frost. And as far as I know, every other way it's Celtic. Celtic Moods. Boston Celtics. But there's a metal band called Celtic Frost. And I remember when I first started selling their records, I used to say Celtic Frost. The chat would line up with auto or with corrections. It's Celtic Frost. And I was like, do they realize that everywhere else on earth it's all Celtic? Every time I see that word, I got to pause and I got to do the suh in my head to make sure I'm saying it the right way. Exotic Jungle, Excelsior. Brass and Percussion, Morton Gold, Living Stereo. Dexter Gordon, Ballads, nice. Jay Giles, Toe Tap and Jazz, Jay Giles. Flim and the BBs, New Pants. The Further Adventures of the BBs. Ella Fitzgerald, The Best of the Songbook, The Ballads. R. Carlos Nakai, William Eaton, and Will Clipman, Feather, Strong, and Light. Let me pause there for a second. And we got Adam Bernardi on K for something. What was the K for? And then Donna on Dexter Gordon. And then Adam Bernardi, there's BBs. I'm assuming you're going to want both. But if not, let me know. Okay? Next is Patricia Barber, Verse. Duke Ellington, More Greatest Hits. Duke Ellington, Greatest Hits. So kind of a 1 and 2 volume there. Tony Yayo, Thoughts of a Predicate Felon. I have a feeling that's not jazz, but I may be wrong. And then Tommy Dorsey, Greatest Hits. K is in Celtic. Celtic Frost. Gotcha. So how would you say that Celtic Moods? Would you say Celtic Moods or Celtic Moods? And do you ever hear anybody say Boston Celtics? I guess that just don't sound right, does it? I have no idea. So I'm kind of confused. I'm like, well, what is right and which way is wrong, you know? Some of the stuff is, I think, just very, whatever gets the point across. Me as a communicator, I'm trying to communicate stuff as fast. And to me, it's like, well, whatever gets it across. I can be wrong. Whatever gets it out of my mouth the fastest so somebody maybe knows what I'm talking about. That way we can sell as much as possible. Melinda Daring on the Tommy Dorsey. Because I'm like, man. Because I'm just trying to blast through records sometimes. Oh man, here he is, the Velvet Fog. The Velvet Fog, highlights from the Mel Torme songbook. Oh man, what a Seinfeld piece that is. There he is, the Velvet Fog. There he is again with Cleo Lane, Nothing Without You. Anita O'Day and Cal Jader, Time for Two. Anita O'Day and Cal Jader, Time for Two. Natalie Cole, Stardust. Diana Krall, When I Look in Your Eyes. She's very pretty. Sonny Stitt, I Should Care. The Essential, Maynard Ferguson. There he is. Mel Torme, Lulu's Back in Town. Count Basie and his orchestra, I Told You So. Verve Remixed, and George Winston, December. Night Court. Was he on Night Court? Mary Miles on Diana Krall. That is sold to Mary Miles. William APM was second. Donna Turner on MF for the Essential Maynard Ferguson. And Michael Church wants the best of Badfinger. Oh boy, let me see if I can track that down. It's back here somewhere, Michael. Is it right here? No, that's Barry White. Holy moly, what happened to that? Badfinger. Verve for David Hoy. Now, is that for Verve Remixed or the Anita O'Day? I'm assuming that's for the Verve Remixed. And then Adam, then Donna. Let me find that here. I'm familiar with Night Court, but I've never, as with most of the stuff, I kind of know what it is. I kind of have to, but I've never watched it. If I don't know about something, I'll go read the Wikipedia article on it. If somebody starts, if I run into something or I see y'all discussing something, I'll make mental notes and then go read about it on Wikipedia. So Michael Church, I got your best of Badfinger. Thank you. And then Verve is sold to David Hoy. All right. We're 2/3 through the sold stack I wanted to go through. And, man, these look expensive here. I'm going to slip these in for our late night jazz viewers for a deal. So y'all be ready. They're pricey, and I'm going to let them go for $6.99. You know, I want to make sure everybody's watching again tomorrow. So here's our next stack, and luckily I got 3 of them. Okay? It's a Charlie Parker, Bird in L.A. Record Store Day. Charlie Parker, Bird in L.A. Sealed Record Store Day. I've got 3 of them. 1, 2, and 3. Also an Al Di Meola, 24, also sealed, Al Di Meola. I Got No Kick Against Modern Jazz, a GRP artist celebration of the songs of the Beatles. Dear Companion, Ben Soleil and Daniel Martin Moore. The String Quartet tribute to Alison Krauss. I don't think this is jazz. Songs from and inspired by the motion picture Speed. No, but it's got some great stuff on it. Or great artist. Billy Idol, Plimsolls, Jim Blossom, Cracker, Blues Traveler, Rico Kasich, Benatar, Rod Stewart, Carnival Strippers, Gary Newman, Saint and Teen, and Kiss. Wow. Peggy Lee, Marvelous Miss Lee. It's Showtime Live, Felix Pekeli and Joe Doubleday's Showtime Band. Sonny Stitt at the hi-hat. And Quincy Jones back on the black on the block, excuse me. Okay, so let's figure out who was first on all that. The first thing was Donna Turner on Charlie Parker for $6.99. Ada Bernardi on Charlie Parker for $6.99. And David Hoy on Charlie Parker for $6.99. All right. And Greg Layton, unfortunately, you were fourth. I only had 3. Then Michael Ruttman, then Mary Miles. Donna's also first on Al Di Meola. Then Mary Miles. William APM next on Bird. Chris Frazier first to the Speed soundtrack. That looks like something that needs to be released on vinyl. I'm not familiar with that movie either. I don't know Speed, but I did make a promise I was going to go watch either The Lost Boys or Warriors or Lord of the Rings. I ended up rewatching Heat. I'd only seen it one time, and when I clicked on Netflix, it was the first thing. And I just remember it was really good, so I rewatched Heat. Val Kilmer, Pacino, De Niro, Tom Sauce. I was like, man, I got to watch this again. It was such a good movie. I never have seen that. We got Donna Turner on Quincy Jones and Greg Layton on the Sonny Stitt. which was this one right here. Okay? And we got a GRP Artist Celebration, Dear Companion, a string quartet to Alison Krauss, Peggy Lee, and It's Showtime Live. Whew, yeah, I think we're going to, if I knock out this side stuff, we're going to have a box and a half left. I know we could keep going. I think I've hit some soundtracks here too. You never know. Y'all might convince me to go even longer. I do need to stop. I know we started 3 hours late, but we've sold 10 crates of vinyl, which is as much or more than we normally sold, and we've already sold as many CDs as I've ever sold tied for one night. So what a knockout of a sale. And it's just Monday. We got Joshua Redman Wish, Billie Holiday, The Wonderful Music of Billie Holiday, the Al Hurt Collection. We got Peggy Sings the Blues, Miss Peggy Lee, Gene Krupa, and Gene Krupa is called Big Bands. It looks like it's sealed, but the shrink is kind of starting to tear open. Give you a reason to open it and listen to it. Lionel Hampton's Greatest Hits, the Johnny Hartman Collection, Brenda Russell. Wow, this has got a lot of signatures on it. Paul Reynoso, and Johnny Hartman for Train. My question is where's Jim B? Because Jim B would have been all over some of these. There's been some, looked like just pricier oddball stuff that's been left behind. He'd really love to see this indie box here behind me. He might be watching in the shadows. Donna Turner on JR for Joshua Redman. Next is Ada Bernardi on Krupa. You could just read jazz titles for the next 2 hours, so I'd have to come back tomorrow. Yeah, but then Chad would be in a world of trouble getting all this other stuff done, like ordering 9 hours worth of vinyl tonight. And Ada Bernardi on Reynoso. And that stack left the following: Billie Holiday, Al Hurt, Miss Peggy Lee, Lionel Hampton, Johnny Hartman, and Johnny Hartman. Wow. Okay, I'm going to say it. I got to stop there. We're now past the point of no return. We're getting close to 2 a.m. And if I would have started when I was supposed to, we would have been done an hour ago. And I probably could have sold a lot more, but we sold just as much vinyl as I normally do and more. And we've sold 4 stacks of CDs, which is about what we've sold at the most since the first night we've started doing this. So I better say it's time to put up the checkered flag. This is it for tonight. Chad's got to do a couple things. Chad's got to clean up. Chad has got to start ordering vinyl. I put in a pretty big order this morning, but that was just waiting list and pre-orders. I hadn't finished like ordering just new stuff, like out of print or restocks and stuff like that. Now, that was 40% of the jazz box, maybe 35 or 30. That was probably closer to 40. So for those interested in this stuff, make sure you're watching. If you can't watch before 11, make sure you're on at least by 11, knowing the agenda, because I will, as I have been, I used to keep everything really secret what I was going to do next. I was like, you just never know, never know. I've been trying to let people know CDs start between 11 and midnight. It depends if I can start right at 5 and get all the vinyl taken care of, kind of what I need to sell for a night, we can do these. Because obviously we sell a ton of, if it was anything else, or we wasn't selling it as much as we do, I would be less willing to devote that much time to it. But we approximately just sold nearly 150 CDs probably. Maybe more than that. We probably sold close to 150 CDs. So it's usually, well, it's worth my time for, an hour or two to sell that much in CDs. And I want to apologize to everybody that was waiting between 5, maybe, I told everybody we was going to start at 5:30. I went to start at 5:30 and TikTok basically froze and locked up all of our accounts. They didn't do anything bad. They just basically said we got to reapply for Restream Live, or we got to reapply for TikTok Live. Well, when they told me that, we began a process of trying to disconnect TikTok. The main problem is here, we didn't have our right-hand man, Jake, who set all this stuff up. So Tanner came all the way back to the store after I couldn't figure it out for almost an hour. So after I worked on it an hour, Tanner showed up. Tanner worked on it an hour. Tanner had to leave. He's like, I got to go. I couldn't get a hold of Jake for almost 2 hours. And right when I was going to tell everybody, I was about to make another post and say, hey, I honestly don't know when this is going to be fixed. So everybody can just stop checking the page because I don't want to keep y'all waiting. Sure enough, Jake called me. Jake walked me through it. We got TikTok disconnected. We got Facebook and YouTube and X reconnected. And then I went live about 7:30 and my mic wasn't working. And I think it's where we have to reconnect it. So I FaceTimed Jake again. I was actually live doing this since nobody could hear me. I had Jake on FaceTime. I was showing him my monitor. I was showing him the problems. We eventually, he basically said, I don't know. He said, you may just have to tell everybody once again, I'll just have to come over to the store. And he was like an hour away maybe, or 30 minutes. So then guess what? I brought out our old mic system, had to reinstall all of that, hook it up, and then we finally went live. So if y'all didn't know any of that happened, that's what happened, and that's why we didn't start till 8 o'clock. We had major problems. This one thing after another. TikTok wouldn't work. Couldn't connect to YouTube. Couldn't connect to Facebook. Couldn't get the mic working. And then we had 17 boxes of new vinyl show up, including 12 Metallica box sets, and we sold every single record. Everything. And then all of y'all are great people. You're an amazing customers. And y'all show up, and then we sell probably, I don't know, 150 CDs. So that's incredible. But, yeah, I was getting worried there for a while. I was like, man, we're going to miss an entire show, which is going to throw us off all week. But I was able to bounce back, and boom, we hit all of our quotas, which are my quotas. And it's 2 a.m., and I usually stop between 1 and 1:30. And by 2, I'm already back here cleaning up. I sit down for about 30 minutes and rest my brain. And now it's time to go right back into cleaning up. I've already missed my break. So thanks, everybody. A prog box, an R&B box. Y'all are amazing. Show has concluded. I'm going to do the new vinyl video, which is going to be old stuff again because we've sold all the new stuff. And then I'm going to start doing some other stuff. So y'all are incredible. Don't let Seth. Seth finally got to take his kid home. And I haven't heard much from him. He's on official dad life now. So I don't know when he's even going to be able to get here again. So who knows?